Welcome to the final day of the Atlantic Forum Spring Conference. My name is Jeffrey Huvenagel and I'm the conference chair. If you missed yesterday, you could always catch up and rewatch the live stream. We had the pleasure to welcome Mark Leahy and actively discuss on strategic communications, particularly analyzing Russia and China, as well as the importance and power of storytelling. We went on and discussed lawfare as well as counterterrorism, bringing the voices of young professionals in both sessions. NATO Assistant Secretary General for Intelligence and Security, David Cutler, provided a unique insight into his world and encouraged young professionals to be actively interested in a career in intelligence. We wrapped up with an exciting discussion on space and the challenges we face. Today, we will explore some exciting topics, such as climate change, Arctic, the South China Sea, and a special presentation on intelligence to wrap up the day. As a friendly reminder, questions can be asked in the comment sections of both live streams. Patrons can ask their questions directly in Slido, and Zoom will be opened in the lunch break. Now let us start with opening session of the final day with NATO Assistant Secretary General for Emerging Security Challenges, David van Weel.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure to address you today. I'd like to thank the Atlantic Forum for the invitation, and I hope that what I have to say will make your Sunday morning worthwhile. Winston Churchill once said that the speaker should always exhaust the subject, but never the audience. And I will try to follow Churchill's advice and be as brief as the subject allows me to be. Even if it will be difficult, because climate change is important, and because NATO has a lot to contribute to meeting this challenge. Climate change is now seen by the majority of the population in the Western industrialized countries as the greatest threat. It ranks even before cyber attacks and international terrorism. It's easy to see why. Rising global temperatures will lead to a rise in sea levels and will increasingly cause extreme weather events such as storms, floods, droughts, and forest fires. To be sure, it is sometimes difficult to establish a causal link between environmental change and conflict. In many places, climate extremes do not result in conflict. But if climate change will lead to food and water shortages, pandemics, mass migration, and humanitarian disasters, it will, over time, aggravate conflicts and perhaps even spark new ones. NATO is also not the primary addressee when it comes down to climate change. This role is played by other international actors, in particular those that can set limits on CO2 emissions. However, as a transatlantic security and defense organization, NATO is a key forum in discussing the security implications of climate change. In addition, through its numerous committees and agencies, NATO deals with many non-military security issues that are relevant to the climate dossier. In fact, the Alliance has been addressing the effects of climate change for many years and in many different ways. Since the 70s, NATO has been setting environmental protection standards for certain military activities. Similarly, NATO has been funding climate-related research for decades, and we've made considerable progress in enhancing energy efficiency in the military, for example, by reducing the consumption of fossil fuel in military camps through integrating renewables like wind and solar. NATO also has considerable experience in responding to humanitarian disasters. For example, in the Pakistan earthquake in 2000, NATO delivered 3,500 tons of supplies to the crisis region. In other natural disasters, such as floods in allied and partner countries, NATO coordinated national contributions so that they were used in the most effective way. NATO is also regularly conducting consequence management field exercises with allies and with partner countries. Some of these scenarios are based on environmental challenges. The idea of these exercises is to strengthen the ability of teams from different nations to cooperate across a wide range of relief operations. This involves urban search and rescue teams, emergency medical teams, as well as decontamination teams. All this makes clear that a higher public profile of NATO on climate security is not only conceivable, but very desirable. It also fits into the logic of other initiatives, such as the EU's Green Deal, which aims to make the Union carbon neutral by 2050. As we make the transition to a future powered by more sustainable forms of energy, armed forces will in the near future continue to consume fossil fuel. That is why a new NATO approach to climate change must not downplay NATO's most important contribution to security, namely the prevention of military conflict through collective military power. Military security and environmental security are both of existential importance. They must not be played off against each other, but go hand in hand. And that said, NATO can and should demonstrate that it takes environmental concerns into account, and that our armed forces are more than just an innocent bystander to the climate debate. So what does this all mean in concrete terms? What is NATO's role when it comes to meeting the challenge of climate change? Basically, I see three major areas. The first one is awareness. NATO is the key transatlantic platform for allies to identify, monitor, and discuss the security implications of climate change. That's why we need to integrate climate aspects into security risk assessments. We need to conduct more systematic foresight efforts on climate change. We must also leverage our research, science, and technology programs to support research on the impact of climate change on Allied security. We must increase our awareness on region-specific climate vulnerabilities, in particular on the Arctic, which is the epicenter of climate change. And we must analyze what climate change means for other actors, say Russia or China. Simply put, we must understand climate change as a phenomenon that will shape every single aspect of our strategic environment. The second aspect is adaptation. Climate change makes it harder for our militaries to keep our people safe. NATO troops are often exposed to the world's most hazardous and difficult environments, on land or at sea, from the desert to the jungle, whether engaged in combat operations, training, or disaster relief. For instance, in Iraq, where NATO has a training mission, temperatures in Baghdad last summer soared above 50 degrees centigrade. Just imagine being in that heat, let alone wearing full combat gear. It quickly becomes impossible for anybody to function. And it's not only people that don't work properly in extremes, it's equipment too. In Afghanistan, allies had to replace some of their helicopter engines because they simply couldn't cope with the heat. In the maritime domain, we've seen that climate-induced change in the salination of the water can affect the engines of certain warships. But climate change doesn't only affect how we operate, but also where we operate. As a threat multiplier to the security environment, the consequences of climate change will be a driver of instability, as we've already seen in the Sahel. And it will further cause natural disasters, so it will create situations which will continue to require military intervention, as well as the need for us to provide assistance to civil authorities. In addition, much of our critical infrastructure is exposed. For example, the US Naval Base in Norfolk, Virginia, home to one of our strategic commands that suffers from regular and extensive flooding. Major European ports like Rotterdam, Antwerp, and Hamburg face similar challenges. To remain effective, we must adapt. This means combat gear, vehicles, equipment, and infrastructure that can protect our troops. It means incorporating climate change into our defense planning process and into our exercises. We already work with our 30 member countries across Europe and North America to better prepare them for shocks to things like energy, food, and water supplies. And we do this through guidelines on how to be more resilient. We need to look at how we can further strengthen these guidelines to fully take climate change into account. For example, by ensuring that our energy and telecommunication grids can withstand more extreme weather events. And we need to strengthen our ability to respond to natural disasters. NATO's Disaster Response Center has brought many nations together in the face of COVID-19, delivering hundreds of tons of critical supplies around the world, setting up almost 100 field hospitals, and transporting patients and medical personnel. Just as we've supported national governments during COVID-19, we must also be prepared to do more in relation to climate-related disasters. Climate change must also be reflected in our partnerships. As climate change affects many partner countries, they will be interested in working with NATO on scientific cooperation on mitigation measures, but also on consequence management, training, and education. We've already done such things, for example, concerning flood control in the Ukraine and desertification in Egypt. We should do more. We should also do more in helping partner countries build the capacity and resilience to better manage the impact of climate change. Third, and finally, mitigation. We all have a responsibility to cut emissions so we can help preserve the future of our planet. The supply of fuel has always been a critical, difficult, and dangerous part of military operations. Fuel supply lines are notoriously vulnerable. Long fuel convoys are a tempting target. As I mentioned earlier, NATO has been running projects to reduce the use of fossil fuel in military camps by bringing in wind and solar. And many allies have been conducting experiments with biofuel, with special paint to reduce the water drag on the hull of warships, and with LEDs to reduce electric consumptions in military installations. The US and Canada are looking at integrating solar panels into their combat gear to power the increasing amount of electronic equipment that soldiers carry. Other NATO countries are experimenting with hydrogen cells and batteries to generate and store electricity. All this is done for practical military reasons, because the more energy efficient we are, the greater our military effectiveness and mission endurance. So it's not only about saving the environment, it's also about saving lives. But we need to go further. Countries around the world are setting in law the ambition to reach net zero carbon emissions by 2050. And I believe it's time to explore how NATO and our armed forces can contribute to this goal, helping allies to reduce their military carbon footprint without reducing their effectiveness, and sharing that expertise with our partners around the world. The first step could be for NATO to help members of our alliance to calculate the specific carbon output of their militaries, and then to report those figures. The next step could be to consider voluntary targets for allies to progressively cut those emissions. NATO is setting an example. The NATO headquarters here in Brussels is a green building, using geothermal power for heat and rainwater collection for building maintenance. It's time to raise our ambition and drive down carbon emissions across our armed forces. Ladies and gentlemen, let me end with one of my favorite anecdotes. Warren Buffett, the famous US investor, had long been thinking about how a major disaster caused by terrorists would affect the insurance industry. But he didn't turn his reflections into concrete actions. And then came the terrorist attacks of 9/11, and with them a near disaster for the insurance companies involved. In a letter to his shareholders, written a few weeks after the tragedy, Buffett admitted that he had violated the Noah rule. Predicting rain doesn't count. Building arks does. Today's ark will not be a wooden ship. Today's ark will be a responsive NATO surrounded by an ever tighter network of scientists, engineers, and lawmakers, and of international institutions and NGOs. Put differently, today's ark will be made up of the collective knowledge and the collective political will of all of us to make a difference in this crucial issue. Thank you very much, and I wish you a great morning.
5, 5, 7, 2, 1.
Hi, I'm Lisa Hommel. I'm the Project Officer for the Center of Excellence Engagement Initiative at Atlantic Forum.
Hi, I'm Igor Meheim. I'm one of the co-founders of the Atlantic Forum and also its Partnerships Director. Among other things, I work with other organizations and associations to strengthen transatlanticism.
Hi, I'm Marie and I'm Community Manager in Atlantic Forum.
My name is Elena Petrescu and I'm a Community Manager at Atlantic Forum.
Hi, I'm Megan Gislin and I'm the editor of Atlantica magazine for the Atlantic Forum.
Hello again, everyone. We in Atlantic Forum know that breaks are really important for acquisition of new knowledge and skills. Therefore, we don't want to steal your 10 minutes break right now, but we want to fill it with even more background knowledge dedicated to our work. I am here now with John Jacobs, who is co-founder of Atlantic Forum, and who will tell you even more than you already know about us. Hi, John.
Hi, Marie. How are you?
Thank you, John. I am fine. Enjoying an outstanding conference full of interesting people from around the world and complex backgrounds. How about you?
Yes, this is a wonderful opportunity to be here today and listen to this brilliant combination of young professionals and high-level speakers.
Yes, that is very true. Can you tell us more about yourself and how you and Igor came up with an idea to launch Atlantic Forum?
Right, so in late 2018, Igor and I had retired from our position as respectively IATA President and Vice President, but it quickly left a void. We still had so many things that we thought we could do to engage with youth. And so within a couple of months, we were back on the drawing board trying to figure out how to promote NATO and transatlanticism among our generation, building forward on our experience with IATA. And out of this came the Atlantic Forum, IATA 2.0 if you will. And it started out as two guys in a Twitter account during NATO Engages in Washington back in 2019, and has grown out to be a wonderful network of young professionals being able to independently set up a conference like this 2 years after.
Wow, that's impressive. We also have so many projects going on right now. Can you tell us more about Championship of Transatlantic Youth?
Sure. So this project came from the quote, "If I could, I would replace 30% of my staff with young professionals," which was said by retiring Admiral Manfred Nielsen, the former Deputy Supreme Allied Commander for Transformation in Norfolk. And he mentioned this during both NATO Engages, and he repeated himself again at the GlobeSec Guild interaction, where we had young professionals and him together on the stage. The fact is that nearly every NATO member country has one or two well-known young leader programs that offer a dedicated young leadership program, and every year more than 1,000 young people get introduced to transatlanticism this way. And yet there's still room for improvement, because what happens after the program has ended? So with the Champions of Transatlantic Youth project, we seek to play into this gap by using funds raised for corporate sponsors or individual sponsorship to provide patronage to alumni of these programs. It's a quadruple win. Now, the main force behind this is Irma Zukauskaitė, a brilliant young professional from Lithuania who's coordinating the Code initiative. So if you work for a government institution or corporation and you're interested in sponsoring youth activities, or you are an individual who wants to sponsor a specific audience, say young female researchers or youth in the Balkans, NATO PFP countries, you name it, then please get in touch with us and send us an email.
That is pretty inspiring. I would join right away. Moreover, we also have our online magazine Atlantica, which is an amazing project. I remember that I struggled so much with publishing articles when I was at the university, and unfortunately, the university did not have a journal to publish my articles. Then I got into a vicious cycle. It was either I had to have good networks to pay journals to publish my articles. So how does it work with Atlantica?
So that's pretty easy. And thanks to Megan Gislon, who is Atlantic's editor, the organization is also very smooth. We have a call for papers each on topics, and we publish articles on different subjects on CPD sponsorship. And of course, the €5 stipend that you can earn is relation as well. So if you're not a patron, it's an easy way to become free. And if you are a patron, you can patronage.
I love that idea. When you are talking about partnership, can you tell us how people can become our patron and what benefits can they get?
Sure. We try to do it as an entertaining way as possible with added value to our patrons, in a way that they can earn money from the contribution, for example. Atlantica, which you just mentioned, but also with our Academy project. And then they can get involved with other projects as well, like this conference, and meet with other people, with peers. Now, unfortunately, this is only virtual at this moment, but in normal times also physical. So first, there is this direct involvement opportunity that you're literally become part of our team as a volunteer. In some cases, depending on funding, we're able to pay a small allowance. Secondly, you can publish with us in Atlantica, as I already mentioned, a real stepping stone for journalistic work. And we can amplify on our program your articles that were written on transatlantic issues through our views. Fourth, we always listen to your voice. I think that's a core part of the Atlantic Forum. If you have any ideas about a specific project, share it with us and we'll do our best to realize it. All projects that we're currently started with a patrons emailing us saying like, hey, I want to do XYZ.
Amazing. That is a lot inside €35 package of partnership.
I know, right?
So guys,
Five, 7, 2, 1.
Hi, I'm Lisa Hommel. I'm the Project Officer for the Center of Excellence Engagement Initiative at Atlantic Forum.
Hi, I'm Igor Meheim. I'm one of the co-founders of the Atlantic Forum and also its Partnerships Director. Among other things, I work with other organizations and associations to strengthen transatlanticism.
Hi, I'm Mari and I'm Community Manager in Atlantic Forum.
My name is Elena Petrescu and I'm a Community Manager at Atlantic Forum.
Hi, I'm Megan Gislin and I'm the editor of Atlantica magazine for the Atlantic Forum.
hello again everyone. We in Atlantic Forum know that breaks are really important for acquisition of new knowledge and skills. Therefore, we don't want to steal your 10 minutes break right now, but we want to fill it with even more background knowledge dedicated to our work. I am here now with John Jacobs, who is co-founder of Atlantic Forum, and who will tell you even more than you already know about us. Hi, John.
Hi, Marie. How are you?
Thank you, John. I am fine. Enjoying an outstanding conference full of interesting people from around the world and complex backgrounds. How about you?
Yes, this is a wonderful opportunity to be here today and listen to this brilliant combination of young professionals and high-level speakers.
Yes, that is very true. Can you tell us more about yourself and how you and Igor came up with an idea to launch Atlantic Forum?
Right, so in late 2018, Igor and I had retired from our position as respectively IATA President and Vice President, but it quickly left a void. We still had so many things that we thought we could do to engage with youth. And so within a couple of months, we were back on the drawing board trying to figure out how to promote NATO and transatlanticism among our generation, building forward on our experience with IATA. And out of this came the Atlantic Forum, IATA 2.0 if you will. And it started out as two guys in a Twitter account during NATO Engages in Washington back in 2019, and has grown out to be a wonderful network of young professionals being able to independently set up a conference like this 2 years after.
Wow, that's impressive. We also have so many projects going on right now. Can you tell us more about Championship of Transatlantic Youth?
Sure. So this project came from the quote, "If I could, I would replace 30% of my staff with young professionals," which was said by retiring Admiral Manfred Nielsen, the former Deputy Supreme Allied Commander for Transformation in Norfolk. And he mentioned this during both NATO engages, and he repeated himself again at the Globesec Guild interaction, where we had young professionals and him together on the stage. The fact is that nearly every NATO member country has one or two well-known young leader programs that offer a dedicated young leadership program, and every year more than 1,000 young people get introduced to transatlantics in this way. And yet there's still room for improvement, because what happens after the program has ended? So with the Champions of Transatlantic Youth project, we seek to play into this gap by using funds raised for corporate sponsors or individual sponsorship to provide patronage to alumni of these programs. It's a quadruple win. Now, the main force behind this is Irma Zukauskaite, a brilliant young professional from Lithuania who's coordinating the CODE initiative. So if you work for a government institution or corporation and you're interested in sponsoring youth activities, or you are an individual who wants to sponsor a specific audience, say young female researchers or youth in the Balkans, NATO PFP countries, you name it, then please get in touch with us and send us an email.
That is pretty inspiring. I would join right away. Moreover, we also have our online magazine Atlantica, which is an amazing project. I remember that I struggled so much with publishing articles when I was at the university, and unfortunately, the university did not have a journal to publish my articles. Then I got into a vicious cycle. It was either I had to have good networks to pay journals to publish my articles. So how does it work with Atlantica?
Right, so that's pretty easy, and thanks to Megan Gislon, who is Atlantica's editor, the organization is also very smooth. We have a call for papers each month on NATO hot topics, and then we publish up to 3 articles on different sub-themes on this NATO PD sponsored e-magazine. And of course, the €35 stipend that our patrons can earn is really motivational as well. So if you're not a patron yet, it's an easy way to become a patron for free. And if you're already a patron, you can earn back your patronage.
I love that idea. When you are talking about partnership, can you tell us how people can become our patron and what benefits can they get?
Sure. We try to do it as an entertaining way as possible with added value to our patrons, in a way that they can earn money from the contribution, for example. Atlantica, which I just mentioned, but also with our Academy project. And then they can get involved with other projects as well, like this conference, and meet with other people, with peers. Now, unfortunately, this is only virtual at this moment, but in normal times also physical. So first, there is this direct involvement opportunity that you're literally become part of our team as a volunteer. In some cases, depending on funding, we're able to pay a small allowance. Secondly, you can publish with us in Atlantica, as I already mentioned, a real stepping stone for journalistic work. And we can amplify on our program your articles that were written on transatlantic issues through our views. Fourth, we always listen to your voice. I think that's a core part of the Atlantic Forum. If you have any ideas about a specific project, share it with us and we'll do our best to realize it. All projects that we're currently running start with a patrons emailing us saying like, hey, I want to do X, Y, Z.
Amazing. That is a lot inside €35 package of patronship.
I know, right?
So guys, you should not hesitate to go on our website right now during your break, because you don't want to miss any of our speakers during conference time. So you should jump headlong to become a patron button right now.
I totally support that idea. Also, we should not forget our other projects, such as the newly launched franchise, currently developing in Canada, the US, Greece, Turkey, Fiscal 4, and our sort of home in Belgium, in order to create sub-branches or chapters, if you will. The high school program and the upcoming counter-disinformation programs in our academy, overseen by Jelle Jochem, and our involvement with NATO Center of Excellence, coordinated by Lisa Hummel.
It was a really comprehensive discussion with you, John. I hope that our audience got more insight to who we are and what we do.
Yes, I hope so as well, because at the end, #we're all NATO. Thank you, Marie. See you soon.
Thank you, John, and see you soon.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Atlantic Forum Spring Conference, and thank you for joining us on this Sunday morning. In this panel, by the title Climate Change, Can NATO Take the Lead?, me and my excellent speakers will address the fundamental question of what role NATO can have in tackling this global and increasingly more urgent issue. This is hardly a rhetorical question. On the contrary, it requires a serious reflection, both within NATO and relevant civil society stakeholders. The first issue to be addressed is, why should NATO take an interest in climate change? In fact, whereas NATO is a regional defense organization, albeit with a global scope, climate change is by nature a global phenomenon, touching on all facets of society, economy, and politics. To further complicate the matter, as Mr. van Weel affirmed in his introductory speech, the causal connection between environmental change and conflict is not immediate nor intuitive. This is because the rising temperatures alone are not enough to indicate that there will be more conflicts or more instability in the future. Rather, environmental change will be reflected indirectly on peace and security. How? As the Assistant Secretary General suggested, what rising temperatures can do is make food and water more scarce and natural disasters more likely, especially in the most vulnerable regions of the world. In turn, this might trigger political confrontations among governments willing to secure the necessary resources for their people, sometimes to the detriment of others. Eventually, political confrontations can turn into open conflicts, resulting in the displacement of people, mass migrations, and rising inequalities, and even in the disruption of global supply chains. In this way, what started as a non-military threat can become a harbinger of insecurity for allied countries. For NATO, this means that the future environment in which it will operate will change dramatically. If the alliance wants to remain an effective security provider, it needs to fulfill the three tasks that Mr. van Weel mentioned earlier. In particular, the first one, awareness, requires NATO to understand the implications of climate change and to adapt its strategies and capabilities accordingly. Being aware of the challenges that environmental change will bring about means taking into account that the threats of the future will not be exclusively military in nature. In the contemporary world, poverty, the difficulties in accessing clean water and nutritious food, and vulnerability to natural disasters can be as disruptive as armed conflicts. In this context, being safe and secure does not only imply the absence of war, but also the possibility to conduct a dignified life. As a consequence, military security and environmental security are both of an existential importance, and they should be treated as two inseparable aspects of security. Once having identified the link between climate and security, it would be useful to assess the ways in which environmental change can affect Allied security at a strategic level. To corroborate the Assistant Secretary General's statement that extreme weather events will likely increase in number and gravity, the World Economic Forum's Global Risk Report ranks extreme weather as the #1 risk in terms of likelihood. In addition to that, climate action failure ranks #1 in terms of impact. This means that if we fail to address climate change quickly and effectively, the negative impact will be worse than the one caused by weapons of mass destruction, cyber attacks, and infectious diseases. This is due to the fact that, according to the report, climate change is striking harder and more rapidly than many expected. The last 5 years are on track to be the warmest on record. Natural disasters are becoming more intense and more frequent, and last year witnessed unprecedented extreme weather throughout the world. In sum, we may think that climate change is less worrisome or less disruptive than, let's say, violent conflicts, cyber attacks, or terrorism, but data shows that this is not quite the case. On the contrary, NATO will still have to provide deterrence, defense, and ultimately security for all its citizens, but it will have to do so in a scenario where our planet is increasingly, more or less literally, catching fire. This means that, on the one hand, NATO will have to closely monitor the areas of the world that will likely be affected by the worst effects of climate change. On the other hand, it must give extra attention to the protection of its own critical infrastructures. In fact, our ports, airports, roads, power plants, no matter how technologically advanced, are vulnerable to extreme weather conditions. Of course, this vulnerability might attract the unwanted attention of ill-intentioned actors, willing to exploit the potential difficulties to pursue their own agenda. But the impact of extreme weather conditions is not only strategic, it can be operational and tactical as well, and affect every single domain of operations. For example, variations in climate will affect air operations in several ways. Aircraft performance during takeoff and landing is directly dependent on air temperature, pressure, and wind. Rising temperatures can degrade an aircraft performance and may require runway extensions or engine updates, as it has already occurred in Afghanistan, actually. Furthermore, the higher frequency and intensity of sand and dust storms, especially in the arid and semi-arid regions, will increasingly impede operations due to visual flight restrictions. Finally, as planes, and in particular cargo planes, should avoid areas with strong turbulence, mission planning, transportation, and logistics may be further impaired. NATO's maritime capabilities will also face a number of challenges, both in cold and warm environments. In the Arctic, for example, the main problem will be the combination of extremely cold air temperatures with high wind speed, ice obstacle, icy waves, increased radiation exposure due to the depletion of the ozone layer. In addition to that, weapon systems and ammunition must be adapted to the extreme temperature conditions and rapid changes. Remoteness must also be taken into account, as space weather effects, coupled with high navigation demand, can cause failures or inaccuracies in GPS systems. In warmer waters, the situation is equally dire. For example, increased salinity in the Gulf of Aden has caused turbines on several UK frigates to fail. In the same region, instability due to drought, desertification, and famine has led to an increase in piracy, thus demonstrating how the consequences of climate change can affect NATO operations also indirectly. We can expect equally severe impacts on land operations. Operating in increasingly extreme climatic conditions will present challenges for military personnel. For example, reducing the supply of drinking water. Plus, a recent Pentagon report has found that more than 50% of US military bases, including operational bases abroad, are at grave risk from flooding, extreme temperatures, strong winds, drought, and wildfire. Extreme climatic conditions can also cause faster wear and tear of equipment, and the heat can physiologically affect soldiers. Finally, the space domain is not immune to climate change either. Launch facilities are typically close to shorelines and just marginally above sea level, thus putting them at risk from sea level rise. For their part, alterations to wind patterns could influence launch trajectories for satellites and missiles, challenging the viability of space operations. In short, it is evident that NATO will have to take into account the changing climate when planning future operations. In other words, it needs to pursue the second task that the Assistant Secretary General has previously pointed out, adaptation. In this sense, NATO can play a fundamental role in contrasting climate change, and the most immediate way to do so is to make sure that its operations are low impact. How can the alliance achieve such a result? There are many steps that can be undertaken. Reducing the reliance of military camps on fossil fuels, and more broadly, working on reducing the logistical footprint of operations. Conforming to conditions on the ground, for example, avoiding the use of heavy equipment where not necessary, or modify it to fit the actual needs of the soldiers. NATO can help partners to come up with methods to improve their resilience against climate-related threats, and finally, NATO can, should, and actually is including climate change consideration in exercise planning in order to improve preparedness. However, all of these actions, although meaningful and useful in allowing NATO to adapt to the changed environment, cannot reverse the trend towards increasing temperatures and extreme weather conditions. Political actions are needed at a global level in order to fulfill the third task to contrast environmental change, mitigation. To be sure, NATO and its members have their own instruments and ways to contribute to the global struggle against climate change. For example, all NATO countries are members of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, the United Nations body for assessing the science related to climate change. The scenarios developed within this framework demonstrate a solid scientific and national consensus and thus have the potential to generally guide political action. Furthermore, although only recently the climate change dossier has begun to take more and more of a high profile, NATO has been involved in protecting the citizens of allied and partner countries from the backlash of environmental change and natural disasters for decades. For example, through the Euro-Atlantic Disaster Response Coordination Center, NATO's principal civil emergency response mechanism that has been used both in allied territory and out of area to provide relief against natural disasters. Most recently, on the 23rd and 24th of March 2021, NATO foreign ministers approved a specific agenda on climate change and security. An action plan is expected to follow, specifying what NATO will do to increase awareness about environmental change in order to make the alliance more and more capable to operate in a new environment and to mitigate the effects of climate change. However, NATO alone cannot resolve the challenge. It will need better coordination with other organizations and institutions who have the power to actually put a limit to CO2 emissions and develop useful legislation as well as enforcement mechanisms. In fact, environmental change is a global issue, and thus it would be noble but irrelevant and possibly even detrimental if only a group of countries were to act against climate change while the rest of the world proceeds with business as usual. Plus, NATO remains a defense alliance. Therefore, other international committees and agencies may be better equipped to tackle the non-military aspects of climate change. However, NATO's participation in action against climate change resonates with other initiatives undertaken by different organizations, such as the EU's Green New Deal. This is something that suggests that there actually is common ground from which to start building a comprehensive strategy in the future. Finally, NATO will need to interact more organically with other non-institutional stakeholders, researchers, scientists, engineers, and representatives from the private sector and industry in order to be able to procure the most advanced technologies, which, in turn, will empower the alliance to maintain operational effectiveness while reducing environmental impact. Only in this way can NATO be in step with the times and remain capable to defend its citizens while also positively affecting the transition towards a greener world. Now, I thank you for your attention, and I would like to introduce the first guest of this panel. Mr. Michael Rule is head of the Hybrid Challenges and Energy Security section at the NATO Emerging Security Challenges Division. He has a long career in the NATO international staff, as well as being an estimated writer on security and defense, and most notably for today's discussion about environmental security. Michael, I want to ask you, can the Atlantic Alliance take the lead of the green transformation while also maintaining its nature of a defense alliance? And at the same time, how can NATO better interact with other international organizations interested in climate change, such as the European Union, the OSCE, and the UN, in order to implement this broader vision of security? Thank you. The floor is yours.
Thank you, and congratulations for a great opening speech. You said it all, so not much left for me and Katerina to say, but let me try anyway. On your major question, can NATO take the lead? I think that lead role will not be played by NATO, as you alluded to in your own remarks. I think what you expect from a leading organization is that it can, for example, set limits on CO2 emissions, and this is something for the United Nations. That's something for the EU. Less so for NATO, but NATO can of course make a substantial contribution to the broader efforts of the international community, in particular as far as the security implications of climate change are concerned. After all, if you know, the annual Oscar is not only going to the best actor, it's also going to the best supporting actor. That's usually a Brit. He's not as good looking as the American, but his English is better. So I see us more in the role of the really good understudy, still worth an Oscar, I hope one day. In contributing to the fight against climate change, the first good news story is that NATO does not have to start from scratch. We have been doing a lot of different things. We have built what I would call an acquis that will help us in charting the course in the years ahead. Now, I haven't seen my boss's presentation this morning, but I think some of the things he said may be worth repeating here. First of all, we have been supporting climate change-related research for decades. The interest of nations in supporting this research has come down because some allies felt, well, this is not a NATO issue. Others felt very much it was a NATO issue. So we're now seeing an upswing again in interest in these types of research. We have, again, since the 1970s, introduced environmental protection standards into our military. We have courses on how to protect the environment, for example, when you're setting up a camp. So this is also a long-standing policy of NATO. We have, of course, accumulated experience in military, in humanitarian relief operations, because our militaries collectively and also nationally has been employed in many different missions over the years. We have achieved perhaps more military and procedural interoperability than any other group of states in the world. I think when it comes to interoperability of equipment, but especially procedures, I think NATO is the international gold standard. And I think this is something we can also carry over into the environmental field. We have, of course, a large network of partner countries, which we have diligently built over almost 30 years now. And some of these partner countries are perhaps far more seriously affected by climate change, at least in the short run, than NATO allies. So this is an important factor that we must consider as well. And as you said in your introduction, we have also started to exchange best national practices on reducing the fossil fuel consumption in our militaries. So the building blocks for a more visible role, a more coherent role of NATO in climate change are clearly there. But as we seek to raise NATO's profile on the climate dossier, we need to take great care about doing it right. And what do I mean here? Well, first of all, I think we should not militarize climate change. So our use of terminology will be very important. We often use words like combating climate change. Sounds good, rolls off the tongue easily, and many people will use it and see no problem with it, but I think it can also scare away other people. So we have to be very cautious about how we define, what terminology we define as we move forward on the climate dossier. My second point, and you've alluded to this already yourself, we should not pit environmental security and, let's say, traditional military security against each other. NATO's main job is to provide for the security of almost 1 billion citizens, mainly by using military means for deterrence and defense. That's our main job. That's the essence of what NATO is all about. And this means that we can adapt our military posture to a climate changed world. In fact, as you said very, very strongly, we have to adapt to a climate changed world. And we can also look at mitigation measures, but we cannot change into a humanitarian relief agency. I'm saying this deliberately because I'm often in my discussions with climate activists, I'm getting this story that NATO should somehow demilitarize and therefore use all its resources to focus on humanitarian stuff. That would probably make sense if the only threat that we would have to deal with in the world are the forces of nature. But unfortunately, we also have to deal with the forces of human nature. And therefore, we need to maintain our deterrence and defense role. And so the challenge is not to have a competition between two narratives, two job descriptions, but actually find synergies between them. And I think that's what our job is all about. And my third point is, as we move along, we must manage expectations, especially when it comes to mitigation. Over time, our forces, very much like everything else in our societies that runs on fossil fuel, will eventually decarbonize. I think that's clear. In 50 years, it would be odd if the military are the only people in the world who use diesel fuel and the rest of the world is doing something else. So we will have to go with the flow, but this cannot come at the expense of fighting power, of combat power. So the real challenge here is to find the right path for a military green transition. This means we have to identify technologies that reduce emissions while maintaining carbon effectiveness. And the good news, another good news story here, is that there are many such technologies out there that could help us achieve this goal. Of course, we have used wind, solar in as you've mentioned it yourself, in some camps to bring down the diesel fuel consumption. But there is also more. I mean, we can have better energy distribution through smart grids, in other words, through computers. We have technologies that special coating for ships that reduce the water drag, and many more. And just a little anecdote, which I didn't believe at first. I just came across it 2 weeks ago. I read an article I found very hard to believe, but then my expert said it was actually correct. If you park the windshields, the windshield wipers of a plane vertically instead of horizontally, as planes are usually doing, right? When you don't use them, they come down like this. If you park them like this, the air drag will be reduced. This was just recently found out. And the US Air Force believes by parking the windshield wipers differently, they can save $7 million annually. Unbelievable. I never believed it, but my colleague said, no, this is correct. So there's a lot of stuff we can squeeze out of our military if we have a closer look at what do we consume and why, finding the right ways of measuring consumption and then doing something about it. But despite all that, the military will remain for the foreseeable future a major consumer of fossil fuel. Let's face it, a tank will not run on anything else but diesel for quite a while. So, and let us also not forget that not all allies will have the money to simply throw out their old equipment, the dirty equipment, and replace it with modern, clean equipment. That's another factor that needs to be considered. We must never lose sight of that. Now, as far as your second question is concerned about cooperation, I think with other organizations, I think there is. I'm very positive. I'm very optimistic. NATO has a proven track record of cooperation and dialogue with other institutions. I think we have long understood that security today cannot be managed by just one institution alone, that you need partners, institutional and national, private sector, scientific community and the like. And I think we have cultivated a cooperation with all these players. And when it comes to those organizations that you mentioned, the UN, the OSCE, and the EU, I think we have long-standing relations with all three of them. We're already discussing themes ranging from counterterrorism to hybrid threats. So expanding this dialogue by including climate change should actually be a kind of natural step, next step. As I said earlier, the UN and the EU are both setting limits on CO2 emissions. And NATO therefore needs to take account of these limits because it cannot be a separate entity on this. Because these limits will eventually also have to be reflected in the military. So dialogue is not just a nice to have thing, it's actually essential for us to know, the compass in which direction we're going. We could also push the envelope a little ourselves, of course. We could organize regular high-level events, for example, with the EU, with the UN and others, to look together at climate change. And we're actually trying to figure out the way ahead on this one, for example, right now. But such events, of course, should have concrete outcomes. Having people in suits and costumes talking about how terrible climate change is, I think we have enough of these meetings. So we need to have meetings that are meaningful, that actually lead to concrete outcomes, to concrete research programs, aid programs, whatever. So we need to make sure that if NATO organizes, for example, invites others for let's say an annual large event, we know what we aim at, an outcome that is actually accessible to people, understandable, and really value added. Our key institutions need to be seen not just as lamenting, but as doing something concrete. As I said, it's too soon. We're working on this right now. It's too soon to speculate what these concrete actions should be that come out of such events. That's something we should find out together as we prepare for them. Albert Einstein once said that knowledge emerges through dialogue, and that's the kind of dialogue that I think would hopefully lead to more knowledge. And the climate dialogue, I think, is all the more important. So in a nutshell, I'm sometimes reminded of the, when I look at climate change, NATO, I'm sometimes reminded of the play by Molière, Le Bourgeois Gentilhomme, because in this play, the protagonist gets an explanation between the difference of poetry and prose. And when he learns what prose means, he suddenly realizes, very happy, that he has been speaking prose all his life. He's very happy about that. And in a way, I feel that NATO is in a similar situation. When it comes to climate change and environmental security, we've been working on environmental protection standards, supported scientific cooperation on climate change, water security. We tested smart energy technologies long before the term climate change started to dominate the headlines. So in other words, we were speaking prose long before the poetry was put on top of it. And I think this bodes well for NATO's ability to make progress on the climate change dossier, not as the leader, but as a very, very good supporting actor. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael, not only for this interesting insight, but also for further clarifying that when we say that NATO should lead the climate change, we do not expect it to change in NATO and turn into an environmentalist organization, nor to start producing legislation, but just to set an example of what means to have an environmental friendly organization that also provides defense, because that's its core task. I would like to introduce now my second speaker and guest for today. Ms. Katerina Kertisova is a policy fellow at the European Leadership Network in London, and last year she was nominated as a NATO 2030 Young Leader by the GlobSec Policy Institute. Her research experience includes work conducted for the UNDP, the Carnegie Moscow Center, GlobSec, the Klingendale Institute, and the Hague Center for Strategic Studies, which is impressive for such a young lady. Also, as a member of the core group of experts of the OSHA Perspectives 2030 initiative, Katarina contributes to research focusing on new technologies and risks they pose to human rights and political processes across the OSHA area. Katerina, what I would like to ask you is a similar question, but with a different focus. So, what about NATO tackling the issue of climate change while maintaining the effectiveness of NATO's defense posture? So, how does NATO combat climate change? How does combating climate change intersect with the need of granting security to the citizens of the Euro-Atlantic area? And in other words, what are the main security threats that are emerging from climate change? And consequently, how can defense priorities conjugate with the need to prepare for 2030 through climate change, climate transition, digitalization, and a more advanced protection of human rights? Thank you. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Sherry, for the invitation to you and your colleagues at the Atlantic Forum. It is a pleasure to be here today and to share the stage with Michael and to have the opportunity to present some of the takeaways of our NATO 2030 Young Leaders report. So maybe I'll start with that. The bottom line of our report was that NATO, to be able to continue to fulfill its core mission and respond to future threats, it needs to provide security differently in 2030 and beyond. So we need a more holistic understanding of what constitutes security today. We see that with the impact of climate change, many organizations are changing their purpose. So, you know, oil and gas companies are becoming energy companies. But in case of NATO, its purpose remains very much the same, you know, providing and protecting the security, peace and security of almost 1 billion people that reside within the alliance. But to be able to do that, it has to enlarge the way it looks at security. And that means incorporating challenges like climate change, incorporating or looking into new technologies and the way they intersect, the impact of pandemics, and the list goes on. So when NATO was formed, it was really formed as an alliance to protect the members against external aggression. And when we look at climate change, it's really a faceless enemy. It doesn't have any flag, it doesn't have any combatants, but it still destabilizes societies worldwide, and it impacts our peace and security. So it's not really a typical attack that was envisaged under Article 5. And also, if we recognize that global warming is man-made, we are our own adversary in this fight, you know, and it might be it might be impossible to trigger Article 5. And to echo what Michael has said, so NATO does not seek to lead in this process. So it does not consider itself to constitute the solution, but it is part of the solution. As you have mentioned in your opening remarks, it is a global issue. Climate change is a global phenomenon. It doesn't know any borders, and it requires a whole of government response. It requires a multilateral response, and the security institutions need to be part of that response. I would say that before we look at what NATO could do better, which is what we try to do in the climate chapter of our report, maybe I'll outline a few limitations to what NATO as an organization can do when trying to tackle climate change more effectively. So unlike the EU, NATO can legislate and set emissions reduction targets. That falls under the competence of nation states. Second, NATO is a consensus-based organization, so its agenda only reflects what member states can agree on unanimously. And the political will to do more on climate change is still evolving across the alliance. And I think that the agenda that was agreed and adopted is a step in the right direction, and it's a positive signal in this regard. And also, NATO has a limited collective financial means in the civil budget to do more on climate change. So, although NATO is unlikely to lead in the fight in the fight against climate change, it still has important assets through which it could make a useful contribution in comparison to other organizations. Some of these have been mentioned, but I just want us to be aware of that. I think that one of NATO's strongest assets is that it has a solid network of partners and structured relations with other international organizations. And climate change is really an ultimate team sport. And this network side is very important, not just for capacity and resilience building, but also for the sharing of best practices and for improved situational awareness. Second, NATO can serve as a useful hub when allies can come together and exchange expertise and best practice. And I think that this sharing of best practice is needed for NATO members to better understand the benefits of green transition. You know, we would say seeing is believing, and this is where NATO could play a useful role. As we have heard, as Michael has mentioned, NATO has a long and successful track record as a standard setter. So, you know, through the standardization agreement, NATO can set standards not only what type of equipment allies operate, but also how they operate. And also what NATO does has normative influence on NATO's partners across the globe. You know, it's still, NATO comprises half of the global military and economic might. And also, you know, because of great operational planning, militaries can deploy and provide aid faster and more effectively than, you know, humanitarian agencies and organizations or other civilian agencies. And this list goes on. And in our climate chapter, we list several concrete recommendations which we think NATO could take to do more on this agenda. Maybe I would just mention one or two, and I hope that our followers will read our report after the event. So we have heard, you know, NATO trying to help allies measure their military emissions. You know, at this moment, we don't really know what those emissions are, because they are not, there aren't any uniform metrics for allies to calculate their emissions, and we need to know that to be able to set baselines and to move to setting voluntary targets. So in this regard, NATO could really help. NATO could also set green targets for defense spending. So let's say a 25% fuel efficiency increase, higher standards for military facilities, you know, cleaner equipment and support solutions, etc. And then on the maybe preventive side, or on the side how NATO could better understand the conflict and instability implications of climate change, I think here these partnerships that I have mentioned play a crucial role, military cooperation programs and diplomatic tools to really understand the situation on the ground and to be prepared to respond in time. I hope we can touch upon some of these issues in more detail during Q&A, but for now, thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Katarina, also for referring to the work of NATO Young Leaders, which I think is extremely interesting for the Atlantic Forum patrons. Going back to Michael, but remaining on the threats that descend from climate change, I have a question which is actually a genuine curiosity of mine. And what I want to ask you is the turn towards cleaner energy going to cause a seismic shift in international relations? For example, relying on renewables will mean using different materials to produce, let's say, engines. Therefore, raw materials will likely come from different regions of the world than the ones that supply us today with materials and energy. So how does this affect the political stance? And of course, I'm referring particularly to China, with which NATO members are deeply involved and deeply connected in commerce on both sides of the Atlantic.
Well, I think we see already the shift in the energy world going on for quite some time. And the first major shift we've seen over the last 10, 15 years was, of course, in the traditional fossil fuel world, when the United States, for example, due to fracking and due to the liquefaction of gas, became shifted from one of the greatest energy importers to one of the greatest energy exporters. Much to the dismay, I would think, probably of others, more traditional fossil fuel producers like Russia, like the Middle Eastern countries and so forth. So we already seen in the traditional fossil fuel world a huge shift, which of course has geopolitical implications. One of the things we do at NATO, and this is now I'm putting on my energy security hat, is having expert discussions, including with the NATO Council, on the security implications of such energy shifts. Because what do you do if you have countries in the Middle East who have been banking almost exclusively on selling fossil fuel? What do they do if the amount of fossil fuel that they can sell goes down, if the prices are going down? How can these states continue to remain stable? So these are questions which are very interesting. Also the question, if gas is cheaper, and more gas opportunities are there. You can buy your gas now like oil on ships. You don't need pipelines anymore. What does it mean for a country that uses pipelines as a means of power, like Russia? So these are very interesting questions that we try to tackle within NATO as well as in many other places. But you're right. It will go much further when we electrify our economy, our transportations landscape. We need lithium, we need other rare earths, of which China seemed to have almost a monopoly. But I think this will change as the requirements go up, demand goes up. Then it becomes more interesting to look for lithium and other elements in other places as well, Latin America, Africa, whatever. So there is a huge shift already ongoing. Also, when we electrify our societies more and more, and we have smart meters at home and what have you, we will be even more. We will save a lot of energy. That's good for the climate, but we'll be even more susceptible to cyber attacks. So cyber, in my view, which is already, I think, one of the number one problems we're facing, will be even more critical. Finding solutions. Enhancing resilience of our societies, enhancing cyber defenses, not only of NATO, but of the private sector, which is the key sector here. So all of this means our view of what energy is, what geopolitics is, which countries are playing a key role and which are sort of in decline will radically change over the next 20 years or so. NATO is more or less an observer of these events, but as we try to play a role in environmental issues, as we try to get a better grasp on world events, I think looking at the energy shift, the energy transition, is a key part of the strategic awareness that we need to improve.
Thank you, Michael. This is a really interesting topic because, of course, you have big players that now rely on exporting energy, but maybe they have the opportunity to adapt as we are doing. And then you have small players, small regional countries whose economy is deeply entrenched with exporting oil and gas. And of course, instability may descend from electrification and the green transformation. Now, going back to Katerina, I would like to ask broadly, what is the role of the youth in countering climate change, and more specifically, how NATO young leaders can help disseminate the concepts and the ideas that they came up with during their discussions. And also on a more specific aspect, how can NATO and the private sector, for example, young entrepreneurs, young business leaders, cooperate more synergically in the future in order to pursue a coherent agenda and effectively tackle climate change? Thank you. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Sherry. So on the question of youth, I think, to put it more broadly, I think my generation perceives security challenges differently than other generations would. You know, some of us have not experienced the Cold War. Some of us have not experienced, living in zones of conflict, so we perceive threats a little bit differently. And for some of us, climate change is really something that we are worried about. And I think that polls show that these opinions diverge. I think that youth activism in this regard, if you see the positive impact that Greta's work has had, the positive impacts of Climate Fridays, it is really a moving force behind a lot of the action on the climate agenda, so bringing it on the agenda, getting the conversation going, highlighting the risks. So I do think we have been contributing positively to the discussion, and I'm glad that our opinions are being invited and are being considered and hopefully incorporated into the next strategic concept. Shari, would you mind repeating the second part of the question for me?
The second part of the question is how NATO can better cooperate with the private sector, but I mean specifically with young entrepreneurs and young business leaders promoting new ideas that are deeply connected with climate change. And how can NATO and these representatives from the private sector agree on a coherent strategy for digitalization and green transition?
So I'll try to answer the question. I hope that maybe Michael can complete on the basis of his experience. I think that traditionally, defense industry was the one that was leading in terms of technological innovation. But when it comes to green adaptation, it hasn't necessarily been the case. So a lot of the green innovation is taking place in the private sector today. So I think that NATO and, defense sector in general, these synergies are necessary not just to be aware of, what is coming to the market, but also, to help set standards upfront on what these technologies are. NATO and militaries have also a significant buying power, so they can really drive green transition in the industry. So I do think that it is important for the defense sector to cooperate, with the private sector, with the startups, with young innovators and entrepreneurs. But we really need this, ecosystem of stakeholders. So it's not just the private sector and the defense organization. You also need knowledge institutions. You need NGOs. So we need to think about it in terms of an ecosystem.
Thank you, Katerina. And Michael, would you like to add something on the topic of NATO and private sector cooperation?
I think Katerina said it exactly right. I think the fact that most innovation today comes from the private sector and not from the military sector is a sea change in the way we look at how to get technologies into the military. And we have done outreach to the private sector on cyber, for example, where you can't do cyber defense without talking to the software companies. We've done it with emerging technologies now. And I think the same will be true in not too long, not too distant future when it comes to specific, let's say, green technologies. We work already with the scientific community. What we also like to do, and we've just started to do that now, is to use our science program for what we call top-down projects. In other words, we define where are the gaps in our knowledge on certain technologies or certain, let's say, knowledge on environmental issues that we need to fill, and then we look for universities or other players, individual scientists, to help us out there. So we have to be clear that we get our knowledge today from many sources that in the past we would have probably not been too interested in looking at. So there is a new way of work at NATO and also elsewhere. We need to bring a real, Katerina said, ecosystem. I can only agree. It's kind of a multi-stakeholder system that you need to get going. And I think NATO has been showing in the past that it's quite open to this. There is always a limit. Of course, if you talk to 2 or 3 companies who are competing with each other, you need to be very careful how to handle this. We cannot exchange classified information. There are lots of obstacles that hinder a smooth dialogues or a smooth cooperation, but I think these are things that eventually will be overcome.
Thank you. Of course, I also think that reaching out to new stakeholders is the most sensitive thing to do, because NATO in this way can outsource the production and the production of new technology, but also the new idea and the formation that is required can be outsourced not only to companies, but also to universities. And from there, NATO can draw the best experts, the best leaders, the best entrepreneurs. Now going back to the issue of cooperation, I want to ask you a question about developing synergies in military operations. And in particular, a good example of the possibility to develop these synergies would be in military mobility. Can NATO benefit from the military Schengen, which for our patrons is one of the initial projects launched under the European Union's permanent structured cooperation in defense, and that is aimed at making sure that the passage of troops happens unimpeded in case of a military operations on European territory?
That's to me or to?
To Michael, yes.
Okay. Military Schengen is a very, very good idea, and it's a very important idea because the way in which we organize defense at the eastern part of NATO requires the rapid dispatchment of reinforcements in a crisis, because we have a very thin military presence in the theater. So we have found out that moving troops through Europe towards, let's say, from Europe's west to Europe's east is incredibly bureaucratic. We had crossing borders is much more difficult than we had thought, because in the Cold War, most of the infrastructure that we needed to transport troops was in state hands. Today, it's in private hands. So it needs to be you need to have regulations in place. You need to have agreements in place that allow you in a crisis to work as unbureaucratically as possible. And this is what military Schengen is trying to do. So I think it's very important for NATO for its traditional deterrence and defense side to have a smooth border crossing and so forth, border crossing procedures and so forth in place. Of course, if you can cross borders quickly, this will also be of a bonus when you are, let's say, going into a humanitarian relief operation. This could be a flood in the Balkans or what have you, as we've had in the past. Actually, it could be an earthquake in Pakistan, as we've had in the past. So having the procedures in place that allow you quick and unbureaucratic movement of troops and especially of equipment, which is particularly important in humanitarian relief operations, is absolutely crucial. In 2005, when we had this devastating earthquake in Pakistan, and we were sort of around the corner in Afghanistan, we airlifted 3,500 tons of equipment to Pakistan, to the region that was most affected by the earthquake. So you must be able to deliver quickly and unbureaucratically. And I think the more pre-agreements we have in place for these kinds of eventualities, the better, both for traditional deterrence and defense as well as for humanitarian relief, let's say, as a result in response to climate-induced catastrophes.
Absolutely. And maybe one of the main differences in NATO operations today is how immediate threats are and how quickly we need to respond, whether it is a military threat or a humanitarian disaster. And of course, the more natural disasters you have, the more humanitarian relief operations you have to envision. So on this topic, I would like to ask Katarina if she thinks that NATO should rely more on the Euro-Atlantic Disaster Response Coordination Center and in general on its Center of Excellence to respond to climate-related threats, especially as they are, as I mentioned, immediate. They need immediate response and they need immediate help. Thank you. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Shari. So on the question of Euro-Atlantic Disaster Response Center, maybe that goes back to my earlier comment about the fact that NATO has several tools at its disposal that can be helpful, for example, for climate emergencies. But not only, the Euro-Atlantic Disaster Response Center, if I'm not mistaken, has also proven useful with the pandemic. So maybe one thing to know about it is that it's a very reactive construct. So nations have to request support for the Euro-Atlantic Disaster Response Center to be activated. We also have the Rapid Response Force, if I'm not getting the title wrong. So there are multiple tools at NATO's disposal. And I hope that Michael could maybe build on this with some additional ones. But I do think this is a useful tool, and we have seen it has proven its usefulness during the pandemic.
If I may come in here, I agree with everything what Katarina said. The EADRCC, the longest acronym ever. The EADRCC was basically a small office with 2 or 3 people and a telephone. During the pandemic, we had to build what some people refer to as surge capacity. We had to. I think it ended up with almost 20 people because we had to take people from all over the house and send them there, because the requests were coming in so quickly. And of course, many of these requests, not surprisingly, came from partner countries who sometimes don't have the infrastructure to deal with the distribution of medical aid, for example, the way we can do this. So what you have to have in the future, at a minimum, is a surge capacity. You don't have to have 20 people in the office all the time. But you must be able, and this must also be pre-planned, of course, to augment a staff in a certain part of NATO within a day. Because if you have 2 or 3 humanitarian crises at the same time, then you will be very, very busy in coordinating responses. We also, as a result of the pandemic, started to do lessons learned, very self-critical process. Where did where did things go wrong? Where were we too slow? Quite brutal, actually, looking at our own failures in responding to the pandemic fast enough. Where did we, not inform, or where did the EU and NATO lack in mutual information? Could we have been better if we had informed each other of some issues more quickly? So these are the things that we also will have to do when we get more involved in environmentally related disasters, as opposed to the medical disaster we've had. We have to constantly review our own mechanisms, our own staffing procedures, to always be, on top of the issue. In the pandemic, I think we lost a couple of valuable weeks because we were not entirely clear. Nations were not entirely clear how much of NATO they should use and how much they should do on their own, or how much EU they should use as opposed to NATO and whatever. So when we assume, and I assume you're correct, Shari, that we will have more humanitarian disasters in the future where we would have to engage, we need to iron out these things and not lament afterwards what we've done wrong. So we need to be very agile here and make sure that the organization is really ideally staffed and educated and has the right technological gimmicks in order to respond more quickly and more effectively. But I think this organization wouldn't be existing for 72 years if it hadn't been constantly reviewing its own mechanisms, procedures, and so on, and make sure that they fit. And also, by the way, we have, of course, Katharina spoke of a number of things we have at our disposal, instruments. One of the most important instruments, in my view, are our educational facilities. COE, Centers of Excellence, you mentioned one. Some nations have now stepped forward and they want to have a COE on climate change. We will see where this is going. I think some nations are interested in this. We have the NATO Defense College in Rome. We have the NATO school in Bavaria. We have schools where we can run not only environmental protection courses, which you already do, but we can also educate our future military leaders, our future diplomatic leaders in the intricacies of climate change and what it means for security. So when we change the curricula of some of our educational facilities, I think we will also make a huge contribution to a kind of a higher level of awareness, politically as well as militarily, on the need to do something about climate change. So we have a great resource there as well.
Yes, before I mentioned how NATO can outsource education to universities, but of course, where the organization sees it fit, it can create its own schools, its own classes and courses. So I have one final question for the both of you. Actually, the first part is rather technical, so this goes to Michael, and that is, how is climate change taken into account when planning exercises and operations? And the final question is, how is the scenario for future operations changing? For example, COVID-19 showed that the military can be a much needed relief force under certain circumstances. So should we expect NATO to proceed in the direction of supporting more disaster relief operations? Thank you. The floor is yours, Michael.
Of course, climate considerations are already part of mission planning, as you said, Shari, in your opening remarks. If I go to Afghanistan, I know what the temperature is like. I know that the sand is a huge problem for my helicopters because it's sucked into the engine, and it requires filters, which in turn reduce the torque of the engine. You mentioned another example of the salinity of water, which affects the turbines of ships. So I think as a mission planner, I'm not a mission planner, of course, but a mission planner will know these things. But of course, he can only then plan on if he has very accurate data. And if he assumes, let's say that the temperature is 40 degrees during the day, but it turns out it's actually 42 because our data was too old, this can already have an effect on a number of, it can be a kind of a chain reaction in terms of military performance. But our goal, of course, is to mainstream climate change throughout the entire NATO enterprise, not just in the planning, which means force planning, which means procurement, mission planning, exercises, and also partnerships. In other words, we want to look at every angle of NATO and see how climate change affects these things. In my view, the biggest challenge is procurement. When you think of how long it takes to design a system, a helicopter, let's say, and how long it takes until it finally goes into the armed forces, and then it will be used for 40 or 50 years. You need to know now what kind of helicopter you need in 2060. Exactly. How do you do that? You need extremely good data. You have to extrapolate. You have to speculate, maybe to some degree. And this, I think, is an incredibly difficult challenge. We need to basically determine now in what kind of scenarios we will use our forces in 30 years from now, or even longer. So that, I think, is a massive challenge for each, not only defense ministry, but also for for the companies that work on modern equipment. So it's very important that we as NATO, 30 allies, sing from the same song sheet when it comes to the question of how will climate change affect our future security environment. What kind of security environment are we likely to face and operate in 30, 40 years? I don't know how this is being done because I'm not a climate expert. And of course, you know that when you have 3 experts, you have 5 opinions. So it will be very difficult to find a common ground here, because you will have allies who will say, well, yeah, that's all fine, but we have more immediate problems right at our doorstep. We are in the here and now. And others who will say we need to look at what's going on in 30 or 40 years. So bringing the allies together, that will require, I think, more years probably of discussion, and it will in particular require even more intensive outreach to the climate community, because they are ultimately the ones who can tell us what the world of 2050 or 60 will look like. So another reason for NATO to reach out to the scientific community and look at how they see the evolution of the world. It's even more complicated, I guess, because as we pass more tipping points, which mean that certain issues are irreversible, they will simply continue to go worse. And they reinforce each other. It's even more difficult, I think, to make long-term predictions about how this planet will look like, what the average temperature is going to be on this planet in 30 or 40 years from now. So that's a huge challenge, but I think it's a challenge we cannot avoid. We just have to address it.
Yes, this is exactly where my question came from, because as I was doing my research, I noticed that there are certain devices or new technologies that can only function at a specific temperature, and 2 degrees more or less can make the device make mistakes or stop working. And this is why we need to think ahead of the times, think 30, 40 years from now, and where are we going to be in 2050 or 2060. Katarina, I would ask your final remarks, and I repeat the second part of the question, and it regards the future scenario for NATO operations. NATO demonstrated to be a fundamental relief force during COVID. So do you envision NATO operation continue to maintain this humanitarian and relief aspect?
Thank you, Sherry. So I think I'll start by building on some of the ideas that Michael has put forward, and I hope I'll answer the second part of your question. When it comes to the exercises, one thing I wanted to mention, because it was a thing I found very interesting, an interesting fact when I was participating in the Young Leaders Program, is that since 2013, NATO is organizing these biannual capable logistician exercises, where some green technologies are tested. So it is being tested, and I think this is an interesting example. Environmental considerations were also part of the Trident juncture exercise in 2018. So I just wanted to mention these two examples. When it comes to thinking about what kind of helicopters or weapon systems we will need in 2060, so really looking at this as the sense of direction, if we imagine that in 2050, 2060, our biggest threat, or the biggest threat to our national security, comes from, the belt of instability and from flows of migrants, we are coming to the realization that that kinetic means alone are not going to be sufficient, so our tanks might not help us with the challenges we'll face in 2060. So, we are speaking about the greening of the militaries, but, some weapon systems, I think, will become obsolete just because of this overall direction that the threat landscape is taking. Another thing that was mentioned, and that was, building intra-alliance cohesion. At this moment, the climate security nexus to some extent divides allies. So all NATO member states have submitted their climate pledges in the run-up to COP21, but they are still divided, on how fast the energy transition should happen, and also, to what extent NATO should be engaged on this subject. And, there are several reasons that play into this mix, and one of them is political. So on the one hand of the spectrum, with countries, like the UK, Italy, the Netherlands, Canada and France and others, which really side with this agenda. And this is very evident in the run-up to COP26. But, on the other side of this spectrum, we have Central and Eastern European countries that have been heavily dependent on coal, and that are also very cautious about the speed of green transition. And that, that doesn't only affect the military, it affects all sectors. Let's say, Poland, for example, opted out from the net zero emission target by 2050. And Slovakia only a few days ago declined to sign, a climate emergency. It was a non-binding statement, which it declined, the parliament declined to sign. So NATO can help allies build and strengthen consensus in this regard. Yes, so I think that would be my closing remarks. I think you're muted.
Sorry, sometimes one click just doesn't work. And I wish to thank you both. Your final remarks were extremely interesting, especially because building consensus is something that NATO needs to constantly work on. It has worked on this issue for 72 years now, and it's even more important now that the range of challenges and threats, but also of opportunities for development, are broadening more and more. So really, the time does fly by, and I want to thank you for participating in this discussion and for taking our questions, which have been collected through a couple of months of research on the topic. And I really want to thank you on behalf of the Atlantic Forum for dedicating your Sunday morning to educating us on the challenges ahead. Thank you.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
You win again, extraterrestrial beast. Games are just a fun way to waste time, right? Not necessarily. Playing games could lead to new ways to combat modern threats. That's what we're looking at today in NATO Science. Around the world, people spend billions of hours a week playing games. But what if, rather than playing games aimlessly, we could divert this time and effort into solving security problems? Our scientist in Ankara has more.
I always remember a military trainer telling me, I have students playing Fortnite and I'm trying to teach them using PowerPoint. We use games at NATO to play through different scenarios. In the future, threats could come from all sides. Disinformation, urban warfare, cyber attacks, civil unrest, robots, drones, even augmented humans. Using games helps us imagine these scenarios.
The game is on, but how does it work?
We give our teams a problem and assign them different roles. Red team are hostile forces, green are the legitimate government, blue is NATO, yellow might be other non-governmental factors like aid workers or displaced people. Imagine a megacity of 10 million people divided into zones based on ethnicity. A hostile country uses those divisions as an excuse to capture the city's port, which is a lifeline to the citizens. But the hostile country doesn't use regular troops. They use unmarked paramilitary forces. Whatever methods NATO might use to stabilize that crisis, cyber, information, or kinetic, will have consequences for the population. A facilitator watching the game runs up a software that uses an algorithm that predicts the effects of each action. A riot, 1 point up the crisis meter. An epidemic, another point. If the crisis meter runs too high, NATO loses. The game is designed not to be won, but rather to manage the crisis and restore stability, which is one of the NATO's core tasks. But the game isn't the interesting part. It is the people who are playing. Where the science comes in is that we observe cognitive reactions. Although NATO is a consensus-based organization, we want argument. It is what we call matrix gaming. NATO needs people asking questions they haven't asked before, because these might be the questions that we need to answer to keep peace and security in the future.
Next episode, we'll take you to Florence in Italy to meet a robot taking the lead in the fight against landmines. Check out the rest of the videos in the series to learn more about NATO science. When a bomb needs to be defused, you might not want to be the one that goes first. That's why NATO scientists made a robot just right for the job. They call it the You Go First. Bomb disposal is one of the most dangerous jobs in the world, but it's vital to detect and remove unexploded ordnance before it can hurt people. Every year, thousands of civilians, the majority of them children, lose their lives and limbs to landmines or other explosive remnants of war. With their new robot, NATO scientists are making the job of clearing these deadly devices a little safer. Here's our scientist at the University of Florence in Italy with more.
Using robots to detect landmines is not new, but the You Go First is unique in two significant ways. First, it is smaller and is more agile than many other mine-detecting robots. That means it can get to work on difficult terrains and maneuver around obstacles.
5, 5, 7, 2, 1.
Hi, I'm Lisa Hommel. I'm the Project Officer for the Center of Excellence Engagement Initiative at Atlantic Forum.
Hi, I'm Igor Meheim. I'm one of the co-founders of the Atlantic Forum and also its Partnerships Director. Among other things, I work with other organizations and associations to strengthen transplantism.
Hi, I'm Mari and I'm Community Manager in Atlantic Forum.
My name is Elena Petrescu and I'm a Community Manager at Atlantic Forum.
Hi, I'm Megan Gislin and I'm the editor of Atlantica magazine for the Atlantic Forum.
Hello again, everyone. We in Atlantic Forum know that breaks are really important for acquisition of new knowledge and skills. Therefore, we don't want to steal your 10 minutes break right now, but we want to fill it with even more background knowledge dedicated to our work. I am here now with John Jacobs, who is co-founder of Atlantic Forum, and who will tell you even more than you already know about us. Hi, John.
Hi, Marie. How are you?
Thank you, John. I am fine. Enjoying an outstanding conference full of interesting people from around the world and complex backgrounds. How about you?
Yes, this is a wonderful opportunity to be here today and listen to this brilliant combination of young professionals and high-level speakers.
Yes, that is very true. Can you tell us more about yourself and how you and Igor came up with an idea to launch Atlantic Forum?
Right, so in late 2018, Igor and I had retired from our position as respectively IATA President and Vice President, but it quickly left a void. We still had so many things that we thought we could do to engage with youth. And so within a couple of months, we were back on the drawing board trying to figure out how to promote NATO and transatlanticism among our generation, building forward on our experience with IATA. And out of this came the Atlantic Forum, IATA 2.0 if you will. And it started out as two guys in a Twitter account during NATO Engages in Washington back in 2019, and has grown out to be a wonderful network of young professionals being able to independently set up a conference like this 2 years after.
Wow, that's impressive. We also have so many projects going on right now. Can you tell us more about Championship of Transatlantic Youth?
Sure. So this project came from the quote, "If I could, I would replace 30% of my staff with young professionals," which was said by retiring Admiral Manfred Nielsen, the former Deputy Supreme Allied Commander for Transformation in Norfolk. And he mentioned this during both NATO Engages, and he repeated himself again at the GlobeSig Guild interaction, where we had young professionals and him together on the stage. The fact is that nearly every NATO member country has one or two well-known young leader programs that offer a dedicated young leadership program, and every year more than 1,000 young people get introduced to transatlanticism this way. And yet there's still room for improvement, because what happens after the program has ended? So with the Champions of Transatlantic Youth project, we seek to play into this gap by using funds raised for corporate sponsors or individual sponsorship to provide patronage to alumni of these programs. It's a quadruple win. Now, the main force behind this is Irma Zukauskaite, a brilliant young professional from Lithuania who's coordinating the CODE initiative. So if you work for a government institution or corporation and you're interested in sponsoring youth activities, or you are an individual who wants to sponsor a specific audience, say young female researchers or youth in the Balkans, NATO PFP countries, you name it, then please get in touch with us and send us an email.
That is pretty inspiring. I would join right away. Moreover, we also have our online magazine Atlantica, which is an amazing project. I remember that I struggled so much with publishing articles when I was at the university, and unfortunately, the university did not have a journal to publish my articles. Then I got into a vicious cycle. It was either I had to have good networks to pay journals to publish my articles. So how does it work with Atlantica?
Right, so that's pretty easy, and thanks to Megan Gislin, who is Atlantica's editor, the organization is also very smooth. We have a call for papers each month on NATO hot topics, and then we publish up to 3 articles on different sub-themes on this NATO PD sponsored e-magazine. And of course, the 35 euro stipend that our patrons can earn is really motivational as well. So if you're not a patron yet, it's an easy way to become a patron for free. And if you're already a patron, you can earn back your patronage.
I love that idea. When you are talking about partnership, can you tell us how people can become our patron and what benefits can they get?
Sure. We try to do it as an entertaining way as possible with added value to our patrons. In a way that they can earn money from the contribution, for example. Atlantica, which I just mentioned, but also with our Academy project. And then they can get involved with other projects as well, like this conference, and meet with other people, with peers. Now, unfortunately, this is only virtual at this moment, but in normal times also physical. So first, there is this direct involvement opportunity that you're literally become part of our team as a volunteer. In some cases, depending on funding, we're able to pay a small allowance. Secondly, you can publish with us in Atlantica, as I already mentioned. A real stepping stone for journalistic work. And we can amplify on our program your articles that were written on transatlantic issues through our views. Fourth, we always listen to your voice. I think that's a core part of the Atlantic Forum. If you have any ideas about a specific project, share it with us and we'll do our best to realize it. All projects that we're currently running start with a patrons emailing us saying like, hey, I want to do X, Y, Z.
Amazing. That is a lot inside 35 euro package of patronship.
I know, right?
So guys, you should not hesitate to go on our website right now during your break because you don't want to miss any of our speakers during conference time. So you should jump headlong to become a patron button right now.
I totally support that idea. Also, we should not forget our other projects, such as the newly launched franchise, currently developing in Canada, the US, Greece, Turkey, the Physical 4, and our home in Belgium, in order to create sub-branches or chapters, if you will. The high school program and the upcoming counter-disinformation programs in our academy, overseen by Jelle Jochem, and our involvement with NATO Center of Excellence, coordinated by Lisa Hummel.
It was a really comprehensive discussion with you, John. I hope that our audience got more insight to who we are and what we do.
Yes, I hope so as well, because at the end, hashtag we're all NATO. Thank you, Marie. See you soon.
Thank you, John, and see you soon.
5, 5, 7, 2, 1.
Hi, I'm Lisa Hommel. I'm the Project Officer for the Center of Excellence Engagement Initiative at Atlantic Forum.
Hi, I'm David van Weel. I'm one of the co-founders of the Atlantic Forum and also its Partnerships Director. Among other things, I work with other organizations and associations to strengthen transatlanticism.
Hi, I'm Mari and I'm Community Manager in Atlantic Forum.
My name is Elena Petrescu and I'm a Community Manager at Atlantic Forum.
Hi, I'm Megan Gislin and I'm the editor of Atlantica magazine for the Atlantic Forum.
Hello again, everyone. We in Atlantic Forum know that breaks are really important for acquisition of new knowledge and skills. Therefore, we don't want to steal your 10 minutes break right now, but we want to fill it with even more background knowledge dedicated to our work. I am here now with John Jacobs, who is co-founder of Atlantic Forum, and who will tell you even more than you already know about us. Hi, John.
Hi, Marie. How are you?
Thank you, John. I am fine. Enjoying an outstanding conference full of interesting people from around the world and complex backgrounds. How about you?
Yes, this is a wonderful opportunity to be here today and listen to this brilliant combination of young professionals and high-level speakers.
Yes, that is very true. Can you tell us more about yourself and how you and Igor came up with an idea to launch Atlantic Forum?
Right, so in late 2018, Igor and I had retired from our position as respectively IATA President and Vice President, but it quickly left a void. We still had so many things that we thought we could do to engage with youth. And so within a couple of months, we were back on the drawing board trying to figure out how to promote NATO and transatlanticism among our generation, building forward on our experience with IATA. And out of this came the Atlantic Forum, IATA 2.0 if you will. And it started out as two guys in a Twitter account during NATO Engages in Washington back in 2019, and has grown out to be a wonderful network of young professionals being able to independently set up a conference like this 2 years after.
Wow, that's impressive. We also have so many projects going on right now. Can you tell us more about Championship of Transatlantic Youth?
Sure. So this project came from the quote, "If I could, I would replace 30% of my staff with young professionals," which was said by retiring Admiral Manfred Nielsen, the former Deputy Supreme Allied Commander for Transformation in Norfolk. And he mentioned this during both NATO Engages, and he repeated himself again at the Globsec Guild interaction, where we had young professionals and him together on the stage. The fact is that nearly every NATO member country has one or two well-known young leader programs that offer a dedicated young leadership program, and every year more than 1,000 young people get introduced to transatlanticism in this way. And yet there's still room for improvement, because what happens after the program has ended? So with the Champions of Transatlantic Youth project, we seek to play into this gap by using funds raised for corporate sponsors or individual sponsorship to provide patronage to alumni of these programs. It's a quadruple win. Now, the main force behind this is Irma Zukauskaite, a brilliant young professional from Lithuania who's coordinating the CODE initiative. So if you work for a government institution or corporation and you're interested in sponsoring youth activities, or you are an individual who wants to sponsor a specific audience, say young female researchers or youth in the Balkans, NATO PFP countries, you name it, then please get in touch with us and send us an email.
That is pretty inspiring. I would join right away. Moreover, we also have our online magazine Atlantica, which is an amazing project. I remember that I struggled so much with publishing articles when I was at the university, and unfortunately, the university did not have a journal to publish my articles. Then I got into a vicious cycle. It was either I had to have good networks to pay journals to publish my articles, So how does it work with Atlantica?
Right, so that's pretty easy, and thanks to Megan Gislon, who is Atlantica's editor, the organization is also very smooth. We have a call for papers each month on NATO hot topics, and then we publish up to 3 articles on different sub-themes on this NATO PV-sponsored e-magazine. And of course, the €35 stipend that our patrons can earn is really motivational as well. So if you're not a patron yet, it's an easy way to become a patron for free. And if you're already a patron, you can earn back your patronage.
I love that idea. When you are talking about partnership, can you tell us how people can become our patron and what benefits can they get?
Sure. We try to do it as an entertaining way as possible with added value to our patrons. In a way that they can earn money from the contribution, for example. Atlantica, which I just mentioned, but also with our Academy project. And then they can get involved with other projects as well, like this conference, and meet with other people, with peers. Now, unfortunately, this is only virtual at this moment, but in normal times also physical. So first, there is this direct involvement opportunity that you're literally become part of our team as a volunteer. In some cases, depending on funding, we're able to pay a small allowance. Secondly, you can publish with us in Atlantica, as I already mentioned, a real stepping stone for journalistic work. And we can amplify on our program your articles that were written on transatlantic issues through our views. Fourth, we always listen to your voice. I think that's a core part of the Atlantic Forum. If you have any ideas about a specific project, share it with us and we'll do our best to realize it. All projects that we're currently running start with a patrons emailing us saying like, hey, I want to do X, Y, Z.
Amazing. That is a lot inside €35 package of patronship.
I know, right?
So guys, you should not hesitate to go on our website right now during your break because you don't want to miss any of our speakers during conference time. So you should jump headlong to become a patron button right now.
I totally support that idea. Also, we should not forget our other projects such as the newly launched franchise, currently developing in Canada, the US, Greece, Turkey, Physical 4 and our sort of home in Belgium, in order to create sub-branches or chapters, if you will. The high school program and the upcoming counter-disinformation programs in our academy, overseen by Jelle Jochem, and our involvement with NATO Center of Excellence, coordinated by Lisa Hommel.
It was a really comprehensive discussion with you, John. I hope that our audience got more insight to who we are and what we do.
Yes, I hope so as well, because at the end, hashtag we're all NATO. Thank you, Marie. See you soon.
Thank you, John, and see you soon.
Five, 7, 2, 1.
Hi, I'm Lisa Hommel. I'm the project officer for the Center of Excellence Engagement Initiative at Atlantic Forum.
Hi, I'm Igor Meheim. I'm one of the co-founders of the Atlantic Forum and also its partnerships director. Among other things, I work with other organizations and associations to strengthen transatlanticism.
Hi, I'm Mari and I'm community manager in Atlantic Forum.
My name is Elena Petrescu and I'm a community manager at Atlantic Forum.
Hi, I'm Megan Gislin and I'm the editor of Atlantica magazine for the Atlantic Forum.
Hello again, everyone. We in Atlantic Forum know that breaks are really important for acquisition of new knowledge and skills. Therefore, we don't want to steal your 10 minutes break right now, but we want to fill it with even more background knowledge dedicated to our work. I am here now with John Jacobs, who is co-founder of Atlantic Forum, and who will tell you even more than you already know about us. Hi, John.
Hi, Marie. How are you?
Thank you, John. I am fine. Enjoying an outstanding conference full of interesting people from around the world and complex backgrounds. How about you?
Yes, this is a wonderful opportunity to be here today and listen to this brilliant combination of young professionals and high-level speakers.
Yes, that is very true. Can you tell us more about yourself and how you and Igor came up with an idea to launch Atlantic Forum?
Right, so in late 2018, Igor and I had retired from our position as respectively IATA president and vice president, but it quickly left a void. We still had so many things that we thought we could do to engage with youth. And so within a couple of months, we were back on the drawing board trying to figure out how to promote NATO and transatlanticism among our generation, building forward on our experience with IATA. And out of this came the Atlantic Forum, IATA 2.0 if you will. And it started out as two guys in a Twitter account during NATO Engages in Washington back in 2019, and has grown out to be a wonderful network of young professionals being able to independently set up a conference like this 2 years after.
Wow, that's impressive. We also have so many projects going on right now. Can you tell us more about Championship of Transatlantic Youth?
Sure. So this project came from the quote, "If I could, I would replace 30% of my staff with young professionals," which was said by retiring Admiral Manfred Nielsen, the former Deputy Supreme Allied Commander for Transformation in Norfolk. And he mentioned this during both NATO Engages, and he repeated himself again at the GlobeSec Guild interaction, where we had young professionals and him together on the stage. The fact is that nearly every NATO member country has one or two well-known young leader programs that offer a dedicated young leadership program, and every year more than 1,000 young people get introduced to transatlanticism in this way. And yet there's still room for improvement, because what happens after the program has ended? So with the Champions of Transatlantic Youth project, we seek to play into this gap by using funds raised for corporate sponsors or individual sponsorship to provide patronage to alumni of these programs. It's a quadruple win. Now, the main force behind this is Irma Zukauskaite, a brilliant young professional from Lithuania who's coordinating the CODE initiative. So if you work for a government institution or corporation and you're interested in sponsoring youth activities, or you are an individual who wants to sponsor a specific audience, say young female researchers or youth in the Balkans, NATO PFP countries, you name it, then please get in touch with us and send us an email.
That is pretty inspiring. I would join right away. Moreover, we also have our online magazine Atlantica, which is an amazing project. I remember that I struggled so much with publishing articles when I was at the university, and unfortunately, the university did not have a journal to publish my articles. Then I got into a vicious cycle. It was either I had to have good networks to pay journals to publish my articles, So how does it work with Atlantica?
Right, so that's pretty easy, and thanks to Megan Gison, who is Atlantica's editor, the organization is also very smooth. We have a call for papers each month on NATO hot topics, and then we publish up to 3 articles on different sub-themes on this NATO PD-sponsored e-magazine. And of course, the €35 stipend that our patrons can earn is really motivational as well. So if you're not a patron yet, it's an easy way to become a patron for free. And if you're already a patron, you can earn back your patronage.
I love that idea. When you are talking about partnership, can you tell us how people can become our patron and what benefits can they get?
Sure. We try to do it as an entertaining way as possible with added value to our patrons. In a way that they can earn money from the contribution, for example. Atlantica, which I just mentioned, but also with our Academy project. And then they can get involved with other projects as well, like this conference, and meet with other people, with peers. Now, unfortunately, this is only virtual at this moment, but in normal times also physical. So first, there is this direct involvement opportunity that you're literally become part of our team as a volunteer. In some cases, depending on funding, we're able to pay a small allowance. Secondly, you can publish with us in Atlantica, as I already mentioned. A real stepping stone for journalistic work. And we can amplify on our program your articles that were written on transatlantic issues through our views. Fourth, we always listen to your voice. I think that's a core part of the Atlantic Forum. If you have any ideas about a specific project, share it with us and we'll do our best to realize it. All projects that we're currently running start with a patrons emailing us saying like, hey, I want to do X, Y, Z.
Amazing. That is a lot inside €35 package of patronship.
I know, right?
So guys, you should not hesitate to go on our website right now during your break because you don't want to miss any of our speakers during conference time. So you should jump headlong to become a patron button right now.
I totally support that idea. Also, we should not forget our other projects, such as the newly launched franchise, currently developing in Canada, the US, Greece, Turkey, the Physical 4, and our sort of home in Belgium, in order to create sub-branches or chapters, if you will. The high school program and the upcoming counter-disinformation programs in our academy, overseen by Jelle Jochem, and our involvement with NATO Center of Excellence, coordinated by Lisa Hummel.
It was a really comprehensive discussion with you, John. I hope that our audience got more insight to who we are and what we do.
Yes, I hope so as well, because at the end, hashtag we're all NATO. Thank you, Marie. See you soon.
Thank you, John, and see you soon.
5, 5, 7, 2, 1.
Hi, I'm Lisa Hommel. I'm the Project Officer for the Center of Excellence Engagement Initiative at Atlantic Forum.
Hi, I'm David van Weel. I'm one of the co-founders of the Atlantic Forum and also its Partnerships Director. Among other things, I work with other organizations and associations to strengthen transatlanticism.
Hi, I'm Mari and I'm Community Manager in Atlantic Forum.
My name is Elena Petrescu and I am a Community Manager at Atlantic Forum.
Hi, I'm Megan Gislin and I'm the editor of Atlantica magazine for the Atlantic Forum.
Hello again, everyone. We in Atlantic Forum know that breaks are really important for acquisition of new knowledge and skills. Therefore, we don't want to steal your 10 minutes break right now, but we want to fill it with even more background knowledge dedicated to our work. I am here now with John Jacobs, who is co-founder of Atlantic Forum, and who will tell you even more than you already know about us. Hi, John.
Hi, Marie. How are you?
Thank you, John. I am fine. Enjoying an outstanding conference full of interesting people from around the world and complex backgrounds. How about you?
Yes, this is a wonderful opportunity to be here today and listen to this brilliant combination of young professionals and high-level speakers.
Yes, that is very true. Can you tell us more about yourself and how you and Igor came up with an idea to launch Atlantic Forum?
Right, so in late 2018, Igor and I had retired from our position as respectively IATA President and Vice President, but it quickly left a void. We still had so many things that we thought we could do to engage with youth. And so within a couple of months, we were back on the drawing board trying to figure out how to promote NATO and transatlanticism among our generation, building forward on our experience with IATA. And out of this came the Atlantic Forum, IATA 2.0 if you will. And it started out as two guys in a Twitter account during NATO Engages in Washington back in 2019, and has grown out to be a wonderful network of young professionals being able to independently set up a conference like this 2 years after.
Wow, that's impressive. We also have so many projects going on right now. Can you tell us more about Championship of Transatlantic Youth?
Sure. So this project came from the quote, "If I could, I would replace 30% of my staff with young professionals," which was said by retiring Admiral Manfred Nielsen, the former Deputy Supreme Allied Commander for Transformation in Norfolk. And he mentioned this during both NATO Engages, and he repeated himself again at the Globsec Guild interaction, where we had young professionals and him together on the stage. The fact is that nearly every NATO member country has one or two well-known young leader programs that offer a dedicated young leadership program, and every year more than 1,000 young people get introduced to transatlanticism in this way. And yet there's still room for improvement, because what happens after the program has ended? So with the Champions of Transatlantic Youth project, we seek to play into this gap by using funds raised for corporate sponsors or individual sponsorship to provide patronage to alumni of these programs. It's a quadruple win. Now, the main force behind this is Irma Zukauskaite, a brilliant young professional from Lithuania who's coordinating the Code initiative. So if you work for a government institution or corporation and you're interested in sponsoring youth activities, or you are an individual who wants to sponsor a specific audience, say young female researchers or youth in the Balkans, NATO PFP countries, you name it, then please get in touch with us and send us an email.
That is pretty inspiring. I would join right away. Moreover, we also have our online magazine Atlantica, which is an amazing project. I remember that I struggled so much with publishing articles when I was at the university, and unfortunately, the university did not have a journal to publish my articles. Then I got into a vicious cycle. It was either I had to have good networks to pay journals to publish my articles. So how does it work with Atlantica?
Right, so that's pretty easy, and thanks to Megan Gislin, who is Atlantica's editor, The organization is also very smooth. We have a call for papers each month on NATO hot topics, and then we publish up to 3 articles on different sub-themes on this NATO PV-sponsored e-magazine. And of course, the €35 stipend that our patrons can earn is really motivational as well. So if you're not a patron yet, it's an easy way to become a patron for free. And if you're already a patron, you can earn back your patronage.
I love that idea. When you are talking about partnership, can you tell us how people can become our patron and what benefits can they get?
Sure. We try to do it as an entertaining way as possible with added value to our patrons. In a way that they can earn money from the contribution, for example. Atlantica, which I just mentioned, but also with our Academy project. And then they can get involved with other projects as well, like this conference, and meet with other people, with peers. Now, unfortunately, this is only virtual at this moment, but in normal times also physical. So first, there is this direct involvement opportunity that you're literally become part of our team as a volunteer. In some cases, depending on funding, we're able to pay a small allowance. Secondly, you can publish with us in Atlantica, as I already mentioned, a real stepping stone for journalistic work. And we can amplify on our program your articles that were written on transatlantic issues through our views. Fourth, we always listen to your voice. I think that's a core part of the Atlantic Forum. If you have any ideas about a specific project, share it with us and we'll do our best to realize it. All projects that we're currently running start with a patrons emailing us saying like, hey, I want to do X, Y, Z.
Amazing. That is a lot inside €35 package of patronship.
I know, right?
So guys, you should not hesitate to go on our website right now during your break because you don't want to miss any of our speakers during conference time. So you should jump headlong to become a patron button right now.
I totally support that idea. Also, we should not forget our other projects such as the newly launched franchise, currently developing in Canada, the US, Greece, Turkey, Israel, and our sort of home in Belgium, in order to create sub-branches or chapters, if you will. The high school program and the upcoming counter-disinformation programs in our academy, overseen by Jelle Jochem, and our involvement with NATO Center of Excellence, coordinated by Lisa Hommel.
It was a really comprehensive discussion with you, John. I hope that our audience got more insight to who we are and what we do.
Yes, I hope so as well, because at the end, hashtag we're all NATO. Thank you, Marie. See you soon.
Thank you, John, and see you soon.
5, 5, 7, 2, 1.
Hi, I'm Lisa Hommel. I'm the project officer for the Center of Excellence Engagement Initiative at Atlantic Forum.
Hi, I'm Igor Meheim. I'm one of the co-founders of the Atlantic Forum and also its partnerships director. Among other things, I work with other organizations and associations to strengthen transatlanticism.
Hi, I'm Mari and I'm community manager in Atlantic Forum.
My name is Elena Petrescu and I am a community manager at Atlantic Forum.
Hi, I'm Megan Gislin and I'm the editor of Atlantica magazine for the Atlantic Forum.
Hello again, everyone. We in Atlantic Forum know that breaks are really important for acquisition of new knowledge and skills. Therefore, we don't want to steal your 10 minutes break right now, but we want to fill it with even more background knowledge dedicated to our work. I am here now with John Jacobs, who is co-founder of Atlantic Forum, and who will tell you even more than you already know about us. Hi, John.
Hi, Marie. How are you?
Thank you, John. I am fine. Enjoying an outstanding conference full of interesting people from around the world and complex backgrounds. How about you?
Yes, this is a wonderful opportunity to be here today and listen to this brilliant combination of young professionals and high-level speakers.
Yes, that is very true. Can you tell us more about yourself and how you and Igor came up with an idea to launch Atlantic Forum?
Right, so in late 2018, Igor and I had retired from our position as respectively IATA president and vice president, but it quickly left a void. We still had so many things that we thought we could do to engage with youth. And so within a couple of months, we were back on the drawing board trying to figure out how to promote NATO and transatlanticism among our generation, building forward on our experience with IATA. And out of this came the Atlantic Forum, IATA 2.0 if you will. And it started out as two guys in a Twitter account during NATO Engages in Washington back in 2019, and has grown out to be a wonderful network of young professionals being able to independently set up a conference like this 2 years after.
Wow, that's impressive. We also have so many projects going on right now. Can you tell us more about Championship of Transatlantic Youth?
Sure. So this project came from the quote, "If I could, I would replace 30% of my staff with young professionals," which was said by retiring Admiral Manfred Nielsen, the former Deputy Supreme Allied Commander for Transformation in Norfolk. And he mentioned this during both NATO Engages, and he repeated himself again at the Globsec Guild interaction, where we had young professionals and him together on the stage. The fact is that nearly every NATO member country has one or two well-known young leader programs that offer a dedicated young leadership program, and every year more than 1,000 young people get introduced to transatlanticism in this way. And yet there's still room for improvement, because what happens after the program has ended? So with the Champions of Transatlantic Youth project, we seek to play into this gap by using funds raised for corporate sponsors or individual sponsorship to provide patronage to alumni of these programs. It's a quadruple win. Now, the main force behind this is Irma Zukauskaite, a brilliant young professional from Lithuania who's coordinating the CODE initiative. So if you work for a government institution or corporation and you're interested in sponsoring youth activities, or you are an individual who wants to sponsor a specific audience, say young female researchers or youth in the Balkans, NATO PFP countries, you name it, then please get in touch with us and send us an email.
That is pretty inspiring. I would join right away. Moreover, we also have our online magazine Atlantica, which is an amazing project. I remember that I struggled so much with publishing articles when I was at the university, and unfortunately, the university did not have a journal to publish my articles. Then I got into a vicious cycle. It was either I had to have good networks to pay journals to publish my articles, So how does it work with Atlantica?
Right, so that's pretty easy, and thanks to Megan Gislon, who is Atlantica's editor, the organization is also very smooth. We have a call for papers each month on NATO hot topics, and then we publish up to 3 articles on different sub-themes on this NATO PD-sponsored e-magazine. And of course, the €35 stipend that our patrons can earn is really motivational as well. So if you're not a patron yet, it's an easy way to become a patron for free. And if you're already a patron, you can earn back your patronage.
I love that idea. When you are talking about partnership, can you tell us how people can become our patron and what benefits can they get?
Sure. We try to do it as an entertaining way as possible with added value to our patrons. In a way that they can earn money from the contribution, for example. Atlantica, which you just mentioned, but also with our Academy project. And then they can get involved with other projects as well, like this conference, and meet with other people, with peers. Now, unfortunately, this is only virtual at this moment, but in normal times also physical. So first, there is this direct involvement opportunity that you're literally become part of our team as a volunteer. In some cases, depending on funding, we're able to pay a small allowance. Secondly, you can publish with us in Atlantica, as already mentioned, a real stepping stone for journalistic work. And we can amplify on our program your articles that were written on transatlantic issues through our views. Fourth, we always listen to your voice. I think that's a core part of the Atlantic Forum. If you have any ideas about a specific project, share it with us and we'll do our best to realize it. All projects that we're currently running started with a patrons emailing us saying like, hey, I want to do X, Y, Z.
Amazing. That is a lot inside €35 package of patronship.
I know, right?
So guys, you should not hesitate to go on our website right now during your break because you don't want to miss any of our speakers during conference time. So you should jump headlong to become a patron button right now.
I totally support that idea. Also, we should not forget our other projects, such as the newly launched franchise, currently developing in Canada, the US, Greece, Turkey, the Physical 4, and our sort of home in Belgium, in order to create sub-branches or chapters, if you will. The high school program and the upcoming counter-disinformation programs in our academy, overseen by Jelle Jochem, and our involvement with NATO Center of Excellence, coordinated by Lisa Hommel.
It was a really comprehensive discussion with you, John. I hope that our audience got more insight to who we are and what we do.
Yes, I hope so as well, because at the end, hashtag we're all NATO. Thank you, Marie. See you soon.
Thank you, John, and see you soon.
as well. 15 seconds, wonderful. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you have had a nice lunch break and that you're ready to discuss maritime security in the Arctic. My name is Petra Cicvaric, and it's my great pleasure to welcome you all to the 7th panel of the Atlantic Forum Spring Conference. So when discussing climate change, it is really important to include the conversations on Arctic. Namely, Arctic is warming 2 to 3 times faster than the rest of the world, which potentially leads to an easier access to Arctic region, increased maritime activity, resource extraction, and threats to the human security of Arctic population. Consequently, in recent years, the international community has witnessed increased militarization of the Arctic and rising Russian ability to pose a threat to sea lines of communication, together with other non-Arctic states, for example China, expressing their economic interest within the region. Moreover, it is observable that commercial fishing has moved further north, threatening the livelihood of the indigenous coastal communities. Indeed, these and many more trends are outside of NATO's control directly, but might have an impact on Allied perception and ultimately even behavior, since they are making operational environment much more challenging and complex. So taking all of these trends and their implications into consideration, this panel will focus on potential challenges and threats to maritime security in the ice-free Arctic, by looking into the key factors behind the transformation of maritime economy, sea lines of communication, and resources in the Arctic. Moreover, it will tackle the evolving geopolitical environment and shifting balance of power within the region, their impacts on international order at sea, in the High North, while stressing the evolving significance of naval domain for NATO, especially in context of combating hybrid warfare, even some say hybrid naval warfare. Therefore, this panel will discuss 6 broad but interlinked issues that will influence the future international order at sea, particularly in the High North. So a balance between the maritime and the continental domains, balance between great power rivalry and cooperation, which seems to be that rivalry is more prominent today than previously in a post-Cold War era, the contest between access and denial, the operational balance preparing, building and training for war fighting and operations other than war, managing in disorder security challenges that were often transcend territorial waters and national boundaries, balance between safeguarding national interests and contributing to collective efforts to preserve the international order at sea. Grow in 1990 has actually said that sea power means different things to different people. It can be an almost mystical concept, a magic formula to be muttered in awestruck tones to scare away evil spirits, such as defense ministers with non-naval priorities and Air Force officers with alternate means and offer of providing a state's military power on or across the oceans. Irrespective of what we think and what significance do we put on sea power, the situation in the maritime domain faces an uncountable number of complex challenges, ranging from piracy, drug trafficking, search and rescue operations, etc. And all of them are taking place over vast open oceans within which navies also project their naval power, and Arctic is not an exception anymore. Today, approximately 60% of the world's population lives within 100 kilometers of the ocean, and 90% of global trade is carried by volume by ships. In this context, if we translate this to the Arctic region, it is thought to contain approximately 90 billion barrels of oil, 47 trillion cubic meters of natural gas, out of which Russian maritime zone is estimated to possess the largest share, 48 billion barrels of oil and 43 trillion cubic meters of natural gas. As you know, Arctic region is predominantly an ocean with 3 gates: the Davis Strait, the Bering Strait, and the Greenland-Iceland-United Kingdom Gap. This region is regulated by maritime laws and is strongly influenced by the sovereign rights of regional powers. Russian northern coast is also encompassing the Northern Sea Route that is being presented as a potential shortcut between Europe and Asia. This shipping lane stretches from North Atlantic all the way to the Pacific. As a result of the climate change, this passage is marking a yearly increase in the voyages, which ultimately benefit Russian economic interest, considering that the route is passing through its territorial waters and EEZ. Therefore, this region is hugely governed by the role of coastal states, Unlike Antarctica, Arctic does not have a single comprehensive treaty, but is codified by the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea. States' continental shelves regulate their maritime zones, and they entitle them to up to 200 nautical miles for the exclusive economic zones. Within these zones, the states are entitled to have a full freedom of exploration and exploitation. However, these zones can be extended if there is a scientifically proven geological continuity of the continental shelf. This ability of extending the zone is posing issues in this relatively peaceful and cooperative region, since those requests sometimes can be overlapping, and that complicates the free passage of ships in the area and borders of state sovereignty. Over the past years, we have witnessed the heating up of the Arctic region, and for decades now, we're seeing that there is an evolutive trajectory to increasing it further. As a result, the Arctic has increasingly been moving away from the international strategic periphery, raising the questions of the degree to which the Arctic should be considered an international security concern as opposed to a regional one. Security in the Arctic has traditionally been discussed within non-military frameworks. The most pressing issue has been the region's susceptibility to climate change, including the erosion of polar ice and altered weather conditions, with the associated impact on local level of socioeconomic affairs and indigenous people. In order to better understand these complex security challenges that are emerging in the Arctic and debate about the potential conflict in the region, it is important to have a look at the region from all perspectives, not just the economic. So in order to explore it in a holistic manner, I have the great pleasure to welcome the following speakers. Dr. Mark Lantanyi is an associate professor of political science at the University of Tromsø, the Art University of Norway, specializing in the foreign domestic politics of China, as well as the international relations and non-traditional security of Northeast Asia, Russian Far East, Europe, and polar regions. In January 2020, he co-edited the Routledge Handbook of Arctic Security, which was the first such compilation volume to specifically address the expanding areas of Arctic security studies. Dr. Lantanyi has previously taught and researched in Canada, China, New Zealand, and Norway, and the United Kingdom, and have taught courses in international relations and cooperative politics. Ms. Abby Tingstedt is Associate Director of the Engineering and Applied Sciences Department and a Senior Physical Scientist at the Urban Corporation. Her research focuses on issues related to strategy and planning in defense and homeland security and for the environment. Some examples of recent research include examining different pathways for Arctic development, analyzing software update needs for electromagnetic spectrum operations, and developing methods for foresight activities. She also gave a testimony in September 2019 before the House Homeland Security Committee, Subcommittee on Transportation and Maritime Security in the Arctic. And that's where her research is focusing: Arctic region, military strategy, US Coast Guard, and many, many others. And last but not least, Mr. Filip Balczak is the NATO Youth Delegate of Poland and Atlantic Forum patron and a lawyer graduating from the Faculty of Law and Administration in the University of Gdańsk. He is also a member of Polish Geopolitical Society. His main fields of interest include human rights law, maritime security, as well as youth engagement in NATO. Apart from his academic and professional activities, he's an avid NGO activist supporting young people and his local community with legal knowledge as an experienced member of the Independent Students Association. Lastly, since it's a period of national mourning in the United Kingdom, following Friday's announcement of the death of His Royal Highness the Prince Philip, Duke of Edinburgh, Lieutenant Colonel James Livlin, a deputy political advisor at Markham, was not able to join us on screen, but has generously provided us with his open remarks that I will just give a read through for all of us. Firstly, on behalf of Vice Admiral Keith Blount, Commander Markham, please could the panel and your audience accept our sincere apologies for not being present on screen today. It is a period of national mourning in the United Kingdom following Friday's announcement of the death of His Royal Highness the Prince Philip, Duke of Edinburgh. I must state that these comments are opinion expressed in a personal capacity. They are not intended to represent or reflect NATO policy. Nonetheless, it is a great privilege to have the opportunity to participate in this forum, and now for the following remarks to open the panel discussion. The maritime domain has always been important to NATO. As a transatlantic alliance during the Cold War, the need to protect sea lines of communication in order to potentially reinforce the defense of Europe was paramount. The sea offers a domain from where navies can support operations on land, in the air, and space, collect intelligence, and project power to deter. This deterrent effect can be achieved overtly as a show of force or covertly with a difficult-to-detect subsurface strategic nuclear capability. This year will mark the 30th anniversary of the fall of the Soviet Union. Since then, NATO has continually adapted to changing environments, be they political, military, or with the mounting impact of climate change, physical. From the maritime perspective, 3 decades has seen a shift towards broader maritime security issues such as terrorism, piracy, illegal migration, and transnational crime, as well as the recent return to competition with Russia. NATO transformed its command structure, including the creation of MARITIME in 2012, and most recently the formation of a new Joint Forces Command in Norfolk, Virginia, focused on the Atlantic. As the prime maritime command in the alliance and SACEUR's principal maritime advisor, MARITIME currently commands 4 maritime groups that maintain a constant at-sea contribution to maritime situation awareness, deterrence, and defense of the Euro-Atlantic area. This year will also see transfer of the chair of the Arctic Council from Iceland to Russia. In this region, we can observe a confluence of political, military, and physical change, with resurgent Russian ambition and increasing militarization as the Arctic sea ice retreats, creating increased commercial potential for the North Sea route and opening up a potential maritime area of operation that was previously highly restricted. This is further complicated by the rise of China as a direct political and economic competitor to the West and its self-declaration as an Arctic nation. The Arctic, as a trending topic in NATO and amongst the allies, was subject to attention in Secretary-General Stoltenberg's NATO 2030 expert group report, published at the end of the last year. It was raised not in relation to Russia or China, but notably in the section of climate change. In conclusion, I offer this extra from the report to offer the panel a good starting point to consider Arctic challenges and NATO choices. NATO should enhance its situational awareness across the High North and the Arctic. And for the High North that falls within SACEUR's area of responsibility, should develop a strategy that takes into account broader deterrence and defense plans. This regional strategy should be built in close coordination with and with sensitivity to perspectives of NATO allies that are Arctic littoral states. It should include plans for ensuring freedom of navigation in the High North and adjacent bodies of water, including the North Atlantic, as well as provisions for addressing aggressive moves by state actors. In support of these efforts, the 2011 Alliance Maritime Strategy should be updated to reflect new threats to transatlantic communications and NATO's desire to keep the Arctic High North a region of low tensions. On this note, I would like to thank all of my speakers today for participation and would like to welcome you to the Atlantic Forum's Spring Conference. At this stage, I'm going to open the floor to opening remarks. Professor Lantagne, would you like to take the floor first?
Thank you very much. And I just wanted to give my thanks to all of the organizers for this, sending greetings from the Arctic Circle. Being in Tromsø certainly gives one a very interesting vantage point when it comes to affairs in the Arctic for a variety of reasons. But I think the two that are most relevant to our conversation today is, first of all, Tromsø hosts the Secretariat for the Arctic Council, which, as was noted, is going to be having a very significant ministerial meeting next month, whereby the chair position is going to be given from Iceland to Russia, and that'll be looked at very closely. So the subject of Arctic cooperation is not too far away from conversation around here. But at the same time, we are a relative stone's throw away from the Russian border. So Russian politics is certainly not far away from political dialogue here either. Now, talking about Arctic security, there has been kind of the general view that the Arctic for a very long time was an area of exceptionalism, that traditional security tended to end when the Arctic Circle began. And that would be the subject of a completely different dialogue. But even if one were to argue that there has been a degree of security exceptionalism here, it is certainly not what it used to be. Another discussion that is becoming very prevalent here is that traditional security or military security is back in the Arctic, assuming it ever really left. But what we are seeing now is one of the reasons why we have quite a bit of discussion about Arctic security is the fact that this is a region which is opening up. We are seeing a very significant and sometimes alarming reports about environmental change in this part of the world, including the opening up of the Arctic Ocean to the point where it's been recently suggested that it may be possible to send vessels through the central Arctic in the summer months as early as 15 years from now. So this is one reason why the Arctic Ocean is starting to be looked at very significantly, not only as an economic concern, but a security one as well. I would also add, though, that in addition to the question of whether hard security is returning to the region, this is also joined, if you will, with another aspect of the fact that there are many non-Arctic actors that are starting to look very seriously at engaging the region. Now, a lot of the dialogue, and this has been the focus of my research, has looked at China. And there has been the tendency in some quarters to say, well, the whole subject of non-Arctic actors in the region, it begins and ends with China. And that is really not the case. You look at several non-Arctic states, United Kingdom, Japan, Germany, France, who have also put out statements and studies that have referred to the Arctic as being of great economic and at times strategic importance. The number of non-Arctic governments in the Arctic Council currently stands at 13, with Switzerland being the most recent. But others, including Estonia, Ireland, and Czech Republic, are seeking observer status this year. So the other major question when talking about security in the region is the balance between the interests of Arctic and non-Arctic states. Where a lot of the discussion is happening here, again, because of our close proximity to Russia, has been the emergence of shipping routes that have started to develop in the Arctic. And the one that gets most of the attention here is the so-called Polar Silk Road, which has been developed over the past 4 years between China and Russia. Both powers are very anxious to see this particular route become a secondary conduit, if you will, for global trade. And certainly Russia is placing a great deal of economic weight on it. Russia has made very little secret, especially over the past few years, that it sees the Arctic as a major area of economic importance. And that, Moscow has traditionally pointed out, is the reason why there's been such a focus on securitizing the region. Then you run into the defensive versus offensive approach. Russia's movement of military material into the region has certainly caused a response in NATO and the United States. You have Russia's response saying, well, this is simply a question of protecting our emerging assets. The issues that have come up recently, though, including reports that came out this week over a new torpedo system that Russia wishes to deploy to the region, has certainly caught the attention of policymakers here in Norway, but has further kind of forced the question of whether we are talking about offensive versus defensive behavior. In the case of China, you have a country that is seeking a great deal of regional legitimacy. It has no geography in the Arctic. That is not going to change. It has nonetheless, over the past 10 years, pursued a policy of so-called Shinbeiji Guojia, near Arctic state, which may be considered a geographical kind of attempt to kind of turn the page a bit, but it also reflects China's great power status and considerable interest in being a partner for Arctic development. This, of course, has gotten quite a bit of concern from the United States and NATO. And the United States, just over the past few months, has attempted to rework its Arctic policy after 4 years of, to put it very diplomatically, some difficulty. There's going to be a challenge now for the United States and NATO to seek to better balance the so-called traditional security concerns, those that have to do with power politics and military security, and other areas of security which are still very much there. They haven't gone away. And I'm talking about human security, development, and the environment. So trying to balance all of this is what is making the question of Arctic security that much more prevalent. But this is taking place at a time where the Arctic is now seen as a much more international space, and certainly not restricted to simply 8 players or the same number of small groups as existed before. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your opening remarks, Mark. It's really good to hear that we are doing some, maybe observing what's happening in the region. So hopefully we'll be able to address it timely and to avoid any complications in the region. Abby, would you like to take it from more of a STEM background?
Yeah, that sounds good. And thank you again for the invitation to participate in this discussion. I definitely perspective of noting that there are many types of security that are relevant to the Arctic, and that there is some balance among them that needs to be achieved. So I'll use that as a nice launching point into my opening remarks here. So understanding how the Arctic maritime security environment is evolving, I think really requires stepping back and considering which factors are driving change in the region and what the interplay among these is. So I think importantly for this discussion, we need to consider how the different factors at play are influencing surface maritime access, but not just the, say, physical ability to access the region. There are different definitions of access as there are different definitions of security or different flavors of security, but also the changes and drivers of change are influencing the types of activities that are occurring in the region. So at the macro level, drivers of change, I'm thinking about things like, of course, geopolitics, but also economics, and there's very many different types of economic issues that we hear, resources and other things, of course. Then there are technologies, certainly technology ranging from say deep sea drilling technology, icebreaking technology, communications technologies, and things like this. Certainly, climate and the physical environment, which is often used as a launching point for these types of discussions. But I think it's important to think about the total drivers of change in the region and not just one. The regulatory environment is critical in the Arctic region, and I think the importance of law enforcement in the maritime environment, for example, is a really important aspect of security as well. And then, of course, any number of social and demographic changes and issues. So these don't all Arctic change, and I like to differentiate these drivers at least into 2 buckets, if you will. The first bucket is drivers of change that basically raise or lower the cost of doing business in the Arctic. And when I say business, I don't necessarily just mean economic business, but any sort of operating in the region or presence in the region, because they promote, restrict, or control access there. And of course, climate change and its effects is principal among these. It has, in the maritime environment, certainly lowered the barriers for physical access, do so. But I should note too that the impacts of climate change on the Arctic don't always move access in the same direction. So if we looked at that same question on land, we'd see in some cases for impacts of permafrost changes on physical infrastructure stability and winter road seasons and things like that. That's a very different direction of effect, of course. So complex impacts of climate on the physical environment in the Arctic, but of course in the maritime domain, increasing the level of access, generally speaking, and broadening it to more actors. Other forces that shape this access certainly include technological advances, which I already mentioned a few examples, but we might also consider things like the role of automation, the role of like the miniaturization of power sources and things like this. But military posture and operations, and then conventions and other laws are really important for controlling this level of access in the maritime Arctic as well. I mentioned the other bucket is there as well for these drivers of change, and that those would be drivers that don't necessarily promote or restrict access, as it were, but they shape the activities in the Arctic by either encouraging or discouraging certain types of activity. And there's some overlap between these 2 buckets, but Certainly, general security do have some role here, but other examples might be things like the economic viability of different types of resources, and certainly some of the as we look forward to thinking through how successful different climate change mitigation measures will be and the impacts there, and also things like indigenous community autonomy and how variable that is across the Arctic, because it's not the same everywhere, and nor does every driver of change impact the Arctic the same way in every part of the Arctic. There are many different Arctics that we have to consider here. So in the near term, I think the interplay of these drivers that I've been talking about raise important considerations for maritime security. And in particular, I wish to draw your attention to two types of challenges. The first one is the challenge of unintended consequences, where growth in maritime activity in the Arctic increases the likelihood of unplanned events, which could include military encounters or discrete events that grow into something larger than how they began, especially as they pull in broader or extra-regional security issues. Back to the question of is the Arctic exceptionalism and whether that's changing or not. And then the other near-term issue is that of a real or perceived security void in the region that would then invite additional military or other types of hard security activity in the region, perhaps by countries that are that do not have Arctic geography. So these issues would, if you will represent, in one instance it's too much Arctic security, and in one instance it might be too little. Looking at the balance of those two and where the right middle course is, I think is important. To wrap things up, and I hope we can talk more about these issues in the discussion of upcoming. But change isn't just something that is happening to the Arctic with no ability to influence it. Governance has a really important role in shaping the demand for Arctic access, and also the ability to access the region, the activities that go on there, and the needs for maritime security, and of what type of needs. Continuing to participate together in international fora, such as the Arctic Council, International Maritime Organization, other forums where you have decision-making capability is very important. Enabling governance requires capability of the right types. So this is not just one investment in icebreakers or other types of assets. This involves investments to in domain awareness, as we heard about at the very beginning, how important that is. But even if we look at non-material, if you will, capabilities, investments also include partnerships and vehicles for cooperation. And I will end it there. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Abby. I'm really looking forward to discussing these notions further as the discussion develops, essentially. Philip, would you like to take the floor from, say, legal maritime security perspective as well?
Of course. Thank you, Petra, for your introduction and for your kind invitation for this fantastic event. Also, thank you very much for all the organizers for entertaining us throughout this weekend. The Arctic is a remarkable region of the world in every aspect, both in terms of geology and wildlife and natural sciences, but also in terms of geopolitics and its unique legal governance system. Mr. Lantain has already introduced us to this system in a quite comprehensive way, but this Arctic Council system was setting aside all the jurisdiction issues in the Arctic aside, was successful in day-to-day administration in the region, passing various agreements on environmental protection, on search and rescue activities, and so on and so forth. So this Arctic exceptionalism, which lasted in the region for at least last 20 years, is crumbling as we speak, due to climate changes and the Arctic becoming more and more significant in global economy and security. This situation caused, of course, national actors, most notably China and Russia, to intensify their activities in the region. And while Chinese focus largely on scientific installations and business in the region, which may act as a political leverage in more distant future, Russia is already directly preparing for exploitation of the Arctic by modernizing its icebreaker fleet and by modernizing of its both military and civilian infrastructure in the region. The recent commission of the largest nuclear-powered icebreaker in the world, the Arctica, as well as military drills in the region, which are made specifically to draw attention of worldwide community, are one of the main reasons that for Arctic to appear in Western media. This raises the question whether NATO, which currently has no permanent Arctic policy and limits itself mostly to regular exercises in the north, should intervene in this region. Even NATO allies do not see eye to eye in this regard, with some countries relying on more national activities, and most commonly the two countries that are given as an example of two opposing stances to NATO activities in the Arctic are Canada, which is which relies more on national competences, and Norway, which is happy to accept larger NATO investment and activities in the region. Sometimes it is also underlined that we need to somehow limit the activities of NATO in future in order to avoid escalation of the conflict with Russia there. However, the increased human activity in the Arctic in all kinds of aspects makes it necessary for NATO to enhance its high north activities, not only to counter one or another state and its activities there, but also to provide security to these activities in the region. Shipping, fishery, and mining in the high north may easily fall victim to hybrid and conventional activities of state and non-state actors, which can in turn result in danger to economic and energetic security of NATO allies. It can also lead to ecological disasters or to dangerous situations mentioned by Ms. Tingstad, which will result in misunderstandings and tensions between states if something occurs in the Arctic maritime lines. Enhanced activities are also creating dangers to the regional ecosystem, and all of those threats needs to be addressed by NATO if NATO wants to remain an adaptive modern alliance as it tries to be, as it appears to be in the NATO 2030 policy. As Mr. Hoevenagel remarked in his opening keynote on Friday, we must do what it takes to address challenges that may arise even 20 years from now on. And even though at this point it may seem that it would be superfluous for NATO to be more active in Arctic, in 20 years from now, Arctic will be a completely different place. So it is the high time to start preparations for what we can expect in the Arctic. The first thing that we need to do is to act within the alliance. Firstly, by building social understanding for the Arctic matters, and secondly, by building a joint cohesive answer of the alliance to Arctic challenges. As NATO youth delegate of Poland, I spend a lot of time meeting with young people in my country, and I also currently conduct a poll among young Poles on their perception of NATO and security of Europe. And the Arctic realm really is completely absent in these discussions. Even though young people across Europe are very keen on climate change issues and are happy to engage in these problems, it's really hard for many people to see the link between our regional security and environmental security and what is going on in the Arctic. This allows me to see with my own eyes that a lot needs to be done for our societies to understand both relevance and complexity of this region. This is important both as a means to enhance resilience of our societies and to create a democratic support that will allow us to act on a larger scale in the Arctic. Because of course, if there is no understanding across the Europe of the relevance of Arctic, then it might be difficult to organize any kind of larger investments or infrastructure in the Arctic. At the same time, NATO and its allies must work together to overcome differences arising between the allies in the Arctic. These are often minor in practice and relate to particular islands that bear little to none military significance, but they will stand in the way of the alliance being an effective and credible actor in the region. Only if these two goals are achieved will we be able to act in the Arctic on a larger scale, for example, by creating rotational military presence or by joint procurement of Arctic equipment. At the same time, NATO and its allies will have to strike a balance between military presence and continuous promotion of international cooperation. as the most beneficial solution for all parties involved, not only the Western states, but also for Russia and China. So I look forward to discuss the shape of these actions with you today.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Philip, for this extensive approach. And I'm really happy to hear that this debate about the Arctic has not been, unfortunately, yet that much represented within the young professionals or community in general, but hopefully we'll be able to give a platform and to start a movement of a sort when it comes to this particular area. I wanted to build on the couple of remarks Professor Lanzani has made. In one of your works that you published, you were talking about the revenge of realpolitik in the Arctic. Could you present that argument to the rest of our viewers? So in regard to that regional security, how these security concerns, since the region is, as we said, is moving away from that strategic periphery and opening up and becoming, so to say, an international challenge, let's put it that way.
Okay, thank you. The revenge of realpolitik refers to the perception, which the other speakers have noted, that this part of the world has been seen as largely disconnected from what was seen as traditional security discourse, for the reason that it was assumed for a very long time, we could go back to the early 90s, immediate post-Cold War, that the cost-benefit ratio made it much more possible, much more congenial for the various powers in the region to look for ways to cooperate rather than to compete. And that for any one actor inside or outside of the region to engage in a revisionist fashion would simply incur too much difficulty. Now that perception, and again, we can debate this at length as to whether or not that situation actually truly existed, is certainly starting to shift quite a bit, both because of the fact that the Arctic is seen as opening up to a great deal of new and potential economic activity. Shipping is one area, extractive industries is another. There's been quite a bit of discussion about various other sectors relating from fishing to tourism. And that certainly has created a perception that these resources, especially in the area of energy and raw materials, could be subject to expanded competition. So the idea of, first of all, ownership and the idea of overall protecting assets has started to become much more prevalent in the discourse. But also the introduction of non-Arctic actors, again, China leading the way, but certainly not the only one. And the idea that with the opening up of the region, economic opportunities should be available to many actors around the world, not just the Arctic themselves, has raised the subject of these kinds of tensions. The idea that we are seeing the great potential for militarization in the region. However, I would not go as far as to argue that we are on the cusp of some kind of scramble or on the cusp of some kind of massive competition, because first of all, if I were to go back, let's say pre-2013 or so, I think the opportunity for a scramble was much greater. Oil was running at much higher prices. There was the idea that economic opportunities were plentiful. But at the same time, a lot of that oil and gas is well within the EEZs of the Arctic states. And now, with the global economy being a little bit more uncertain, the possibility of this kind of scramble has, I wouldn't say gone, but it has certainly slowed down. Nevertheless, we are starting to see a great deal of emphasis by many of the major actors in the region, including the United States and Russia, towards looking at the region from a more geostrategic viewpoint. And the concern that I have is that this is going to lead to more zero-sum thinking, the idea that if X is not pursued by us, it will be pursued by others. So this kind of reflects the idea that realpolitik is back, either actually or figuratively, and the fact that we are now starting to see a kind of diversification of how one defines Arctic security.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for that one. If I can build, since you touched upon the whole issue with the current economy, especially after in the aftermath of COVID that has happened, do you think that once we come back from this whole recession that is happening at this stage, and if we manage to bring the economies relative to the game that they were before and level they were before, do you think that that could potentially re-spark the interest and potentially that scramble for the Arctic?
I guess much will just kind of hedge my bets a bit. I would say that a lot depends on what kind of recovery we're talking about. There's been all kinds of discussion about if the situation improves greatly over the next few months, and I very much hope that is the case. The potential for a V-shaped recovery is very strong, and that will require a very sudden increase in energy demand. Certainly, you look at some of the major Arctic players, and I look especially to Russia, they are certainly making that gamble that the need not only for energy, but also for shipping is going to increase dramatically over the next year, and they are trying to prepare accordingly. It's a similar situation here in Norway. There are certainly discussions about opening up new blocks in the waters north of here for new oil exploration on the idea that demand is going to go up. And other parts of the Arctic are looking forward to more tourism. So we're certainly seeing a little bit of preparation going on. But the problem, though, is if we start to see that very sudden increase, that is going to place strains on several other aspects of Arctic security, especially in regards to the environment. And going back to Russia, for all of Russia's very ambitious Arctic development plans, it got a very nasty wake-up call a few months ago in the case of Norilsk. So this is certainly not a case of, well, we'll only look at some areas of security and development and not others. It is all intertwined.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for those remarks. If we can stay on this rough idea, building on yesterday's panel on LAWFAR, when Munis Mosquera and the rest of his team have touched upon the idea of that covert, so to say, hybrid warfare within the area. Philip, do you think that there is an evolving significance of a naval domain for NATO, considering that we have that kind of covert Arctic scramble when it comes to the LAWFAR perspective? Sorry, I think you muted.
Could you repeat the question, please? Because I had some sound problems and didn't hear it quite well.
Yes, of course. So if we're building on yesterday's panel on LAWFAR and hybrid warfare, would you say that we are currently in that covert Arctic scramble from that legal perspective, based on the discussion we've had yesterday with the SHAPE LAWFAR team?
I would say that this covert Arctic scramble has been going on for some time now, because if you look at how complex this Arctic legal landscape is, and how long were the tensions and disputes on sizes of economic zones and continental shelves in the region, we might see that some activities in this aspect were already done here. When we're talking about lawfare, there is a lot to do in this region, because we don't have a unilateral single treaty that would govern this area. We have United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea. We have the Arctic Council based on Ottawa Declaration, but the Arctic Council has a rather weak legal foundation. That's just it's based solely on a declaration, so it's fairly easy to ruin its works. It's based solely on goodwill of its participants. So any country that would like to go forward with the scramble for Arctic has many legal tools to work on it. For example, you can see, for example, that many of Russian military exercises and military displays of power revolve around the Lomonosov Ridge. That's one of the most prominent cases of a dispute, of a territorial dispute in the Arctic, because the Lomonosov Ridge lies exactly under the North Pole, or above the North Pole, and it is a piece of debate between Denmark and Russia, because as we are talking about continental shelf, it needs to have a connection to the continental shelf of the country that wants to acquire it, and there is a constant debate, which is more scientific than legal, about whether the Lomonosov Ridge is is an underwater prolongation of Greenland or a part of Russian continental shelf. So this is just one of the examples that all of these things mix in the Arctic. We have this legal problem of the borders of the continental shelf. We have activities of Russia in the region, including military activities and some kind of narrative on Arctic being a historical and cultural part of Russia. So certainly this field of uncertainty, legal uncertainty in the Arctic, definitely gives a good grounds for state and non-state actors to resort to lawfare and other hybrid measures in this area. The best way, of course, to tackle these issues would be to create some kind of coherent response by Arctic countries belonging to NATO, because we know that we have some disputes between NATO countries, ranging from the less serious, like the Hans Island between Denmark and Canada, which is more of a friendly quarrel than a serious international dispute, to the disputes revolving on Canadian northern seaway, which is considered an internal waters by Canada and international passage by the United States. So existence of such disputes between allies within NATO is a big issue for building of any kind of answer from NATO perspective, because you can't really build any coherent answer to disputes and to law tricks used by actors there if there are legal disputes arising within the allies. So definitely lawfare is something that is very much present in the Arctic, and in order to tackle it, we first have to tackle the differences arising between NATO states.
Thank you so much for this interesting answer. And as we said before, we always have that bit of a struggle when it comes to the NATO, because we have to have a consensus vote on everything. And different member states, different allies and partners, they have different views and different priorities set out. And for some reason, Arctic is still too far out from that kind of encompassing debate to it. But talking about all of these so-say loopholes and gaps that we are currently facing in this theater as we are, Abby, in your testimony, you said that there is no one type of mobile asset, fixed infrastructure, organization, collaboration, or other entity that could satisfy every potential gap that we are facing, essentially, within this area. Could you elaborate what kind of toolbox, in a way, could assist the Alliance to fill these gaps that we are looking into when it comes to Arctic in particular?
Yeah, happy to look at that question. I should preface my remarks by saying that the research that my colleagues and I have done have focused on the U.S. Coast Guard, and so I'm speaking from that perspective, not for all of NATO, though I suspect that the discussion would be pretty similar. So the point there was that I think oftentimes there's a focus of what do we need to operate in the Arctic? What do we need to do law enforcement? What do we need to have security of all the various types that we've been talking about? Is to focus on a certain small number of very visible assets like icebreakers, and then suddenly say, okay, we've got a gap here. Let's go fix that. And I think for us in our research, it was concerning that at least for the U.S. Coast Guard, a lot of discussion had turned into almost like there's an icebreaker gap. And so what we wanted in our research when we demonstrated, was that it's more than an icebreaker gap. So if you purchase a few more icebreakers, that is certainly helpful for presence in the region. But let's bear in mind that they're not a silver bullet. They don't do everything. And so every time we look at what's needed to operate in the Arctic, we emphasize that, of course, there's a lot of different types of ships and helicopters, aircraft, and certainly not even to get into different vehicles that might be needed in order to access remote places, or in some cases dog sleds. There's all sorts of things for access. But then oftentimes there's this hidden connective tissue in the communications and remote sensing of the region, especially because it's so vast, and the physics of the region are somewhat in some cases very different than the rest of the globe. So the solutions that work at lower latitudes don't work always in the Arctic. And I think sometimes that more hidden connective tissue sometimes gets missed in conversations and discussions on this issue. So we wanted to highlight that. And then furthermore, all of the, and this perhaps gets into more of a NATO perspective here, but not the solutions necessarily point towards new technological investments. As I spoke about before, there's certainly a need for partners to operate in the Arctic region, and different forms of collaboration and things like this. So training of personnel as another example. So to not focus too narrowly on purchasing a few more ships and calling it a day and saying that everything is going to work out.
Yeah, and it's not just about that kind of capital aspect that we have in technology. It's about the memberships and partnerships that we are creating and bonds when it comes to the influence to it. But if we build on that one, looking into the potential partnerships to enhance the Arctic maritime security, where do you think the Alliance should look at to find the best partnerships for this particular region? I'm leaving this one open to all three of you, depending who wants to pick up that one. Abby, would you like to go with that one?
Sure. I'll say a few general remarks, but since I haven't studied NATO writ large, I don't want to speak definitively on it. So perhaps the other speakers will have something to add here. But I think as we strategize and plan moving forward, I think there's a real need to assess essentially an inventory of what each partner could bring to bear in the region and how that might be used to support the Alliance's goals. And I think understanding what capabilities are available and how they could connect it together. And I mean that not only from an operational standpoint and having a plan, but also in terms of communication and being able to share data. Again, sometimes these connective problems of literally communicating and also the policies that guide information sharing can get in the way of effective partnerships anywhere in the world. And just given how many countries have relatively few capabilities that will also work in the Arctic harsh environment, and also considering the very broad and vastness of the region, it becomes even more important to really think about how to use everything that is available to the fullest.
Thank you so much. Dr. Valentine, would you like to take next?
I would say just 2 quick points. First of all, we're certainly seeing a little bit of catch-up, which is starting to be observed when it comes to various areas of cooperation as a result of the very rapid opening up of the Arctic. And we're seeing this, for example, by the fact, going back to the Northern Sea route, that the traditional rule of thumb was that these kinds of transits were only possible in the summer, but now we're seeing experimental transits as early as February. We're starting to see a lot of concern for what this means in regards to civilian vessels. The Polar Code from 2017 was a method to kind of address that. But I would also say the second point is this is an area where the Arctic opening up as an international space, not necessarily in terms of law, but rather in terms of the need for a new set of guidelines and potential for cooperation, because of the fact that we are going to be seeing very soon a time where more and more of the Central Arctic will become open. A fishing moratorium is already in place, so that's a step in the right direction, but several countries, including in its Arctic White Paper, have already started to make preparations for transits of the Arctic. So definitely things are heading in a very good direction in regards to the potential for cooperation, but the time frame is still very uncertain.
Thank you so much. Philip, the floor is yours.
I fully support Ms. Tingstad on that the icebreaker fleet is not a silver bullet, and it's not something that we can use as an excuse for anything. Like we are building icebreakers, so the Arctic issue is resolved, because we know that to launch new capabilities in the Arctic and to really deliver on what we are expecting in the coming years in the Arctic. So enhanced maritime traffic and perhaps location of critical infrastructure in the region. We have to organize more and more assets. Breakers are just the most prominent part of this, and like they can act like the PR part of this, the most prominent and the most visible in the media. But we need to address a lot of issues together with our partners. This may include stronger communication infrastructure. So something that relies solely upon the Arctic states and the way they can provide in the Arctic. Unmanned patrol vehicles that are tailored to operate in difficult conditions, such as Danish Thetis-class patrol vessels, which are not necessarily very capable as the warships, because they're using mostly artillery equipment. But they have limited ice-breaking capabilities and search and rescue capabilities, so they are ready to perform a wide array of duties. So both our partners and we must look at such solutions that are tailored to the Arctic needs, but also not necessary, but also can be used elsewhere, because the Thetis-class patrol vessels is also a very capable patrol vessel in itself. So it could theoretically be used in other parts of the world. When I was discussing the possible frameworks for NATO cooperation in my Atlantica paper, I made remarks about two such possible frameworks of cooperation. The one is, once again, the icebreakers, but I think it would be a feasible idea for NATO to build a icebreaker fleet in the same manner as we build the AWACS fleet or the fleet of heavy cargo airlift aircraft. This would allow us to build this icebreaker fleet quicker and end this topic of icebreaker gap for good, and also to manifest rights and interests of other countries that are not capable of providing capabilities that are tailored for Arctic. Because, for example, if you look at smaller countries with smaller navies, or southern countries that probably won't find a tailored Arctic patrol vessel or Arctic icebreaker, if they make a joint procurement, just like they do with the heavy airlift or AWACS, they may be able to manifest their interest in this way. So this would be a good way to engage all NATO partners in this Arctic activities. Also, another way in which we could build partnerships around the Arctic would be a unit. This would provide us with much needed search and rescue capabilities, which will definitely be in hand when shipping increases in the Arctic. Because right now we have this search and rescue agreement between the Arctic states, but this is obviously not ready for increase in maritime shipping. So perhaps at one point we will need to make a multinational search and rescue force that will arrive in the Arctic and mark presence of the alliance in the region in a way that is also not overtly aggressive from perspective of other actors. And this would also grant new capabilities to states that are not in the Arctic, but they may regardless benefit from receiving such expertise in working in harsh winter conditions. So we have to address both problems in lacks of capabilities that arise in NATO, which can be really addressed by NATO. But also we must find some ways to cooperate, all parties, all interested NATO countries to cooperate in the Arctic.
There is an echo I can hear. Can you hear me all clear? Sorry, there was some echo on my side then. So we're basically building on the idea of, I think you also presented that one in your article on the Joint Arctic Command, to have that structured approach to it and that kind of joint defense investments happening with allies and partners within the region, right?
Yeah.
Wonderful. We got a question coming up from Terry Schultz. She is, I hope it's a she. I hope I haven't messed this one up. I'm sorry if I have. Independent journalist for Brussels Barents Observer. The question goes, Russia's Northern Fleet now in Norwegian Sea to ensure fishermen's safety, under quotation marks. Only the tug and the tanker will have AIS turned on. Is that concerning? Who would like to take that one? So we're looking into the fishermen's safety, and the tug and tanker will only have the AIS turned on. Would that be concerning from our perspectives?
Do you think we could post the question in the way that's visible to us? Because I'll be honest, I may not be understanding the question, but if I can help answer it, I'd be glad to, but I don't think I fully understood.
No problem. We're going to ask for clarification. Terry, if you can just send us a quick explanation to the chat box, and then we're going to get back to it once we have a clearer picture on it. On that note, we're going to be moving on to a different aspect that I wanted to discuss with you. So if we're looking into the cooperation between EU and NATO as partners within the region, so how would you see those two institutions addressing the increasing importance of the maritime security and the security in general within the Arctic in a collaborative manner?
I can start if that's all right.
Yeah, by all means.
Well, I can, just to give a bit of background. Now, the European Union is obviously extremely active in Arctic affairs on several fronts. It has been a frequent participant in Arctic Council affairs. Several EU members are observers or members of the Arctic Council. So what the European Union has been seeking to do, and there's been a lot of very interesting documentation, is to build a more multifaceted approach to Arctic affairs. And one priority for Brussels has been a greater cooperation with NATO, understanding that security concerns in the Arctic are starting to become much more prevalent. But I would say that there still needs to be a little bit more clarification, going back to our original topics of security, as to what areas of security are going to be the priority for the EU in the near future, especially because, and I go back to this frequently, we are dealing with a very fluid situation.
Well, thank you so much, Dr. Valentine. Abby, Philip, would you like to comment on this one?
I think my fellow panelists are probably better positioned to comment, so I will pass on this one.
By all means, you have a full right to do so. Philip, the floor is yours.
Of course, with pleasure. The current EU policy in the Arctic is based on a joint communication of the Commission from 2016, and it puts particular emphasis on these very aspects of fostering international cooperation, responding to impact of climate change, and contribution to sustainable development that we mentioned earlier. So I think that looking at how EU does an amazing job in facilitating cooperation between Arctic countries in terms of pollution reductions or joint research, I think that the EU has an important political role to fulfill in the Arctic. Please keep in mind that the EU is a de facto permanent observer of the Arctic Council. It is also a member of the Barents Euro-Arctic Council, which is a forum similar to the Arctic Council in terms of dealing with more or less the same issues: search and rescue, cooperation in maritime environment security, and pollution reductions, but on a local Barents Sea scale. So I believe that the EU is even more suited politically than NATO to fulfill the role of this one agent that promotes international cooperation. So I think we can. I think the cooperation between NATO and the EU may take this dualist approach of NATO providing some serious capabilities in the region, and the EU fostering international cooperation. as it is often discussed, the NATO and its activities may somehow shift the balance of powers in the region and put Russia on alert. But I think that this double-sided approach to these issues might be very profitable if NATO uses its experiences in terms of expanding military capabilities and defense capabilities in wider perspective, and the EU uses its political experience in the Arctic. I also think that in the future, depending on how our relations might develop in the Arctic and how the situation might develop, I think that Europe, with its expanding defense agenda, may also participate in various NATO activities in the Arctic. For example, the Frontex is still expanding, and we can imagine that at some point it will also participate in NATO-led activities if such activities take place in the Arctic. So I think that the cooperation between NATO and the EU is very promising in this regard, and I think that they both should use their best experiences to create a holistic approach to the region.
Thank you so much. As we discussed in the introduction as well, when it comes to the Arctic, we truly need a holistic approach to deal with the region. As we said, it's not just the economy as it seemed to be like a decade ago, but it's much more than that. It's like multi-layered. It's kind of a hydra. It goes everywhere. We have got a clarification. So Terry is referring to an article that was published today in the Barents Observer that was covering that for the first time Russian Northern Fleet is tasked to serve fishing vessels in waters that are part of the Norway's economic zone, and asking us, would that be something concerning for us as the alliance, and what were our views on this one as a panel?
I would like to address it first, if it's okay with you.
By all means, go, Philip.
Of course, this is alarming, particularly from the national Norwegian perspective that the warships are present there. But on the other hand, when we are evaluating any kind of Russian activity in the region, we must keep in mind that to some extent, all of their activities have the goal to also impress their national public. This is also done largely to impress the internal public and to sow fear around its neighbors and to show off that we are a global power and we can send a frigate to Norwegian exclusive economic zone and because we are very present there. So when we are looking at such activities of Russia, we don't have to panic. It's not like this is a decisive factor in our relations in the Arctic. Because we have to take into consideration that many of these are merely a publicity stunts. We saw the recent surfacing of 3 nuclear-powered submarines near the North Pole during the UMCA-21 exercise. This was also made to look visually striking. A few days later, there was an exercise of land forces, Russian in the Arctic, and there was a leakage of material where there was a military transporter somewhere in the Arctic with some kind of inscription reading that Alaska is coming home just like Arctic is coming home. Of course, from a security perspective, this is ridiculous, but it was made as a manifest of power. So we don't necessarily have to take this very seriously because this is to a large extent a publicity stunt, but of course, it doesn't negate the fact that Russia is a challenge in the region.
Thank you so much for that remark. Because I mean, as you said, it's not something. It's a lot of publicity when it comes, and a lot of domestic policies involved in these kind of acts that are happening on international scale, projected in international scale. But also, it does kind of ring the bell. It has a familiar taste in a way. And also, if we look into the fact that was it, I think last week, we had NATO fighter jets being scrambled from both Norwegian and Belgian side, from the Benelux area, and then the UK later on because of the flight classes. If we also look into those, there was one bizarre event in May. I don't remember when exactly, but it was that kind of springish time when we had a beluga whale that was wearing that Russian-made harness. It is a lot of. It kind of has a really familiar Little Green Man feeling to it. A little bit of Little Wood Choppers on the Korean border back in the 20th century. It's a lot of. It's familiar, but as you said, it's not something to necessarily panic, but be cautious about, I'd say.
I think that when we are comparing, just a little point on this. I think when we are comparing the Arctic issues with with what happened in the Ukraine, for example, or on Russian influence on the Belarus, we have to keep in mind that in the former Soviet republics, this is a zero-sum game. They have to manifest some kind of presence and some kind of pressure on these countries to show off. But in the Arctic, the situation is different because it's actually Russia actually benefits from this area being a low tension zone. We have to keep in mind that it doesn't necessarily, it's not in their best interest to conquer the Arctic. It's in their best interest to make Arctic a safe and viable transit route so that they can benefit from the naval traffic. So it's not like they're going to war over the Arctic, because ultimately it's to their benefit to leave the area peaceful.
I guess I would just briefly add to emphasize that we must look at these types of actions in context, and we did talk a little bit about domestic policies. In our research, we did find that in a number of cases with Russian activity in the Arctic of this sort of type, is that there's definitely a domestic political reason for doing some of these things, perhaps a media reason as well. So it's important to look at that in context. And I would say that importantly, to me, it is true that in the Arctic, the countries and stakeholders have historically benefited from playing by the rules, because it creates a better situation for everyone to achieve their goals. But as we move forward, I think it's right to look at these questions of who's making the rules, and how are these rules being further developed as climate change and other issues come up for security. What areas need to be re-looked at, and those who have a seat at the table to make the rules are then in a position of power. And we've mentioned the Polar Code already, but one of the really interesting things I think about the Polar Code is just that it was created under the auspices, of course, of the International Maritime Organization, which of course has a much more global set of stakeholders that are involved with that than say does the decision-making power of the Arctic Council, to include China, of course.
Wonderful. Donatella, I think you had a comment as well on this one.
Yes, just to quickly add, certainly if you were to look at what's been happening here, I can certainly identify a pattern of Russia seeking to, shall we say, test the boundaries a little bit of some areas of Arctic rules and norms. There's a new research group which started here at the university called the Gray Zone, and it deals with these kinds of issues, this kind of in-between type activity. Like, I'm hearkening back to, we've seen Russia begin to challenge Norwegian policy in Svalbard more than once. So on one hand, there's been all the discussion about Russia, I should say, setting up new or reopening old Cold War bases in Siberia, and that gets a lot of attention. But it's activities like this that I think are certainly also worthy of discussion. And again, a lot of it certainly could fall under the category of swaggering or showing the flag. But even if that were to be the case completely, it is certainly going to create a response in Norway and other parts of NATO to say, okay, we need to start responding to this a little bit more concretely. So we go back to the problem of the security dilemma, that even if we are talking about posturing, it could invite a response which could further complicate the military security situation in the Arctic as a whole.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for all the remarks. I hope that on this note, we can put this one to rest for the time being, unless there's another beluga whale floating around. But what I wanted to ask you, we talked a lot about Russia, but obviously we mentioned China as being one of the big actors to it. And considering the bromance that is currently, as Mr. Jamie Shea mentioned on Friday, between Russia and China is currently happening. In your views, especially you, Dr. Lantain, because this is predominantly your area, how do you see this bromance essentially portraying and happening in the Arctic? Would that be something of our concern, and what is your overall view on China's role in the Arctic?
Thank you. It's interesting. The discussion over whether a Sino-Russian partnership in the Arctic is starting to deepen. It's a very serious one. And certainly we are starting to see greater occurrences of cooperation in the region. For example, PLA forces were present during the Vostok 2018 maneuvers. And certainly there is greater discussion about further cooperation in areas such as scientific exploration of the Arctic and some areas related to economics. I can point to the liquefied natural gas project in Yamal. That said, I still tend to be a little bit of a skeptic towards the idea of either a serious alliance or a bromance, or however you want to call it, simply because we are talking about two countries, first of all, which arguably are on different power trajectories, but also the fact that their approach to the Arctic is considerably different. Russia has put a great deal of emphasis on maintaining the sanctity of Arctic sovereignty and has made it very clear that while Russia is very happy to get assistance from China or from any other outside non-Arctic country in developing its resources in Siberia and Northern Sea Route and so forth, Moscow has made it very clear that we are the Arctic states and non-Arctic states are in a completely different category. China, on the other hand, is wanting to be accepted as an Arctic stakeholder. And Russia, at the moment, is the only Arctic player that has really developed this kind of deepening relationship with China economically in the region. And China is also very well aware that a lot of its outlets to the Arctic, literally and figuratively, do go through Russia. So I would say that this partnership, once you go down a few layers, I'm not completely sure that we're seeing the level of political cooperation or trust that would be required for that kind of partnership to take place. But a lot is going to have to do with how the United States and NATO approach the region in the near future. This could shift.
Thank you so much for those remarks. Would anybody from the panel like to add to this one? I'm going to take that as a no.
If I may, I agree that the bromance between China and Russia is rather harsh. It's not based on affection. It's more based on equal interests. And you can see that they are competing all over the world. You can see that how they compete for influence in Serbia, for example, where the Chinese vaccine diplomacy is very prominent. And they are slowly pushing away Russian investments from this country, and China becomes more and more the big friend of Serbia instead of Russia, like in the recent years. So this may sound controversial, but I actually believe that the presence of China in the table of countries participating in this Arctic issue could benefit the West in some cases, because it can ease the tensions between NATO and Russia, because as I said, we have some very basic goals that might seem similar at the same time. For example, the freedom of navigation. So it may come to that at a certain point, when Russia wishes to demonstrate its territorial approach and block the northern sea route somehow, or exercise too much influence on this area, then NATO and China will speak in the same way for Russia to exercise pressure on Russia. On the other hand, if China wishes to become more active in a military manner in the Arctic, which is also possible and was already outlined several times in Europe, that they can use the northern sea route to attack shipping in the Atlantic, for example, or the British Isles. We can say that the first country that will be alerted by such unilateral actions by the Chinese Navy will be Russia, because as Professor Lantain said, it is their outlet to the Arctic. So I believe that if this is carefully executed politically, we can actually benefit from Chinese presence in the Arctic, because the Chinese can exercise some more pressure on Russia than NATO acting on its own.
Thank you so much. There's a bit of an echo again. Okay, we're back online. So we have a question coming from Nico Sigers. So he's asking about the SAR and protection operation at sea pose severe challenges, more so in the Arctic. In case of suspected malign activity, pseudo accidents, how to improve evidence collection?
Well, if I may, oh, go ahead.
Sorry.
If I may just briefly, I think this is another example of why improving not only the ability to collect and process and infuse data, but to be able to share it across different stakeholders is so important, because it's hard to do in the Arctic, and it's hard to do when you've got a lot of different stakeholders with different policies about information sharing and different capabilities. But I think this is another example of why that's important to resolve.
Thank you so much. Does anybody want to add on this one by any chance? I'm taking it as a pass. So if we're looking on the general scope, we have like some 10 minutes more left, so I'm going to just kind of drag it more towards the conclusive of our debate and discussion in general. So if we look into the reasons and the key factors that led towards this whole transformation of maritime economy, the sea lines of communication and resources in the Arctic, what do you see as not only NATO 2030, but also, as we discussed before, for like 20 years onwards and forever, essentially? What kind of approach should NATO take today as an alliance, as partners and members, to ensure that this region genuinely does remain the region of high north but low intensity? Mark, would you like to take that one first?
Thank you. I would say, first of all, that it is certainly important now for the region to understand, or for the major actors in the region to understand, just the sheer amount of change that has taken place just over a very, very short time. I could talk about the environmental situation. We are seeing report after report coming out of very different actors and agencies to say exactly what has been happening up here. And the issues of environmental security are certainly not going away, and they definitely need to be factored into any kind of broader discussion, any multilateral discussion about where security in this region is going. And NATO should certainly be a participant, along with the European Union and others, in that dialogue. The other point being, though, is that we are starting to see, just to go back to my original comments, a greater internationalization of the Arctic in regards to which actors are very interested in developing partnerships to take advantage of the economic opportunities which are starting to appear here. I mentioned non-Arctic states before. One actor which I didn't mention, which really kind of underscores the fact that Arctic stakeholders are starting to become much more widely defined. Singapore has been an observer, formal observer in the Arctic Council since 2013. It is very concerned about the possibility of sea level rise, as well as the shipping situation in the Arctic. So the number of countries which need to be engaged when we talk about how best to ensure the high north low tension has certainly become much more prevalent. And the good news is the next Arctic Council ministerial, because of the kind of changing political situation with some of the actors, I'm thinking primarily of the US, the possibility of multilateralism is that much higher. And I think now we are starting to see really the urgency involved in that process.
Thank you so much. Abby, would you like to comment on this one?
Just a few things to emphasize and add. So the Arctic has historically been an opportunity for discussion and diplomacy, and I think it's important to continue to think of it that way and keep the doors and windows open for discussion. And I think in addition to that, the Arctic countries have a track record of anticipating problems before they become essentially something that would raise tensions, because they are so immediately relevant. So the Central Arctic Ocean fishing moratorium is a good example of that. So before something becomes a problem, so to speak, talk about it when the stakes are still relatively low, if you will. Important to plan for, but not an immediate problem to be dealing with right now. So I think continuing to do that, anticipate these problems, and deal with them is something that would be important to continue doing in the future. And you need to have doors open for communication, lines open for communication in order to do so, which of course raises this question again of do we have sufficient forums in which to have these discussions and make these decisions together? And one topic that I don't think that has had a conclusion yet, lots of opinions, of course, but is that of, what's needed to discuss hard security, military security in the Arctic? Is a forum needed? Is a separate forum? Are the forums of the past and some of the existing forums sufficient for that? And I think that's an open question. And whether or not we see a forum for hard security matters in the Arctic is one thing, but the fact that it needs to be discussed, I think, is quite definite.
I'm really happy to hear remarks, and I genuinely hope that this particular panel will, as I said, open up not only for the professionals, as Philip mentioned earlier on, but genuinely to start having more discussions on the topic and engage more people from different backgrounds, just to summon all of us together, coming from be it operational, tactical, political, STEM background, legal, just to see how we can all incorporate all our views and currents that we belong to in the end of the day to genuinely keep the low tension, because as we said, it's not only Russia who benefits from it being low tension, it's the international community as in general. Philip, over to you.
Yeah, thank you very much. I fully agree with what has been said by the previous speakers, but I also would like to once again underline what I was mentioning earlier about the fundamental need for NATO to create a common voice if it wants to be a stakeholder in the Arctic at all. Because at this point, with more and less important disputes at the table, NATO will not have a serious place for discussion. One of the reasons I think why many of such disputes were frozen and are still unsolved is because they were simply irrelevant from the security perspective. Like we do not agree with Canada on the waterways. We do not agree on this island or this island, but we have the Cold War going on. So let's ditch it and let's go for the Cold War, and we'll return it on another time. And this time has come to address those issues, because in a time of, as we discussed together yesterday, the lawfare, many hybrid measures, any kind of minor misunderstanding between the allies can become a big problem. So if we want to address these issues together, we have to address them with a coherent approach. This would also probably include the ratification of the United Convention on the Law of the Sea by the United States, because the United States still haven't ratified it, and from the legal perspective, it's really surprising to see that the United States used the arguments laid out in this convention, for example, meaning the international waterways and the passage through straits, to exercise some certain influence over Russia and Canada. So we have to be credible actors also from this legal standpoint to be taken seriously in the Arctic. So yeah, this is the key to create a coherent approach and to act both to build capabilities and to foster international cooperation in this region as a single bloc.
Well, thank you so much for that remark. As you said, it's genuinely important that we not only share the same standpoint, not only that we are standing in the same position, but that we also abide the same rules and regulations, and we can't really call upon them if we don't sign them. So hopefully that's going to happen sooner rather than later. And on this wonderful note, as much as I know that we have so many more areas to cover, we are unfortunately out of time. But I would like to thank each and every one of you for your time. I know it's Sunday afternoon, and I genuinely appreciate for you taking your time for talking to us all about these pressing topics that might not seem like much right now, but I think that Nathan, you said in one of your things, one of your articles you published, that it came gradually but then suddenly. And I think also I've read it somewhere that the two types of Arctic problems, the imaginary and the realistic one, and the out of the two, the imaginary is the most pressing one. So I hope that we're going to stick to the realistic ones, keep the low tension as much as we possibly can, and give more platforms, not only for the young people, but for everybody else to just put all the differences aside and discuss it genuinely to keep it as low as possible. On that wonderful note, thank you again so very much, and I'm hoping you're going to be joining us soon on the next panel, hopefully in person. But until then, do stay safe, and looking forward to catching up with you soon.
Thank you, everyone.
Good afternoon and welcome to the panel, The Rising Tides of the South China Sea. In recent news, China has drilled in the South China Sea exploring natural gas. The Philippines has called out China on its assertive use of the commercial fishing boats, while the US Theodore Roosevelt Carrier Strike Group revisited the South China Sea, conducting routine operations and exercises, its presence reassuring its allies. The commander of the Strike Group 9, Admiral Doug Verissimo, stated, "It's great to be back in the South China Sea to reassure our allies and partners that we remain committed to the freedom of the seas." However, it's also reported that the Chinese strike group with the aircraft carrier Liaoning is now exercising in Taiwan's vicinity. However, it's also reported that these examples are just a few. These recent examples show the developments on the South China Sea adding to the rising tensions in the area. But why is the South China Sea so important? 1/3 of the world's global commerce passes through the water, amounting around $3 trillion a year. Fisheries account for 12% of the global catch. There are estimated reserves of 11 billion barrels of oil and 190 trillion cubic feet of natural gas. It is also important to note that the tensions first rose from the 1960s to 1970s, when oil was found, which gradually made countries move into some of these islands. However, it was only until 1988 where China started asserting its claim physically. The complexities can be described in three main points: the question on the ownership of the islands, the activities in the sea, or what you could actually do at sea, think like extracting resources, and finally the relationship between China and the US. Explaining China's assertive behavior and claim can be seen in its history, where it fought against foreign powers. One of the catalysts of the escalation of the situation is China's reaction to the Obama's pivot to Asia. China claimed that China's relations with Southeast Asian countries were fine, but also drove Southeast Asian countries further staking their own claim and China reacting the same. A key driver for China's assertiveness is President Xi Jinping, where he has exerted a more centralized control since 2013. One of the main worrying aspects is the militarization of the South China Sea. China has been building artificial islands through land reclamation and building military bases to exert its claim and to protect its power in the region. To discuss this topic today, we are joined by Ambassador Min-Yen Tsai from the Taipei Representative Office in the EU and Taiwan, Lyle Goldstein, Research Professor, China Maritime Studies Institute at the US Naval War College, and Harry Nedelcu, Policy Director at Rasmussen Global. I would like to thank you all for accepting this invitation. I would like to start with Ambassador Tsai. If you could provide your views or Taiwan's views on the South China Sea and the way forward. Ambassador?
All right, thank you, Jeffrey. It's a pleasure to be a part of this program. My gratitude goes to Atlantic Forum for inviting me and arranging such a good platform for us to share our views on the situation in the South China Sea. I think it's very timely and very important for NATO to pay more attention to the situation in the South China Sea. As Jeffrey just mentioned, South China Sea accounts for about 1/3 of global maritime trade and control the very important shipping line that connect both Indian Ocean and Pacific Ocean. So if there is a conflict or crisis situation takes place in the region of South China Sea, I think the impact would be very far-reaching, would be global-reaching. It would not only jeopardize the stability and the peace in the Indo-Pacific region, I mean the whole region, but also endangers the normal operation of our international trade. So in such cases, I think NATO would be not able to ignore or to stand aside from the situation. And the reason why the situation in South China Sea has become highly uncertain, I think it's because of China. Because China is a rising power, and its behavior is becoming more and more assertive and aggressive. So if we look at China's policy toward the South China Sea, what we can see is that China has become more confident to show its muscles to the neighboring country, and then to pursue its status as a dominant power in this region. So what do I think is that China is currently implementing so-called two-hand strategy to promote its political control and the military influence in this region. So-called two-hand strategy means that on one hand is hard hand, on the other will be the soft hand. And regarding China's hard hand strategy toward this region, China intends to build artificial islands in South China Sea. So far, China has built 7 artificial islands in South China Sea and moved so many military items such as jet fighters, air defense system, radar equipment to those artificial islands. Also, China has completed building airplane runway on 3 artificial islands, which will be able to allow China to operate all kinds of military aircraft and then to support full scale of military activity against the neighboring countries or third party if China chooses to do so in the future. So China also, try to conduct so-called Great Long operation by sending its Coast Guard vessels into those disputed water to expel or harass those fishing boats or energy exploration vessels from foreign countries such as Vietnam and Philippines. So you may know that early this year, China just passed a new law to authorize its Coast Guard to use force against the foreign vessels enter into the disputed water in surrounding areas, including the area of South China Sea. So through this kind of hard hand strategy, China will be able to promote its military presence in this region and to challenge the status quo and to change the status quo into China's favor. So that's the hard hand side. And if we look at the soft hand side, China also showed its smile face to neighboring country by proposing One Belt One Road, Belt and Road initiative, and to offer financial support to the infrastructure construction in Southeastern Asian countries. So, by so doing, what China wants to do is to disunite ASEAN member states and prevent ASEAN from, creating some kind of strong position against China's military expansionism in the area of South China Sea. So it's a reality that it has become highly difficult for ASEAN countries to stand together and then to issue very strong diplomatic pressure against China through multilateral platforms such as ASEAN Regional Forum, ARF, because they are so divided politically in front of a powerful China. So if we look at the situation in the area of South China Sea, we can see China has successfully promoted its political influence and the military presence in this region. And the militarization, as Jeffrey just mentioned, I think militarization of South China Sea has become a reality that we have to face. It also caused a very big challenge, not only for the country in Asia, but also for the important actor around the globe. And I think that is the reason why United States has expressed its concerns over the stability and the peace in the area of South China Sea. And also United States has decided to operate so-called FONOP, freedom of navigation operation in the water of South China Sea by sending U.S. naval forces to, conduct regular patrols in the water of South China Sea and also to carry out a military drill occasionally. And the purpose is to show U.S. determination, political determination to maintain the stability and the peace in the South China Sea, also to pay respect to the freedom of navigation and overflight in this region. And we know NATO allies such as France and Canada have followed U.S. operation. And later this year, some other NATO members, such as UK, Germany, and Netherlands will be following this kind of operation by sending their naval forces to the water of South China Sea in the second half of this year. So I think given that many NATO allies have expressed their concerns and have taken some concrete actions to pay attention to the situation in South China Sea, it would be the right time to for NATO to consider how to position NATO properly on South China Sea issue. But when NATO wants to go further to deal with the uncertainties from the South China Sea, NATO may need to think about a broader picture that is about how to handle the challenges and the problems caused by a rising China, so-called China Challenge. If we look at the very important strategic document issued by NATO in last December, that is NATO 2030. In this important document, NATO has regarded China as a systemic rival and also made it very clear it's important to coordinate strategy and safeguard the security of NATO's allies in front of China. And also, if NATO allies are threatened by China, NATO should offer the capacity to offer, protections. So if you look at this document, we can see actually NATO has issued a very clear policy stance over the China challenge. So let's go back to the South China situation. I mean, NATO may have to think about that. When the South China situation is becoming tense, how should NATO, look at this issue? I know it may take some time for NATO allies to reach consensus on this issue because geographically, South China Sea is far away from Europe, and also South China Sea is not a traditional theater for NATO's operation. But I think NATO have their like-minded allies. So there may be a chance for NATO to initiate some kind of process to have more discussion on South China's issue in the coming years. And if I may, I will just offer two humble recommendations for the reference of our NATO friends. My first recommendation is that in the coming years, NATO may want to consider to have more security dialogues or consultation with like-minded friends or like-minded partner in the Indo-Pacific region, so as to know more about the real situation. I mean, the security situation in Indo-Pacific in terms of the security situation in South China Sea. And Taiwan is a like-minded friend of NATO. We stand ready. We stand ready to share our observation and perspective about the maritime security environment with our European friends. So that is the first recommendation I would like to offer for our NATO friends. And the second one is that within the NATO system, NATO colleagues may want to consider to have more internal discussion or debates on South China's issue. And it may be able to start with working out some different scenarios that may take place in the area of South China Sea, and then to evaluate the impact of those different scenarios on the interest and security of NATO allies. By so doing, NATO will be able to enter into a kind of process to have more discussion on South China's issue, and then to have some more, I'm not going to say consensus, but some more common understandings on how to position NATO on South China's issue. I know NATO has attached great importance to NATO 2030. So looking into the next 10 years, when NATO want to capture the global security posture, South China's issue is not supposed to be ignored by our NATO colleagues. And also in the next 10 years, NATO may have to look at the South China's issue more seriously than ever. To conclude, I just want to offer one more point. That is, it's always very important to think about the unthinkable before a crisis, instead of doing damage control in the aftermath of a crisis. So I think South China's issue will be one of the cases, and I just offer some of my thoughts in this regard for the reference of our NATO colleagues for the consideration, and I'm going to end on that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now the next presentation is from Lyle. Lyle, the floor is yours.
Okay, wonderful. Nice to meet everyone. I guess you'll put up my slides then? Is that? Okay. Unfortunately, I can't see them, but I guess I will. We'll trust each other that they're working well. It's really a pleasure to be here to join this discussion. It's a great topic. You can see on my first slide, I have on the left there, you can see this, it's actually a stamp of that commemorates Zheng He's fleets and his foray that actually left from China to explore and trade with the whole of the Indian Ocean into the Middle East and Africa. This was 600 years ago, last month. So, to me, that's actually not a bad framing for this new world we're entering into, where perhaps it's not so strange that China has the largest navy. Back then, its navy was by far the largest and most powerful in the world. So, in some respects, we could be going back to normal. But so let me throw that out as a first provocative idea. But we certainly, there's a lot of tension in the South China Sea, and I'll try to give a few insights from my perspective. Okay, let's go to the next slide. Slide 2. And there you see, I actually read Russian as well as Chinese, and the Russians are following this with great interest. And this headline is about the French submarine recently going into the South China Sea, and you can bet the Russians are pretty happy about that. Actually, I would think, but it does, unquestionably, these new deployments are making headlines around the world. In fact, if you go to the next slide, the slide 3, where you have the 4 squares, I think. Right there, I'm actually working on a book on Russia-China relations, so I'm very intrigued by how all these geopolitical issues are impacting the China-Russia relationship, and that includes the South China Sea. And let's go to slide 4. Okay, here another Russian article. Well, this, I did want to mention, I saw that the last panel was on the Arctic, so I couldn't help but throw this slide in. This talks about, this is a Russian strategist actually talking about what would happen if the Russians were to allow Chinese deployments of submarines into the Arctic, and what that would mean for U.S. national security. So I just want to throw out there also that the Russia-China relationship is clearly accelerating. This is a challenge for NATO, unquestionably, but it could get a lot worse than it is right now. And I'm afraid that may be where we're headed. Let's go to the next slide then. You have a couple of pictures of ground forces there. And indeed, when we think about Chinese power, Chinese military power, certainly over the last few decades, we've thought about China as a land power mostly, fighting the U.S. Pretty much to a draw in Korea, of course. But now things are changing, and let's go to the next slide there. Here you have 4 pictures from 6 April 2021. So this was just the other day, and I try to watch Chinese military news every night. And you can see that, no question in my mind that, we may want to talk about the South China Sea, and South China Sea is very important, that China is very focused on Taiwan right now, the Chinese military, that is. So let's also keep that in mind. And you can see the related focus on amphibious warfare. All right, and let's go to the next slide then, where you see the shipyard. That would be slide 7. And here, I just want to set myself a timer here. I don't want to talk your ears off here. So this shipyard, this picture was taken not long ago, flying over Shanghai. I think somebody just turned to the side and looked out the window, and it just gives a kind of stunning view on just how much is going on in Chinese shipyards these days. It's truly remarkable, and they have really stepped up the rate of building warships. Let's go to the next slide then, where you see the cruiser doing the underway replenishment. And this is the Type 055. I've done a lot of work in studying this vessel, and I think we have to say, and let's go to the next slide even, there you see a kind of internal cutaway. You see some of the weapons on this warship, Type 055, really a fierce array of weaponry. And I have to say, from the U.S. Navy perspective, that some of these missiles are actually superior to what our frontline surface combatants have. And in any case, there's little doubt that this warship, the Type 055, is quite on par with our top line surface combatant. Okay, let's move ahead. Next slide then, and here you see a row of destroyers and a Coast Guard ship in the corner. Slide 10. I want to make the point, though, that it's not just about capital ships, carriers, and cruisers, expensive items like that. It's also China is turning the military balance by building a lot of small and very capable ships like these small frigates, the Type 056. And as you know, and I hope we'll talk about some, really, in some ways, China's whole strategy in the South China Sea now depends largely on the Coast Guard. And it's just over the last 10 years that China has built the largest Coast Guard in the world. Think about that, folks. It's quite a stunning development, unquestionably. And some of my research, including this graphic here, reveals that the Coast Guard can be upgraded within a couple of weeks to assume a warfighting role, including anti-submarine warfare, for example. Okay, let's move ahead. We'll just keep looking at different dimensions of Chinese naval power. So here you should, here you see, you should see a picture of the aircraft carrier right on deck. Looks familiar to people familiar with the U.S. Navy. Our carriers are still well ahead. It'll be interesting to see what the next version looks like. Still, I must say, it's remarkable how far China has come with respect to carrier aviation. It's taken us a bit by surprise how fast they're moving. Let's go to the next slide, 12. You can see, though, it's not just in carrier aviation where China's pushing ahead. All across the board, from bombers. And by the way, you see the red circles there. That's the YJ-12, a very difficult weapon to deal with, a supersonic anti-ship cruise missile. But you could see other areas here like ASW helos. They're also moving ahead. Next slide should be 13. And we're looking at the submarine force. And they've just upgraded the facilities at Huludao where they build nuclear submarines. And we expect the next generation of nuclear submarines to be quite impressive. There is a gap here for sure. But boy, that the new nuclear submarines look an awful lot like ours. And their capabilities have been improving quite a bit. Next slide. I have looked in particular at the Chinese submarine force. Here you're looking at, I think, a national interest article. And this paper I found by specialists at the Submarine Academy. They're called Several Thoughts on Advancing the Submarine Force. That's an incredible article worth looking at. I've written an analysis up, but that shows that the Chinese have major ambitions to have their submarine force patrolling not just the Arctic, but also the Atlantic. You heard me right, folks, the Atlantic, and I'll come back to that point. Let's go to the next slide. Here I do quite a bit of work on undersea robots, and the Chinese are moving ahead in that area as well. So that's a big concern. I can talk about that if people are interested. Next slide. But there, it's more than just the naval forces. Of course, it's the missile forces. And here you see a DF-26, which is clearly labeled as an anti-ship weapon. This is the first anti-ship ballistic missile in the world. And yes, this is a major problem for the U.S. Navy. We could talk about this more. Now there's even an upgraded, longer range variant. Let's go to the next slide, which shows DF-17. This is the one of the first hypersonic weapons deployed. You may have just heard the U.S. had a failed hypersonic test the other day. China has deployed a hypersonic weapon. You see the odd shape of this missile. It's meant to skip off the atmosphere. Okay, this is a problem. Next. And let's not forget more, quote, mundane areas of naval warfare like mine warfare. And here I've shown that they have really looked very hard, that is the Chinese, on Russian military doctrine as regards mine warfare. And in particular, I want you to note in the bottom right corner, if you can, the article that shows how mines are to be used against submarines. And I think that is a major issue as we confront China's Navy. Let's go to the next slide where you see a picture of China Quarterly. Here's something you may want to Google and just take a look at, an article I published. It kind of gives my overall view of the naval balance in the Pacific, but I'm quite pessimistic, folks. So take a look at that, and you can. I'll be interested to debate those issues, but I'm probably more pessimistic than most. Let's go to the next slide. I just want to say one or two words on Taiwan because I really do feel that this is the powder keg of the moment. So here you see a couple of pictures with just a shot of Michael Beckley's book recently, and I have a bit of a debate about Beckley because Beckley argues basically that Taiwan is quite defensible. It probably, in his view, can defend itself, doesn't really need much help from the United States. But I disagree with that. I think Taiwan's extremely hard to defend, and that China is very close to tipping that balance completely. Let's go to the next slide where you see Hilo, and here you can see, this is one of the ways that China is overturning that balance across the strait. Just a huge number of now attack helicopters. transport helicopters that make this into a kind of 3D scenario where they're able to use their air power actually to conquer the island. Next. And just on this slide, I would just, if you can see the rocket artillery here and some of the missiles, but China would have put tremendous firepower against the island of Taiwan, which is, should be very disturbing to everybody, including people on Taiwan, no less. But this really is a apocalyptic type scenario. I would urge everyone to look at it very closely. But we are focused on the South China Sea. Let's go to the next slide here. This is, let's see, number 23. Sorry, I'm not used to having somebody else turn my slides. But here you see there's a kind of sketch of the island battle. You can see an aircraft carrier burning, and something Americans like to see, or anybody, I think. But, unfortunately, pretty accurate rendering of everything else, let's say, where you see these overlapping kinds of defense rings and range arcs are all accurate. And the major buildup of reefs, of course, is the big story. Let me just check the time here. Right, I'll start wrapping up here. But look, a lot of this is about the law of the sea, of course. And I don't know if you heard just the other day, the U.S. Navy had a run-in with the Indians on this issue of law of the sea. So, there are some gray areas here, but I think everybody agrees that China has stepped over several lines. Let's go to the next slide. And here you see a debate going back several years in Chinese that was whether or not China should try to control the Malacca Strait. And what's remarkable here in this little debate is that you can see that they actually argued also against that, meaning there were Chinese who thought at that time, this is back in 2007, that China should not try to control, that it's beyond China power, and that would be too aggressive. Well, let's go ahead. Here you see, I think it was mentioned in the startup here that the Obama administration started to pivot. And it's true, and that's when tensions were starting to get bad. This was about 2011, and let's go to the next slide. Here you see from 2013 an article I looked at where this article really states very clearly that based on the Scarborough Shoal incident, that China would enact a new model where it would be much more, in their terms, proactive. Okay, let's go to the next slide. And here, same article, but here they say very clearly this is about China. China has the military instruments, but it's going to try to use non-military instruments, and that's what we've seen, of course. So they're being pretty honest here with their new approach. Let's go to the next slide. There was that major incident where literally hundreds of vessels faced off in 2014 between Vietnam and China. A lot of ships bumping at that point. Fortunately, to my estimate, they were very close to a war there. Let's go to the next slide. This would be slide 30. I think probably all of you are very familiar, have seen the satellite photos and whatnot. So these bases are extremely, extensive, elaborate. One thing I will say, though, they have not moved a vast fleet of aircraft down there yet. Now, they may be just looking for an excuse, but they have not gone ahead with that step. So they seem to be holding that back. We'll go to the next slide, 31 here. Just shows some of the reactions here. As Shending Li, a famous strategy, says, hey, don't lecture us on international law. You guys, killed hundreds of thousands in Iraq, and we don't want to hear it. So, pretty much they basically ignored the judgment of the world there in 2016. Next slide. So if we think about what are the reasons for China's strategy, one part of it is clearly this Ma Liu Jia Kun Zhu, meaning they call it the Malacca dilemma. And that is the fear that China might be cut off from resources in the Middle East, Africa. That's an issue. Here you see that in this slide here that talks about that. It talks about the Kra Canal. And let's go to the next slide, 33. A bit more evidence here. This shows also how the Malacca Strait and security across the Belt and Road becomes a kind of rationale for a lot of what China is doing in the South China Sea. Let's go to the next slide, 34. Just a couple more slides. Sorry if I'm going on a little here, but let's see, in 34, slide 34, interesting. Suggests maybe if you look on the quote in the upper right that China actually may not view the oil and gas as that essential. I think this is very interesting to look at, a kind of countercurrent there. So the economic rationale may be more about transport routes and less about the oil and gas there. Next slide, 35. Let's not neglect also the nuclear strategy aspect, right? A lot of China's larger submarines with nuclear weapons, the SSBNs, the boomers, have gone to the south, and I think that is an aspect of this that we want to keep in mind. Next slide, please. Now, I do want to say there has been some nuclear signaling related to the crisis when Trump administration spokesman here said, you know, the U.S. may block the island, the pathways out to the South China Sea. You know, China started to, you know, roll out its DF-41 up north. You can see some graphics related to nuclear simulations in Chinese. That's quite disturbing. I think we can all agree. Let's go to slide 37. Here's some discussion about how the Chinese view us putting nuclear weapons, small yield nuclear weapons back on submarines. You know, guess how the Chinese are going to react? Probably putting their own low yield nukes on submarines. That's the nature of Cold War, folks. It's not pretty. Let's go to the next slide here. Here, I would just say that, you know, to me, it's if you're looking at this, I'm just about done. But this is a discussion of Taylor Fravel's work, where he showed that China had negotiated in difficult circumstances. So let's keep that in mind. And the next slide, 39. Here is a newscast, and I just want to say, you know, we talk about NATO's movement of warships into the East Asian context. This did occur before in 2017 related to the Korea crisis, and China was quite skeptical, of course. Okay, next slide, 40. Maybe the most important slides I want to show you. These have to do with the so-called Atlantic strategy that China is forming up. Okay, yes, China is forming up a strategy for the Atlantic, and NATO needs to be aware of this. So let's look at, this is quite an important journal they published in. And so let's go to the next slide, 41, where analyze this a little bit. But if you look in the upper right-hand corner, it says, you know, they're very concerned about the South China Sea problem. The upper left, it says they see themselves dealing with an American maritime blockade. And then if you go to the next slide here, it talks about how on the bottom right, that quote, it says, you know, we'll have to put pressure on the United States to give them misgivings about interfering in China's proximate seas. So, you know, again, sounds a lot like a Cold War. And then, okay, there's my timer telling me to be quiet. Excuse me. So, final couple slides here. The slide 43 that's, if people are interested in the military balance, you probably want to read this, the military scorecard. I have a lot of critique, though. I think, again, it was excessively optimistic. And then slide 44, pretty much my last slide, is I just, you know, make sure people know that there's a lot of Chinese hawks out there, including this one, who is just openly advocating for the use of force, you know, to teach those barbarians a lesson. So, you know, I think we're lucky to have avoided conflict so far, and I think, you know, I could talk more about my recommendations. I didn't get to those, but my chief recommendation is that we need to act very cautiously. I'll stop there. Thank you, and sorry for going on a bit long.
Yeah, thank you very much, Jeffrey, and thank you for inviting me to the conference and having me on this panel. It's a real pleasure, and it's a real privilege. I'd like to maybe structure my presentation into 3 bits. One on what NATO's role and the possible role of NATO allies could be in the South China Sea. Then one focusing on Europe and what the EU could do in the broader region, and then finally on the role of democracies writ large, more broadly, on dealing with China more holistically, the military, but also, of course, the economic and on the political side. So first on NATO, and here a lot of it is contingent on the United States. The United States has been pivoting for some time to the area, and more specifically now, speaking about Taiwan, has been shifting or is thinking to shift its policy from strategic ambiguity, which has been the U.S. policy for quite some time now, which is to say, the U.S. has an agreement that is a defensive agreement with Taiwan, but hasn't spelled out exactly how it would basically operationalize that if under threat. This is changing now. This policy shift is happening now in D.C. One from strategic ambiguity to one that is about strategic clarity. That yes, if Taiwan should come under threat, the United States would come to its aid. So in this context, one specific thing that NATO allies, especially European allies, could and should do is that they should make it very clear that should the United States find itself in a conflict in the region, then NATO allies would come to the help and to the aid of the United States, including militarily, making that very clear. Because ultimately, the one way to prevent a war is to prepare for one and deter aggressors from starting one. So that's one. That's on NATO. But NATO and NATO can do so much on the military front and security front. But then there's also the EU and what the EU could do to step up to the plate. And here in the EU, we see the EU coming up and contemplating its Indo-Pacific strategy. But we have two schools of thought in the EU. We have, on one hand, we have a French school of thought, and then we have a German / Dutch school of thought, if you will. The French school of thought, by very virtue of France's physical presence in the region, because France owns territory in the region, has territory in the region. The French school of thought has an important military component to its Indo-Pacific strategy. On the other hand, the newer German and Dutch versions of that, which have been devised also in anticipation of the EU's own Indo-Pacific strategy, they focus more on the economy side, on trade, maritime trade, environment. They have a very tiny, or they have almost no component that is military in their strategies. And interestingly enough, none of them mention too much the US in this context. So one thing the EU absolutely needs to do as it devises its holistic strategy to the Indo-Pacific is to include a very strong, robust military component to its strategy. And here the French presidency of the EU in 2022 is a great opportunity to do that and to have that important military component there, especially as the United States is about to bring Europeans more into the conversation on the region in the Indo-Pacific, together with the other members of the Quad as well. That's on the EU side. But more importantly, what should be the focus of democracies in general in the world? European democracies together with everybody else when it comes to the China problem. And here we have to be very careful and acknowledge that China and the way the China problem differs, of course, depending on where you sit. And to a NATO audience, this is very similar to the way we perceive Russia. You're going to see it very differently if you're on the eastern flank as opposed to if you're a southern ally. And here it's very similar. We tend, the closer we are to China geographically, we perceive China from the prism of security and the military. So if you are one of China's neighbors, if you are Taiwan, Vietnam, Philippines, you will see the buildup of artificial islands. You will see the increase in military capabilities. You will see the aggression or the aggressive moves from China, entrances into their airspace or their territorial waters. So this is how primarily, and this is very obvious, how they see China. And of course, there's the economic side of things, but that is a reality that we have to live with. Primarily, it is about the military and the security. The further away we move away from the region, Australia, but of course also Europe, the more, of course, we see the military side of things, but the more we are concerned with the political and the economic side. And here it's important to understand these two are very intertwined. One derives from the other. They're not separate issues. We sometimes address them as separate issues. They're two sides of the same coin. And I would argue that the military aspect and the security aspect derives itself from China's economic prowess and the way China uses basically economic means to coerce, even politically, other states. And I'll give you a very specific example from Europe. In Europe, ever since the end of the Great Recession, China's strategic acquisitions, economic strategic acquisitions in Europe has grown exponentially from 2 billion in 2008, 2009 to about 40 billion in 2016. Then it went down a little bit, but it's still quite high. And these acquisitions are strategic in the sense that it's not so much that they always make economic sense, but they definitely give China a lot of political influence. So for instance, a lot of them are acquisitions of activities when it comes to railways, highways, transportation nodes, of course, airports, harbors, and of course even high-tech and various high-tech plants and factories. So there's two ways in which this has actually manifested. One, the actual capabilities that are military capabilities of China have been in great part of the high-tech, especially acquisitions, have had dual purposes. So they're civilian. They have civilian purposes, but they can be put on or placed on military applications. We've seen that with the submarines and some of the helicopters they've had. So that's one way. But the other way, it's to basically change the foreign policy and the political stances of some of these countries. And we've seen that especially previously with the previous Greek government, where China used its acquisition of Piraeus, which is a harbor right next to Athens, a very important hub, in order to get Greece to water down the foreign policy position, the EU foreign policy position, when it used to come to human rights violations. So here we see the clear kind of link between this. And over time, of course, Europeans have grown a little bit more, and they've started to take a little bit more action. We've seen how they've implemented. A lot of member states have beefed up their foreign direct investment screening mechanisms. For example, they've built a screening mechanism also at the EU level. On 5G, the EU has issued a 5G toolbox, and many countries have increased their 5G network security. But we still continue seeing China's growing influence in other ways. So for instance, when it came to COVID-19 and COVID-19 vaccine diplomacy, we saw how China tried to puncture the unity of the EU by focusing on certain countries that perhaps didn't deal so well with the pandemic. So we saw China basically approaching Hungary and Serbia and selling its vaccine to them. And at one point, we even saw the Serbian prime minister kissing the Chinese flag with a big smile on his face, saying that the EU hasn't been at all useful, but thank God for China because they've helped us. So we've seen stuff like that. And we've seen the same type of strategic investments shifting focus a lot to the Western Balkans, which is a bit like the soft underbelly of Europe. So countries that are not yet EU member states, but could be one day because they have an EU membership path, and some of them, they are candidates. And we've seen Chinese strategic investment focused on that. And again, out of all the Western Balkans, Serbia is almost half in terms of the numbers of projects that China has there. So railways, highways, also some heavy industry. But there's really a Chinese presence in all of these countries. In North Macedonia, there's a highway in Montenegro, there's an oil field in Albania, there's some presence also in Bosnia as well. So we need to think more collectively how to deal with this problem as well, also as a means to then tackle the military aspect of it, of China's aggression, including in the South China Sea. So, and I'll try to leave it here, but one way to do that, and here's where NATO can be extremely helpful, not because of on its own, because it's not equipped to do that, but we can draw inferences from NATO in order to devise a system that can help us deal with China's political interference in our elections, and of course, economic influence. And literally that is to say, taking the NATO treaty, which is of course geared on for military purposes, but taking that and using that as a blueprint for establishing a similar mechanism that deals with the economy and that deals with the political aspect. So what I mean by that is, for instance, let's take Article 3, right, which is about either on their own or collectively, allies building their capabilities to withstand a possible attack. So taking that, extrapolating that, and establishing an international institution between Europeans, but of course not only, but also any democracy in the world, because we're all really affected by this. So all democracies coming together and building an international system that is better prepared, better geared up to deal with the political aspects and the economic aspects of China's influence. Then taking Article 4. Article 4 says if one ally is under attack, they then get to call the other allies, discuss with them basically what they perceive to be a threat. So establishing how that would look like in this case would be to establish an institutionalized framework, a body, a council where democracies could sit down, and if one democracy feels threatened, be it through cyber attacks or economic coercion, they get to share that information very quickly with the other with the other partners. And finally, and I really leave it here, and I'll conclude with this, and this is something that Anders Fogh Rasmussen and other colleagues have called for as well. Ultimately, the most important part in the NATO treaty is Article 5. So an economic Article 5, how would that look like? In case, for instance, a country finds itself under attack, but below the radar, that is to say, political influence or interference in their elections, or again, economic coercion, a mechanism that would basically be able to retaliate, place sanctions very quickly and effectively when China would do something like this. Or if, for instance, China would slap sanctions or tariffs, let's say, on a certain country in order to coerce it to change its position. An institution that would basically be equipped, it could be a bank that would have a pool of money that would basically be able to come to the aid of that democracy that is being coerced. So in this case, and I'll leave it here, NATO, of course, aside from the military aspect, NATO has, I think, a very strong role to play as the most successful alliance ever created in being a source of inspiration for us more broadly. And when I say us, I mean every democracy in the world, to use the experience of NATO, but apply it to a political and to the economic side of this problem. So I thank you very much, and I leave it here, and I'm looking forward to the questions.
Now I would like to introduce Rebecca Heinrichs, the Senior Fellow from the Hudson Institute. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Privileged to be able to join this distinguished panel. I benefited from the previous remarks, and I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to do my best to avoid repeating some of the points already made and fill in where I think would benefit the discussion. Knowing that the topic of this discussion is the South China Sea, I still think that the primary issue before us that is certainly the most important to the United States is Taiwan, and that Taiwan is going to be or is likely to be the flashpoint in the entire region. And so my remarks are actually primarily focused on what to do about that issue, because obviously it directly impacts the South China Sea and what China is doing there. But before I get to Taiwan, I wanted to zoom out a little bit and then provide some larger context for how I've been thinking about this, and certainly how senior military officers have been communicating to the U.S. Congress, and how the discussion about China geopolitically is really being discussed here in the United States among scholars and analysts, and then members of Congress and staff and members of Congress, and what's really preoccupying our thoughts and our conversations about this. And this is really the Obama administration began to talk about, try to do this shift to the Pacific, the pivot that never really was. It began a little bit, but that it didn't really finally take. The Trump administration really was the time where we began talking very, very seriously about great power competition, major power competition, and that was really about two powers. China primarily, Russia secondarily. But those are the two major powers that could pose the greatest threat to the United States and our vital interests. And then obviously with that means the other liberal democracies, of which the United States has primary, close, longstanding alliances with them. And really it is focused. I'd be interested in tracking what Lyle says about the growing Chinese Russian military cooperation in particular, because I'm always challenging people to not to succumb by a failure of imagination, that we need to be thinking, all of us who have appreciated and enjoyed relative peace since the Second World War, that we need to be thinking about how small regional conflicts is how large major wars begin, and watching the big shifts in alliances and partnerships will greatly impact and affect how that plays out, and the results of what could begin as a regional conflict that grows into a much larger one. And so I'm always trying to track closely what Russia and China are doing. Really, Russia as the junior partner. They hate when you call them that, but really that's what they are to China. And watching how they're continuing their cooperation, especially militarily, and why that's significant, even all the way as it pertains to Iran, seeking to undermine the United States and U.S. objectives in completely different theaters. But so why are we so focused on China now? And I would just say it is really because over the last several decades, the West, mainly the United States, and our allies, really hoped and were banking on, and this was a bipartisan assumption, that as the Chinese got rich, became wealthy, and were integrated into the global economy, that they would liberalize internally, and so we wouldn't be essentially enriching and enabling what could be our primary adversary in 2021. Unfortunately, what did happen was that the Chinese Communist Party did get incredibly wealthy, and then as we heard a great presentation from Lyle, they took all of that wealth and they really invested it into a world, well, I won't give them that much praise, into a significant military power, especially their Navy, but it's not just limited to their Navy. I look at missiles. Missiles is my primary area of focus in my research. And the reason I focus on missiles and nuclear weapons, and that's missiles that are conventional, that is non-nuclear as well as nuclear, is because that's how countries that want to coerce, compel, deter, dissuade major powers, that's their best bang for their buck, is to be able to invest in those capabilities. And really, China has invested in an enormous missile arsenal to be able to put it frankly, deny the United States access to that region, to hold our aircraft carriers at risk, to hold our bases that are in the region at risk, to hold our allies and partners at risk. And it's not just some of their, it's not just simple ballistic missiles, which are, I say simple, I don't mean easy, but I mean on this, predictable trajectory, which is a ballistic trajectory, but as already mentioned, cruise missiles and hypersonic glide vehicles. And it's a little bit of a misunderstanding about what these kind of missiles do and why they're so challenging for the United States. It's not just their speed. Hypersonic, you think, although they must be really fast, but ballistic missiles, especially in their closing velocities, can be much even faster than a hypersonic cruise missile or hypersonic glide vehicle. But the reason that they're so vexing for the United States and why China has invested in them for that particular, for the region, is because the United States doesn't have the ability to hold a track on a hypersonic glide vehicle, meaning to be able to detect the launch and then keep the track on that kind of missile as it's maneuvering and flying at hypersonic speeds. And so we don't know where it's, if you can't see it and hold a track, you can't intercept it, and you don't know where it's going until it's too late. And so you can see it's not just that China has been investing in a serious military, but they've been extremely disciplined in the kinds of weapon systems to be able to specifically push the United States out of the Indo-Pacific theater. And so the reason that the United States is so alarmed at the current situation is it's the geopolitical problem. We've gotten to the point now where China is seeking to push the United States out of the region, and we already had a great presentation about why that would be significant for the United States, 1/3 of maritime trade, obviously, but it's much more than that from the perspective of the United States, much more than a trade issue. And I'll explain why it is such a huge concern for the United States is that if the United States does not have access to the Indo-Pacific theater, if the South does not have, if the South China Sea does not remain peaceful, and the entire, all those international waterways actually peaceful with access, free and open access to those, that the United States would not be able to make good on our security commitments to our allies that we have in that region as well. That particular point is really what underpins American global leadership that I know our NATO allies love to hear about this, but that the United States as a preeminent global power has been able to offer and have a credible nuclear assurances, security assurances to our allies in that region. If the Chinese have the ability to push the United States out of the Pacific, then it seriously impedes the credibility of those nuclear assurances. And so once you have that happens, of course, not only is I believe the United States truly no longer the global preeminent power, that China has supplanted the United States as such. And then with that, everything else that comes with it. You talk about diplomatic might and the ability of the Chinese to then have greater economic coercion, because it does come down to these geopolitical problems, and the United States would seriously be harmed if we lose access to that. So it's really, it is a trade issue, but more than a trade issue, it does come down to the United States' ability to make good on its security commitments, and then this is when we get back to Taiwan. If the United States can't defend Taiwan, I'm going to make a forceful case of why the United States should absolutely move away from strategic ambiguity and move to a more of a position on strategic clarity. Then even if we have not officially moved away from strategic ambiguity, I think that it has essentially become a red line. And if the United States simply sits back and lets China seize Taiwan, it will be a serious, hard to express into words how devastating that will be to American credibility and what the post-World War II order and really since the Cold War II, what the United States has sought to do, not perfectly, but to set rules, for lack of a better word, and an order for how trade, commerce, travel, and just overall general freedom and prosperity for the region and then globally if the United States loses the great and flourishing democracy that is Taiwan to the Chinese Communist Party. And that's another point I want to make. You know, scholars tend to, we're sort of arguing with ourselves over here about whether or not it's just the military piece or the economic piece that we're concerned about, but and really kind of trying to keep the ideological issues, and the Europeans, the NATO allies, have their own way of viewing at this. I thought Harry made a great presentation about how different countries within the NATO alliance have disparate views, not just about the threat, but about how they want to even characterize the threat and how they want to rack and stack the problems. Some of them more on the military side, some of them far less military, and they care much more about the human rights or the economic. And I have tried to argue that you really can't completely separate them, compartmentalize them, because the reason we view the reason we view the Chinese Communist Party as such a major threat to the United States is because their system of government and their the way they their system of government, meaning Chinese communism, but also the ideological underpinnings of that. Marxist-Leninism, which Secretary Pompeo, of course, talked about quite a bit, or tried to bring some light to that whenever he was Secretary of State during the Trump administration. That is what is motivating and driving Xi Jinping to make these major power moves in the region, in the South China Sea. It's major military provocations that have continued to increase, and especially to threaten Taiwan, but not just Taiwan, Vietnam, the Philippines, et cetera, Japan, and its militarization of those islands that it is creating, and that it is seeking to supplant the United States as the most influential and powerful country, and with that, if not overtly, try to get countries to adopt its own system of government, but to make them friendly towards. That is no mention of the genocide going on in Xinjiang. That is no mention of Tibet. That is no criticism of its terrible behavior of obfuscation at the beginning of the coronavirus pandemic, its continued lies about it, its blocking of critical information to the WHO, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. That all of those things that they use economic coercion to censor and to quiet not just their own people internally, but other countries as well. You can see our wonderful Australian allies just took a beating from the Chinese with their wine imports because of Australia's bold leadership in pushing for open, transparent information about the origins of the coronavirus pandemic. And then the Chinese sought to punish them economically. So that's just one censorship example. But then on the military side too, as when South Korea agreed to host the American, it's called the THAAD battery and missile defense system, the Chinese punished the South Koreans by boycotting many of their products to try to get them to back down, to eschew the THAAD battery, and then also not to take on the second battery that the United States believes needs to be there to protect our own forces and also the South Koreans. And so you can see that the Chinese are becoming more bold and brazen in their willingness to use their economics to try to carry out their will in all of these different fronts. And then you've seen some of this with H&M, the clothing company too. Anytime a company begins to speak out, then you can see how on China's internal humanitarian atrocities that you begin to have problems that come from the Chinese Communist Party. And so it's not just about the United States fighting with China over this particular island or access over here. It has major consequences because the country that has that power and ability, both militarily and economically, then does have more influence into what becomes standard procedures and interactions between countries. And so that's really what we're talking about from an American perspective. And so what does that mean for NATO? Well, I'm to the point now where I think that not all of our solutions need to be institutionalized. And what I mean by that is we don't have to have a NATO solution to this problem. Because Russia, I think, is a very, very serious threat to the NATO alliance, and then our alliance can't even agree onto the extent that Russia is posing a direct threat to the NATO alliance. Just ask the Poles and the Romanians. And then you move over and you talk to the Germans, and you get, I think Nord Stream 2 is one of the most devastating initiatives that could splinter the alliance, and yet Germany is still proceeding apace with that. And so we have our hands really full with what's going on right now with that formal alliance and dealing with the most serious revanchist power that's threatening the alliance. Now, that doesn't mean we shouldn't have NATO allies, I think, working with the United States to deter aggression from China, primarily against Taiwan, because I think that's the most likely flashpoint. And we have seen some cooperation, some freedom of navigation cooperation with the French and other countries, the Brits, of course. And so I strongly like to see that, but each of these countries is going to have to be persuaded by what's at stake. And I believe that if you are a country that has benefited from liberal democracy, then you should certainly seek a close cooperation with the United States, the Australians, the Japanese, India, the Quad, those countries that are closest to the problem and that are increasing their military cooperation, their political solidarity, the visibility of their political solidarity to make sure that we are collectively working together to deter what would be, I think, a devastating conflict, one that we would like to avoid. And then just in my I'm just going to close out in turn because I know everyone's anxious to the discussion part. I'm just going to explain quickly, if I may, why Taiwan in particular is worth the United States defending, and not for simply altruistic reasons, although those are nice, but because it is in the direct interest and it's a vital interest of the United States, and I would argue the free world, which is why NATO should care about this. And that is, China wants to take Taiwan for symbolic geopolitical and economic reasons. Taiwan stands as a rebuke to the Chinese Communist Party's entire agenda. Taiwan is a flourishing democracy. It was transparent to the global community when it came to the outbreak of the coronavirus pandemic. It tried to alert the WHO, the WHO, and the WHO wouldn't listen. It has been a beacon of a place to go from the Hong Kongers who are fleeing because of Chinese cracking down there with the security law. And geopolitically, we do not want China to have unimpeded access to the Pacific. That's from an American perspective. Taiwan stands as the unsinkable aircraft carrier. And so we certainly don't want China to take it for that reason. And then my last point on Taiwan is it is a great economic force multiplier when it comes to the global supply chain, and that is the semiconductor chips that are produced there as well. We don't want to give that over to China as well. And so I will leave it there. I can tell you what I think we should do then, moving forward to deter an act of aggression against Taiwan. U.S. military officers have been sounding the alarm bells in Congress that they believe that China could seek to move to seize Taiwan in the next 5 or 6 years. And so everything that the United States and our allies in the region and any other liberal democracy or otherwise, at this point, if you see China as the great threat that it is, I think we should be all hands on deck at this point to deter what would be, I think, a devastating war that would impact all of us. And I'll just leave my remarks there.
Thank you very much for your presentation. It was highly interesting. Now for the Q&A session. I'm going to ask everyone questions. Let's start with the ambassador, and this also goes to Lyle's comments as well. China in the past has attempted to invade Taiwan and failed. I think a long time ago, many decades ago, it was twice that they tried. But how real is the actual threat now? Lyle, you've mentioned Beckley. The Deutsche Welle, the media outlet, has stated that the Taiwan's army was ill-prepared in a sense of repelling an attack. So how real is the threat?
Yes, thank you, Jeffrey. I think all distinguished colleagues have pointed out a very good point. That is, when we look at the situation in South China Sea, actually there is a broader picture behind. That is, China is becoming more and more confident to show its muscles to the neighboring country, not only in the South China Sea, but also Taiwan Strait, Eastern China Sea, and the common border with India. So how to deal with that kind of new problem caused by a powerful and aggressive China has become a very big challenge for many countries, not only in the region of Indo-Pacific, but around the globe. And Taiwan has been standing at the very front line against all kinds of pressure from the other side of the Taiwan Strait, because China has been using its centralized government system and to make use of all kinds of policy tools to put pressure on Taiwan. What we are now suffering from the other side of the strait have included China's military intimidation, economic seducement, China's diplomatic blockade of Taiwan's international space. Also, China's political infiltration into Taiwan's democratic and open society, and China's cyber strike attack against Taiwan's infrastructure components, and also use disinformation campaign to spread fake news, try to weaken Taiwan's democracy, and try to influence the result of Taiwan's democratic election. So if we bundle all those issues together, I think that is real threat that we face every day in our daily life on a daily basis. So what Taiwan is now doing is to take a couple of approaches to defend our democratic way of life. Number one is that we will count on ourselves to beef up our national defense capacity, working together with our American colleagues to make our military forces more resilient, more reliable, so as to deter China from moving toward military adventurism in the Taiwan Strait. And also, we try to make our democratic system more healthy, more resilient in front of all kinds of Chinese political infiltration. For example, in past few years, we have passed more than 10 regulations and laws to build a stronger legal system to deal with that kind of Chinese political meddling, political infiltration into Taiwan society. So that's one thing we are now doing. And also to reduce our dependence on China's market, we have been making every effort to have to diversify the economic partners. And that is the reason why we are now pursuing to have BIA with EU, I mean bilateral investment agreement, and FTA with United States, so as to reduce the risk of overdependence on a single supplier or market such as China. And the second thing that we are now doing, is to really strong support from our friends from democratic society. We should work together, and then we should share each other's experience. As I just mentioned, we have accumulated so many experience in handling with those new problems caused by China's intimidation. So as Rebecca just mentioned, Taiwan has been working very hard to become a force for good. We built a good model for the outbreak to prevent outbreak of a pandemic. We try to make a contribution to international community as a global citizen. So maybe Taiwan can share our experience and our good knowledge on handling that kind of China's influence operation in democratic society. Because I think that kind of hybrid warfare operation conducted by China not only target at Taiwan, but also other corner of the globe. And we should share this kind of information, this kind of knowledge with each other, so as to make our democratic system stronger for the future in the face of China's threat. So let me just end on that. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I think the danger to Taiwan is extremely real. I think a war could start tomorrow. I've been watching this for 2 decades, and I've never seen the rhetoric at this level. And China has all the hardware that it needs and more. My estimate is that an invasion could be, they could conquer the island in less than 2 weeks. Really, more even than, even before the U.S. has time even to decide what to do about it. I'll have to disagree with some my colleagues here respectfully on a few things. First of all, I think if we junk strategic ambiguity, I think we're almost sure to end up in a war. China's made that pretty clear. Second, they seem to believe that we need all hands on deck. NATO can do so much. I don't agree. I don't think NATO can do much at all. I mean, as far as the forces that can be committed, they're negligible. And, to be honest, the Chinese are pretty much laughing about it. Not to mention, triggering some kind of a lot of old feelings that have to do with what the Europeans have been doing in Asia. One more thing, I don't agree that that Taiwan is the unsinkable aircraft carrier, or sort of the cork in the bottle of China's maritime power. This is an island 90 miles off of China. So to me, I'm sorry, but I don't think this will determine the future of world order. This is just a family quarrel, to be honest, and I think we should treat it as such. By the way, I think people are remarkably flippant, or not flippant, but not especially serious about considering a war that could cost the life of 30,000 Americans, 50,000 Americans, maybe 100,000. That's, by the way, if nuclear weapons are not used, and they could be used. We've never seen what happens between a major power when major powers start employing nuclear weapons. We don't know what would happen. So I am in favor of de-escalation and diplomacy. That's what we need a lot of. I'm afraid if we escalate more, if we bring more powers, if we try to humiliate China more, we're going to find ourselves in a war very quickly. And this is a war, to be honest, and I'm mostly a military analyst, a war we're quite unlikely to win, okay? When you fight a war, you want to be sure you're going to win, folks. I'll stop there. Thank you.
If I may hop in real quick, just to clarify my own remarks. Everything that I've said about what I think the United States should be doing and thinking about is meant to deter a war. It is meant to deter a war. It is the Chinese Communist Party. It is China that is acting aggressively. It is China that has designed a military and a navy to push out the United States. It is China that is threatening its neighbors. It is China that is lying and coercing and using economic coercion. It's China that's engaged in genocide. And so I think that it's very, very important to understand that this is not just a quote unquote family quarrel. We have a regime that has the will and now the capability to do very, very serious, devastating harm to not just liberal democracies, but to all of the countries in the region. And I think we should take that very, very seriously. So what I have argued for is all with the desire to deter a major conflict. I completely agree that the United States is not in a great position vis-a-vis China militarily in the region because our focus hasn't been there over the last several decades. And that's why it's critically important. Admiral Davidson, the head of Indo-Pacific Command, has said that we need to rebalance in the region and quickly, that the tempo matters because we're trying to get ahead of this on the deterrent spectrum. And so especially now that the United States has pulled out of the INF treaty that prohibited the development of ground launch missiles of particular range that we would need to deter China, we're out of that treaty now because the Russians were violating it for years. And so we should avail ourselves of the opportunity now to quickly deploy long-range fires, ground-based, into the region, again, meant to deter Chinese aggression. That's just one example, and there are many. That Taiwan has been doing exceedingly well at demonstrating that they not only have the desire to protect themselves, but that they want to have the types of military equipment they would need to make good on that. I think that just needs to continue all the more. And then the last point I'll say is, on the strategic ambiguity point again, this is only because I've become more persuaded. I agree that it would be wrong for the United States to remove strategic ambiguity if it is not willing to back it up. Back up the clarity, which is why I believe they should go hand in glove right now. The Biden administration has essentially, for all of the tumultuous political season that we just went through in the United States, the Biden administration has carried through with great continuity a lot of the U.S. Taiwan policy begun by the Trump administration. In terms of visiting U.S. ambassadors to the island, and so great things that we haven't seen since the 70s. And so all of that is serious political signaling that is all but explicitly removing ambiguity. The more we do that, the more necessary it is for the United States to deploy the kinds of capabilities with our allies and partners that can make good on the promise that we would defend Taiwan.
Yeah, if I can add to that as well. I agree with you, Rebecca. I don't think this is a family quarrel at all. This is ultimately between what kind of system you want to have. Do you want to have the PRC's authoritarian system, or do you want to opt for democracy? On strategic ambiguity, which, by the way, democracy, which Taiwan is a full-fledged democracy. On strategic ambiguity, from a European standpoint, and that's the point I was trying to make, is it seems to me that this is already shifting the United States, and that they are going hand in glove, and that they are willing to say, yes, we are, and they're genuinely prepared to back Taiwan. In that case, NATO allies, and I stand by this argument, do have to make it very clear that they will come to the aid of the US and implicitly to the aid of Taiwan. Because we have to remember this. NATO is not only a military alliance, it's a political alliance. And we are strong because we've been able to deter. And we've been able to make it very clear that yes, Article 5 is something very serious that we stand by. It's not that, Iceland doesn't have aircraft carriers in the Pacific, and for that reason, Europeans should not take a position on this. It's quite the opposite. It's to say that because we are democracies and because we rally behind the US, which is a democracy, and Taiwan, which is a democracy, we stand together. And I think, of course, there's the military argument, but there's also the political argument, which matters, I think, quite a lot.
If there's a military exercise or a military movement within Europe, would that have an impact? So then can China block the port of Piraeus? Is that a legitimate fear for the European perspective?
I guess that question is to me. Because, well, on the first point, Europeans are already showing that they can project power in the Indo-Pacific.
The French show that. Lately, the UK has been showing that. And then also the Germans have showed that as well. So physically, yes, Europeans have already started to do this. On the second point about China using the economic angle in order to hijack any attempt by the Europeans, and that's the point I was trying to make to my presentation, we have to see these things as deriving from each other. And China's military might derives from the great capital it has amassed and its economic influence, including in Europe. And for that reason, I was trying to make the argument about a NATO treaty-like arrangement applying China's economic coercion and China's coercion when it comes to interference in our democracy. Again, because these things go hand in hand, and a lot of times, China's aggression is below the radar of military aggression, but it's equally potent. And we saw that in Australia with the example with the wine, and we saw that, of course, with some European countries that are being coerced. So these things have to go hand in hand. The NATO treaty and Article 5 has to be also backed up by an economic, if you will, or a political economic Article 5, ultimately.
Thank you very much for that. And then my next question to Rebecca, just please give me a moment. What is... So, of course, we got a lot of American interests. We're also interested, I'm looking at trying to have an international solutions. What's the value of UNCLOS? Because we've seen the Philippines brought the South China Sea of arbitration. It says islands are just merely rocks. They're creating artificial islands, China. If we don't do anything, say in the next couple of years, or these islands will just grow and grow, and the notion of being artificial and like natural will be just completely blurred. So what is the current value of UNCLOS when China's just simply ignoring it? Oh, Rebecca, you're muted. Could you please unmute yourself? Sorry.
Sorry about that. It's very early here. Well, it's actually not so early anymore, 9:30. No, so I said I think that it serves as a useful tool to be able to show that China is perfectly willing to violate the standards and the norms of which countries have grown to expect responsible nations to abide, respecting the sovereignty of borders and respecting international waterways. What kind of behavior is again is expected out of countries that want to participate peacefully, and China again and again and again shows that it's not willing to respect those rules or international agreed upon standards, and is in fact seeking to supplant that, and that they would supplant it because they have the ability to coerce and compel and simply to just bowl over other countries that simply disagree. So it's very important. It's just one component of a larger problem geopolitically with China. And so it's a valid point, and I think it's something to continue to point to and to try to the effort on the part of the United States and with our allies and partners should be to weaken China's ability to carry out its agenda, and that's a perfect example. One more thing, you mentioned that you want to look for international solutions. The United States has gotten to the point now where, even though this is major power competition or great power competition, that there's this misunderstanding that it means it's simply just a China-United States problem. But the United States now, after several decades, does not have the same kind of primacy that we once had and enjoyed just a few decades ago when China couldn't even see a United States aircraft carrier going through the Taiwan Strait, a freedom of navigation operation. Now they have a robust space layers, cyber, air, land. I mean, the Navy. And in wargaming exercises, the United States doesn't always come out on top, given the current dynamics, which is why we need allies and partners. This is why the United States is seeking, again, my focus has been primarily, it's going to be the Quad. It's going to be the allies that are in the region, because we need to have Japan's close cooperation. We have to have Australia's and India's. And then we need any other power that has the ability to bring to bear what the United States would need in a contest, all meant to deter, which is why the French do. Anyway, many of the European countries do have capabilities that would be greatly appreciated as the United States takes on this problem. So it is going to, it's not just that we want to have an international solution and a peaceful solution. It is required. We must. That's the nature of the problem.
Thank you very much. Now, to my next, as we don't have so much time, I'm going to give a question that's everyone could answer and wrap things up. But before that, I would like, I'm sorry about that. I would actually pose this question to Lyle and Rebecca. The Philippines has been a natural close ally with the United States, same as Taiwan and a lot of many other countries. The Philippines has also a geostrategic advantages in the region. I'm thinking such as Subic Bay. President Duterte, has strained the relationship, to say at least, over the past couple of years, especially with his internal policies. Could that relationship be actually improved under the new U.S. President Biden, or do we have to actually wait for the Philippines presidential elections next year to see far more greater cooperation? So I'm thinking for military bases, or U.S. the Philippines providing access to say the U.S. To be far more present, to put their military assets in the Philippines, to be a far bigger deterrent. Because I remember in 1991 is when all the U.S. military bases went away from the Philippines. Lyle or Rebecca?
let Lyle say that first, and then I'll, since I just spoke.
Okay, sure. Yeah, that's a good question, a natural question. I think you're exactly right that we do have a very strong bond with Philippines that goes back more than a century. I wouldn't compare it with Taiwan, by the way. We have an explicit defense treaty with Philippines. We have soldiers there going regularly. It's different from Taiwan, nor does China does not claim Philippines as a province. So it's substantially different, and I think Philippines is in considerably less danger. Most of what Philippines has been dealing with China has been arguments over drilling and survey rights and fisheries issues. By the way, Philippines and China are not the only countries to clash on fisheries. I think France and Britain regularly clash on fisheries. Canada and the U.S. and a lot of other countries clash on fisheries. So fish are a very complicated thing. You're right. Duterte has kind of gone back and forth, and I expect probably that oscillation will continue. The U.S.-Philippines relationship has a lot of very positive history, but it also has some negative history, and that creates a kind of group in the Philippines who are cautious. Myself, Philippines right now is starting to build up its navy and its forces, but I'm concerned about climate change. For example, if the Philippines gets hit by these giant typhoons, shouldn't they? They can buy frigates, or they can buy hardening for their infrastructure so they can survive the next storm. So, to me, pushing and trying to kind of and serving the escalation of Philippines-China tensions doesn't serve anybody. I mean, they're next to China. They have to learn to live with China. We can help them. I think we need to draw a red line with China and say, of course we're going to defend Philippines, but it's going to be a defensive-oriented treaty. We're not going to defend every rock and reef, but we will, if by golly, if the Chinese decide to invade Luzon or Palawan, of course we'll be there for Philippines. Probably won't get a chance to talk again. So one last comment on Europe's role. I think Europe has a tremendous role to play as a mediator, but I think they're giving that role up by starting to put military chips in and formerly they could have really helped to ease the tension between U.S. and China, but that's going away. And last thing, there's a bit of moral hazard here, right? Right now, Europe doesn't have many ships out there. It doesn't have a lot of troops in these scenarios. It doesn't have a lot of losses. So how can you have a say or make decisions on war and peace when it's not your country that will suffer? Okay, so to me, personally, Europeans have a lot of opinions on China and a lot of opinions about Taiwan and so forth. But I mean, let's put it this way: if you don't have skin in the game, really, it's please just help as a mediator. Don't tell us where to get into a war or not. Thank you.
I would just say on the Philippines question just briefly, because I don't have much to say other than Duterte is a problem, and it's one that we might not have the luxury to wait until he has been replaced, and so I think it's just a reality that this is what the United States must deal with. I do think that it would be wise for the U.S. administration to focus on in dealing with the Philippines on these problems that are the most serious. I think we can run the risk of agitating other problems we have with the Philippines and their domestic politics, and we can unintentionally or unnecessarily create even greater friction between the two countries when right now there is a sense of urgency that there needs to be greater cooperation. So that's the only point I'll make there on the Philippines, but it's an important question, and I appreciate it. And if I just can. My last remarks I wanted to say, in addition to what the United States should be doing in leading our partners and allies in the region, greater offensive capability into the region to offset the imbalance I think that is there, but also defensive capabilities as well, especially the protection of Guam. That's going to be incredibly vital for the United States to be able to operate in the region and have free and open access. And so we need to be urgent in our deployments to better defend U.S. territory, Guam, and that we should be working very, very closely and having greater visibility of our political cooperation and solidarity, because that is what is going to help impact deterring China from doing something that I think would be a serious miscalculation, and that is to try to seize Taiwan. And they have been using, sort of these gray zone tactics to try to wear out the Taiwanese and to try to make sure that they do have a weaker political will to defend themselves. And it's not even just in the kinds of harassment and interfering in their domestic politics, but all of the military operations that has caused Taiwan to have to respond to do these escorts of the Chinese aircraft. Taiwan has had to stop doing that to be able to preserve its own military capabilities in the event that it actually needs it, and so that's a very deliberate provocation and an act of aggression, I think, already on the part of China against Taiwan that we need to continue to watch. And again, the U.S. military leaders have said that if China does move to seize Taiwan, that the best conditions at sea to do that would be sometime in the spring. And so, although the timeline is 5 to 6 years, I do think we need to be looking very, very, very seriously at that problem in the near future. And my last point on how this isn't a European problem because they don't have skin in the game, I would just exhort my European allies and partners that they do have skin in the game. This is the difference between an authoritarian country that has the greatest geopolitical power and advantage in the world that's seeking to supplant the United States. And when the United States is fully supplanted, then there will be a domino effect. I think about what the United States has simply been able to influence and impact for the free world. And so clearly that is an interest for Europe. And so though Europe, there's other fronts besides the military front too that the Europeans should be looking at. The Brits have been great at eschewing 5G networks, et cetera, at looking at that problem and making sure that they're not doing things that embolden and empower the Chinese Communist Party to the disadvantage of the United States and our allies and partners. So I would just politely disagree. I do think that this is an issue in which our European allies 100% do have skin in the game. Thank you.
Everyone, a last question. We'll just go through everyone. Please also keep it short. So I'll start with the ambassador, and I'll give everyone a chance to respond. I've seen a old presentation from Lyle, and I saw a quote. I'm gonna butcher the name, but I think you've done it many years ago, maybe 5 or 6 years ago. And it was a quote from Zhang Qinmin. He stated the experience of resolving China's border disputes on land and its inspiration for resolving China maritime disputes. So, looking at the history of China, where I'm looking at all the issues such as Tibet, I don't think it's the best way or the best way forward. But my final question, like if you're optimistic or pessimistic about this, can we actually negotiate with China? And do you think, can we actually find a solution that would make like the whole political world order happy? Ambassador?
Okay, thank you, Jeffrey. I think, China has assertive autocracy and try to explore its model for national development to other countries on the one hand. On the other, try to have very harsh crackdown against different voices at home. So in the face of this kind of authoritarian regime, I just want to say maybe our good friend from our democratic family should, stand together and then to deal with those new problems caused by aggressive China. So looking into the history, we can see in the 1990s, many countries would like to improve relations with China through engagement. But 2 decades have passed. We can see, that kind of policy did not change China's behavior at all. So right now we need a new strategy. We need a new strategy to deal with aggressive China, and then probably our democratic society should figure out a very qualified strategy to hold a new situation. So I'm going to end with that.
Yeah, thanks for the point. Look, in the short term, I'm very pessimistic. I mean, the Taiwan situation is right on the brink. We need to pull both sides back from the brink. In the long run, though, I am more optimistic. I don't think, I don't think China's going to gobble up Taiwan, then lunge for Philippines, after that take Indonesia, and then go for Hawaii, and then California. No, I mean, this is just, this is not 1939 or 1938. And I would encourage people to look afresh at these issues. I think there's a very positive record of China negotiating disputes. That's what that paper was from Fravel, who showed that China had settled almost all the disputes along its border and settled them through negotiation. It's not to say China doesn't have hawks. They have plenty of hawks. But, I think if we meet them halfway, and that was the title of my 2015 book, but we will find a country that's very willing to negotiate. And by the way, even on the Taiwan issue, which is very prickly, sure, but go back to late 2015, and the president of Taiwan was meeting with the president of China, and they sat down together and had a very amicable discussion. So I think we can get back there, but it's going to take maturity and a willingness to take off these ideological lenses. I'm really rather disturbed here by the tone of which the whole panel seems to want to embrace a Cold War. I wonder if they lived through the same Cold War that I lived through, which almost ended the world several times over. So we don't want to go back to the 50s or the 80s, folks. So we can work through these issues. And, by the way, there's a lot of assertive autocracies out there too. Saudi Arabia, there's arguably Turkey, a NATO member, is an assertive autocracy. So, I mean, really, I think we need to lower the temperature, take the ideology out of it, and China has real security interests like any other country, and we got to take them seriously. And I think we can find negotiated solutions. So thank you very much, folks.
Yeah, to the question of whether we can negotiate with China or not, absolutely. But it has to be done from a position of strength, and it has to be done from a position where democracies present a united front, and they're in solidarity with each other, and they're united. And by the way, this doesn't only go, it's not only true for China, it's also true for Russia. We have the same attitude when it comes to Russia, the same approach as well. The fact of the matter is that in this day and age, authoritarianism is on the rise. And it's not a given that democracy is the only game in town. We see authoritarian leaders getting stronger and stronger, and authoritarianism becoming stronger and stronger. So for that reason, and going back to the point about whether Europeans have skin in the game, absolutely, a democracy, and democracies in general, wherever they may be, have skin in the game. Saying that Europeans don't have skin in the game when it comes to the South China Sea or Taiwan is like saying that the US has no skin in the game when it comes to Eastern Europe security. Of course it does. And of course we have skin in the game when it comes to Taiwan or South China Sea or the US, wherever, because it's our ally and because we're democracies. So yes, of course we can negotiate with China, but we have to be strong. We have to make sure that we are negotiating from a position of strength, because that's what works. And we have to make sure that we are united because we're democracies and we have a common front. Thank you.
Thank you so much once again for the opportunity to be able to present my remarks. I just wanted to push back forcefully on this notion that both sides need to step back. Taiwan has every right to defend itself, and Taiwan is the one that right now is the victim of acts of provocations against China. And it's not just Taiwan, the Vietnamese, of course, the Japanese, and in a variety of ways are the ones that are abiding by the rules and standards of responsible nations. And it is China that is violating those standards. And so I think it's imperative that we have clarity, because we're not going to be able to come up with an approach that works if we don't have clarity about who the aggressors are and who are the ones that are behaving responsibly and normally. And so clearly it is China. It's China that, because of the system of government, because of the ideology of the Chinese Communist Party, matched with its capability to carry out the agenda. It's the marrying of those two things, the will and capability, which is why we're not all talking about Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia has very, very serious problems. Turkey has very, very serious problems. Iran has very, very serious problems. But those countries do not have the same kind of capability and overall agenda that we can see coming from the Chinese Communist Party, which is why it's China, very obviously, that is posing the primary and most serious threat. Secondarily, Russia as well, to the United States and to our other democratic allies and partners. And so, again, everything that I've said here is to respond to clearly the signaling and the demonstrations by China that I think are unacceptable. And so we need to come up with a response in order to dissuade China from continuing down this path. The only thing that we can do to be able to persuade the Chinese to come to a diplomatic solution is to convince them that to not do that would be a higher political cost than they're willing to take. They're not going to do it out of the goodness of their hearts. And so that's why it's so important that there is a hard power component to this. In order for diplomacy to be successful, you must have cooperation militarily and economically and diplomatically and when I say diplomatically, I mean demonstrating political solidarity in all of these ways that creates an environment most conducive to have a peaceful diplomatic solution. We have not gotten there yet with China, and so because China doesn't feel like it has an interest or an incentive to do that, it's going to continue to go down its current path of aggression until it meets that hard wall. And so I would just encourage all of us to take that very, very seriously, so that we can prevent. We've got a little taste of what can happen with Hong Kong, and I think we should be doing all we can now to preserve the peace and deter the kind of war that none of us want to see.
Thank you. So time's up. So first of all, I would like to thank you for all these fascinating presentations and your answers. And it feels like we could talk for many more hours, but we don't have any more time. And on behalf of the Atlantic Forum, I would like to thank you all for taking your time to be here. It's very much appreciated, and I trust a lot of young professionals have learned a lot from this session. So thank you very much, and bye.
Welcome everyone to our last panel of our 3-day spring conference called Intelligence, a Unique Look into China and Russia. Cyberspace has become a war zone as hackers across the world clash for digital supremacy in a new, mostly invisible theater of operations. In fact, cyber espionage incidents are becoming a key weapon for governments seeking to defend national sovereignty and project national power. Hacking and disinformation campaigns linked to Russia and China have stepped up significantly since the COVID-19 pandemic became widespread, increasing the alarm over cyberspace that democratic nations can sometimes be ill-equipped to handle. Although nation-states spying on each other is pretty common knowledge these days, the extent and sophistication of these insidious cyberware campaigns are still baffling. This is also the reason why I'm here today with Lieutenant Colonel Bill Hagestad. I would like to conclude my introductory speech on the similar note as Bill is usually used to start. 大家好，我叫 Marie， 我不会说中文，所以用英语演讲。Please, Mr. Hagestad, our cyberspace is all yours.
谢谢您。早安，同志们，我的名字是何伟立。现在我给你一个历史对中国，也是 Russia 的 cyber warfare. Good morning and welcome, friends from across the world. This morning I will give you an introduction, as Marie has introduced, on the use of cyber warfare, the development of that, some historical examples from both Russia and from the People's Republic of China. I will weave in some stories from the field so as not to alarm you. So with that, let's go to the first slide. So we're going to talk about specifically, as I mentioned, China and Russia. Next slide, let's show the maps. You can see that both Russia and China is where we're going to go. I will tell you from my field experience, I have been a frequent guest in both of these countries. And you may ask yourself, why or how could this be? Well, as we go to the next slide, I wrote my first book in 2011. And in doing so, it basically sent a message to the countries around the world that there are intelligence individuals or those with military experience that are cataloging and defining a taxonomy. My first book was banned in China, but it is no longer banned in China, as a BBC reporter confirmed to me about 8 years ago. Next slide, please. I've written 3 more books. Next slide, please. And my most recent one last year in 2020 was on basically the strategic use of cyber weapons by the People's Republic of China. Next slide, please. Everyone has been hacked. Everyone. Please do not be the government individual that stands up in front of the whole audience and says that your country has not been hacked. Don't make that mistake. Unfortunately, that happened in a Central Eurasian country, and I felt bad for that poor fellow. Next slide, please. Any discussion on the adversaries or individuals, threat actors, as Marie referred to them in cyberspace, includes a taxonomy from cyber organizations such as Anonymous and LulzSec, all the way through criminal networks such as the Russian Business Network, as well as, indeed, nation states during peacetime and wartime. Today, we will talk about nation states during peacetime, and as Marie so eloquently put it, during wartime as well. Next slide, please. If you are in this business and have not seen the rise of Cyber Westphalia, it is important that you look this particular article up. It comes to us from the United States Air Force, but it is an important discussion because it talks about the cyber realm in 2011. Today, it's 10 years later, and the principles in this particular still apply. What it means is at that time, law enforcement was trying to figure out how to protect the borders based on World War I rules of sovereignty in a geographical zone. That is no longer the case because now I could hack your country sitting here in Middle America in as much as you could hack me from your particular country. Next slide, please. So if we go back to 2011, I'm going to give you a little bit of a history lesson. This Office of the National Counterintelligence Executive basically came up with a notification to the rest of the world that both China and Russia were using the cyber realm for not only cyber military operations, which will be the focus of today's talk, but also for the exfiltration of intellectual property vis-a-vis cyber espionage. What's unique about this is the 2018 version of this diminishes the impact of Russia to a criminal nation and really reflects more popularly on the People's Republic of China as the main protagonist in the cyber realm. This is very important. Next slide, please. So let's talk about those Russians. But before I talk about that, and we go to Soviet Russia first, ask yourself this. Why has nobody written a book about Soviet or Russian cyber warfare? Why is that? And well, I'll tell you why. It would have been 2014. I was in Amsterdam, and I was doing a talk at a international conference, and I was setting up. And before anybody arrived, two gentlemen sat down in front of me as I was putting my presentation on the talk. And in very thick Russian accents, they said, "Bill, we know who you are. You need to watch what you talk about and who you reference in your presentations." Thus, I will tell you that perhaps a book that I've been writing is perhaps out there, and it will be under an alias or a pseudonym. So let's go on to Russia, shall we? But is it really Russia? I mean, certainly the culture exists. And let's go on to the next one. But indeed, it is the Russian Federation. Make no mistake about that. They are very proud of this culturally, historically, and linguistically, much like the second country we'll talk about. But really, as we go to the next slide, it is really Putin's Russian Federation. He has been elected almost essentially the leader for life of the Russian Federation. And certainly recent discussions in the Politburo equivalent, the Duma in Russia, have indicated that he wants to be the leader of Russia until at least 2036. Any political allies, of course, are put in prison and beaten, as we now know from history. Next slide, please. But if you recall, from information security as well as physical threats, they view information security, particularly of the Russian government, as an internal and an external matter. This is what will frame our discussion. Next slide, please. But let's go historically back to Marshal Sergeyev. In 2000, he came up with the Russian doctrine that essentially identified hostile operations that may target the military structure as external threats that must be dealt with. And the internal threats, those that could disrupt the culture, the fabric of society, and the political leadership. This is similar to China, but we'll talk about that here in a second. What is important for you to understand as a recent visitor, as a guest of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to Moscow, it was important to note that the FSB was sitting alongside some of the most famous hackers at a hacking conference. And there is your good friend Bill sitting there with them, watching this unique dialogue. They entertain these hackers as if they were celebrities. As long as these hackers do not threaten internal Russian infrastructure, they are allowed to do whatever they want. Thus, the criminality that we experience. In this presentation, I will not give you a historical rundown of what has happened. You can do that on your own reading the press. Let's go on to the next slide, shall we? Let's talk about Marshal Sergeyev in 1999. What he talks about is 4 treatises of cyber warfare. And this is what's called revolution of military affairs, where cyber weapons are, of course, equated with some technological developments, including reconnaissance as well as EMP, or electronic magnetic pulse types of weapons. But more importantly, drones. Now, if you're following your history here in the United States, you'll know that a U.S. Navy ship off the coast of our southern state of California was recently attacked by a fleet of drones. I will tell you that it was the Chinese, make no mistake about it, testing our resolve. Well, the Russians are thinking about this as well. Next slide, please. As we look at the official statement of information warfare from 2012, Nikolai Makarov basically said that they, being the Russian military, must now look at cyber as a domain of warfare equivalent with the kinetic aspects of sea, land, and air. Thus, it can be used as a combined arms to fix in place their adversaries and defeat them in all space. Next slide, please. Now, it's interesting because they use the platform of Twitter to announce the Russian policy on internet use. And I think it's rather hilarious. And I don't mean that disrespectfully. They're using a Western platform to announce to the rest of the world what is the information policy of the Russian Federation. This is interesting because that basically tells you and I, as non-Russians, that they are indeed very serious about this and they must make accounts for the rest of the world. Next slide, please. Now, it's interesting if we go back to 2008 historically that there was an official announcement about information security doctrine. What's really interesting about this is it now becomes a principle of national security for the Russian Federation. Not Soviet Russia, not any Russia before that, but the current Russian state in 2008. If you think about that, it has really served as the policy formation for the Russian Federation when it comes to really adjudicating and demanding that not only internal law enforcement, but military in the Russian space use information and cyber capabilities to fix in place adversaries or criminals and defeat them. Next slide, please. And of course, we have one of the military theorists that I respect, Mr. Rostogoyev. What's interesting is he defined information warfare as a weapon to be directed specifically at an adversary and defeat that capability that the adversary is using against you. It is very similar to the Chinese in that not necessarily combining psychological operations yet, although he did talk about that. He specifically talked about making sure that if an adversary has a weapon, they, being the Russians, must up that ante and use power that will overwhelm and destroy an adversary. Next slide, please. I mentioned the information doctrine for the Soviet Union and the Russian Federation. Next slide, please. And of course, back to Nikolai Makarov in 2012, he really mentioned that Russian Federation must keep pace with developing Western countries. If you look back historically at this time in Russia, they were still trying to figure out what Russia would become. And remember, the military had dissolved with all of the Soviet breakup. It became sort of a cauterizing, galvanizing purpose for the Russian Federation and the Russian military to say that they must, as a Russian people, be ready for all wars, including space and cyber wars. And if you look historically at what the United States has been doing, they have formed a space command. I imagine that the Russians will not be too far behind. Next slide, please. Now, if we think about the integration of combining technology and warfare, you'll see that Russia is motivated essentially by three factors. One, they need to really attempt to drive outside of criminal behavior, economic diversification, meaning they need to survive in an interwoven, interdependent global economy. Number two, I believe, and I've bumped into this in my trips to Moscow, that they are still upset that they lost the Cold War. They have an unending need to recover what has long since taken place in the Soviet experience in Central Europe. And then next, of course, there's the combined necessity to control natural resources such as LNG, CNG, and oil. This is important. Next slide, please. Now, of course, how does the Russian military get back to focusing on building that capacity for cyber warfare? Well, indeed, much like they have done in China, they volunteer programmers from a Russian perspective who are very good at the university that they will indeed work for the Russian military. They will be assigned scientific research units in the Russian military in order to give that capability from a nation leading perspective in cyber and information warfare capabilities. Next slide, please. And then, as I mentioned, there are really cyber warfare capabilities unmatched across law enforcement as well. Remember, I mentioned that it is internal and external threats. It is interesting because it must be a combination of both internal law enforcement as well as the military to protect the entire Russian sphere against all enemies, foreign and domestic. This includes building a capacity that perhaps surpasses the Russian nuclear equivalent to the US nuclear football. Next slide, please. And of course, in 2013, the Russians announced that indeed they would have a separate branch of Russian military, which would be cyber warfare forces. This is very important because this was really spawned by the United States military disclosure and discussion about cyber warfare in 2009 with a DoD message. More about that later. Next slide, please. And of course, the Russian Defense Ministry came up with a special cybersecurity force that will talk about modernizing the capabilities of the Russian cyber warfare units, meaning that critical infrastructure must be protected against enemies from a Russian perspective, not only mentioning law enforcement, but primarily critical national infrastructure in Russia will be protected by the military. Next slide, please. And then, of course, we have the ERA, Technopolis off the Black Sea, which is essentially the elite of the Russian army. Ladies and gentlemen, if you have not heard of this organization, then I request that you pay attention right now or have another sip of tea, because this is where the elite Russian military capability for information and cyber warfare, including psychological operations and directed energy weapons, and perhaps the development of the space forces will take place in the future, if it has not already. Next slide, please. Now let's take a look at some examples. Russia has written the book on the combined use of kinetic forces and cyber war. Indeed, they invaded Georgia, as we see on the screen, followed by my good friends Estonia and the NATO Cyber Center of Excellence, which I've lectured at a number of times. And then, of course, next slide, please. We have our favorite country, the Ukraine. And if I'm not mistaken, here in the US, we see a large buildup of forces facing the Ukraine as we sit here speaking, if they have not already crossed the border. Next slide, please. And here you have the image of a Russian special operator, if you will. Next slide, please. Now I'm going to take you on a case study. Now, and I know Jeffrey is working on the slides. This one has a lot of animation. Jeffrey, do you see a screen of the Ukraine? Tab once, please. And now you'll see a closer up photo of Russia and the Ukraine with various IXPs on the map. Next slide, please. I'm going to start to take you on, if I were to write a book on how to invade a country, I would base it on the Russian military's use of combined cyber capabilities to essentially eliminate the communications capability of the Ukraine against adversaries in this particular case. Next one, please. Next slide, please. And it should build out to the point where you see some helicopters coming in on the right-hand side of the screen, yes? Okay, that's the end of this. Now, I want to sit on this slide for a second because if you read this case study, this was something that I presented to NATO cyber capabilities. In all humility, they had never seen anyone look at the way that you could basically defeat a country by essentially rerouting the IP traffic to make it look as if it were coming from Russian internet exchange providers. This is quite unique because at the same time, you're defacing the government websites of the country you're invading to demonstrate to the people that they are still Russian and they are no longer speaking the language to which they were originally raised with. You can imagine if you're in the military and these special operators, Spetsnaz, show up and basically say you have two choices. You can either join us after you give us your weapons, or you can die here defending needlessly a country that is no longer yours. This gives you the capability and identity of the way that the Russians have written the book essentially on how to use cyber warfare to invade a country, perhaps coming to a border near you. Next slide, please. Now let's go on to China, the country that I have found to be so fascinating in my history, certainly going back to 1983, as I gave in my opening soliloquy. Next slide, please. You should see a globe. Yes. And let's go to the next slide, please, Jeffrey. You'll see a map of the world with China in the center, yes? You see a globe with China in the middle, basically a slide with China in the middle as the map. Yes, precisely. This is the way the Chinese view every one of us. We are not Chinese, therefore we are subservient to the Chinese view of the world. Make no mistake about it, if you are not Chinese in the realm of cyber warfare, then you are worthless. You are less than human in their regard. And this is the way that the presentation will go from this point forward. Next slide, please. Now, every year in the fall, the US military, the Department of Defense, comes up with a military and security development regarding China. What's really unique about the 2020 version is it starts to talk about the strategic support force in some very granular detail, talking about their ability to conduct reconnaissance on countries, their ability to complete offensive cyber operations, computer network operations that fix and place an adversary, dismiss their ability to operate in the cyber realm and defeat them. This is really interesting because the majority target, as you might imagine, is the United States. Certainly there are other countries, but in this case, it is the protagonist, arch rival of the economic powerhouse that is the People's Republic of China that is at effect here. Next slide, please. So let's go into China, shall we? Next slide, please. Historically, some of you have perhaps gone to China. These are the ancient characters of China. I will tell you that in my experience working with the #1 think tank of the military and the People's Liberation Army, the NOFAR Institute of Jiangsu Province, I will tell you that they regard my visiting as one of curiosity because I was visiting China before some of them were even born. What that means is that I have instant credibility when it comes to the history of the China that they now know. I also have combat experience, which they do not have, and for some unknown reason, they desire to have that. And I tell them, be careful what you wish for, because the price that you will have to pay for that is significant enough that your nation might not be able to survive it. Next slide, please. And of course, we have Xi Jinping. Of course, he has really given us some edicts about the characteristics for the new era in China, meaning that every Chinese person is a human firewall. not only internally, but as they open ports on the Great Firewall of China externally, which allow hackers to do their business as an adversarial proxy state. Next slide, please. Now, there have been 9 laws that have been introduced by China. Next slide, please. Make no mistake, the People's Republic of China is a communist country. I will never say anything that is derogatory, inflammatory, or disrespectful to China or any other country. So make no mistake, I say this with reverence as I talk about the People's Republic of China. Now, in 2017, they came up with a national cyber law. What that means is national security of the borders of China is equivalent, if violated, to that of terrorism. Everyone remembers 9/11 here in the United States. Well, they essentially say that if you use Western technology without approval or risk assessment or penetration testing, it is the equivalent of being a terrorist. What they're telling the world is no longer will they allow any foreigners that are not Chinese to come into China and use technology of their choice because they believe that it has backdoors. Next slide, please. So let's enter the binary revolution and our good historical friend Mao Zedong. Next slide. And basically the message that I want you to leave with on this portion is you must respect the sovereignty of China. Go back to the Boxer Rebellion when a number of Western nations, including Japan, not that they're a Western nation, actually occupied physically the soil of China. The Chinese never forgot that, and they said no one will ever have that ability to do that again from a physical perspective or from a cyber perspective. Next slide, please. So let's look at China. And you see a map of the fragmented provinces, yes? Let's go on to 1949 and information warfare. Mao Zedong, using Japanese insurgents, basically told his field commanders as they pushed General Chiang Kai-shek off to Taiwan that I want you to create confusion in the minds of our adversary, fix them in place, and destroy them so that they are no longer an adversary of the modern China. These are powerful words coming from the founding father of communist China. Next slide, please. And of course, in 2010, under presidential order from then President Hu Jintao, you basically have an order coming down that says you, as the military leaders of China, will create a defensive network which will protect China against the enemies and nation states that will come after us. If you could build out the slide, Jeffrey, please, you'll see a yellow square that has Han Chinese at the top of it. What is unique about this is Hu Jintao picked the most brilliant minds of his military. And he knew that if there was ever a question at the end of the day as to whether his generals were going to do the right thing to support China, he knew that they were Han Chinese. That means pure Han. They're not Uyghurs. They're not Americans. They're not Czechs. They're not British. They are pure Han Chinese. He knew that there would be no mistake that they would follow his orders. He also knew that they were card-carrying communist members. They were also technologists in their own right, leaders in the military, and above all, at the end of the day, he knew that they were Zhongguo Renmin, basically Chinese people. Next slide, please. Now, if we go back, we know that there are certainly the Chinese view. And if you look at the kinetic shape of that bomb on the cover of this magazine, next slide, please. A number of stories were written by academics, by civilian men and women, military, as well as the average person inside China. And what they talked about is that China could not be ever taken advantage of by a country such as the United States in the cyber realm. And basically they signaled to the rest of the world that China would start to prepare for war against the protagonist, which is China. You know, historically, I referenced the 2009 notice by the US military that they were going to create a cyber command. Think back historically, Russia, China, and North Korea and Iran all announced within a year of that announcement that they would create their own cyber commands. So think about that. Next slide, please. So let's talk about the hackers. Hacker. But first, let's talk about Zhongguo Shushe. Who is China? Well, China remains very much a communist country. You've got the Politburo, you've got the military, and you've got the state. I will tell you, ladies and gentlemen, in my various taxi trips or rides with the Chinese military, they know beyond a shadow of a doubt that while they are culturally, linguistically, historically, and economically Chinese, they are communists. They are run by communists. You will know historically that whenever there has been regime change in China, it is only when the people rise up and decide that indeed they are tired with the current regime. This is the delicate balance that the Communist Party and the military must ensure cannot happen in order to retain their seat of power. Next slide, please. So let's talk about the 4 unofficial groups, and I'll introduce you to each one of these. You've got the Communist Party, the CPC, my good friends, the Jundui, the PLA. You've got state-owned enterprises such as Huawei, and then you've got hackers, or Haike. Haike is transliteration for dark guest or hacker. Next slide, please. Now, I mentioned that the threat of regime change is always evident and certainly on the forefront of all the boys and girls who rule from Beijing, but they want you to know that indeed the civilian dimension of the internet, economic as it might be, is really a focus for the military to use, and it is controlled by the Ministry of State Security, specifically the Golden Shield or the Golden Firewall. What's unique, and you should ask yourself, if hackers are able to jump that firewall, how could this be unless only they are authorized? And I will introduce you to some face-to-face here in a minute, so stand by. Next slide, please. Now, the Communist Party, as I mentioned, that first group, really started this cyber journey with from a civilian political perspective with Hu Jintao in 2010. These edicts have been reinforced, accelerated by the current president, Xi Jinping. Make no mistake, he is the leader for life in China, self-elected as it may be, and he will continue to maintain that Chinese dream for all Chinese to really begin and retain that position as the center of the world. Remember that map that I showed you. Next slide, please. Now, what is really unique about this, you should see a Chinese policeman with a shield on it. Yes, Jeffrey? Very good. This should really send the shivers down the businessmen and women in the audience, because this tells you that the Chinese police can station a cyber operator on the network of your company inside China, conduct penetration tests, conduct remote control examinations of your network, your hardware, your software, your firmware at any time. They can look for vulnerabilities that may impact the Chinese cyberspace. Without getting too technical, they basically own you. And while the People's Armed Police, the PAPC runs this, it's interesting that they can conduct on-site unannounced inspections. If you personally or your company fall afoul of this, you can be arrested for cyber espionage, espionage in general, and terrorism, and arrested and basically confined until found not guilty. Exciting stuff. Next slide, please. Let's go to our friends in the military, shall we? Now, next slide, please. You should see at the top it says PLA, yes? Jeffrey? Fantastic, thank you, sir. Any discussion about China and cyber warfare without mentioning Sun Tzu is irrelevant. It is naive and should not be taken seriously. Sun Tzu wrote the book, The Art of War. I will tell you that in my discussions with the PLA, they still regard it as their guide for the way that they conduct kinetic and now cyber warfare. If you like the book Art of War, his great-grandson Sun Ping wrote Military Methods, which is actually a better book than The Art of War. And then, of course, we fast forward to General Wang Pufeng in 1995. Some consider him to be the information warfare founding father of China. And then, of course, in 1999, 4 years later, we have War Without Limits, War Without Smoke, or Unrestricted Warfare, written by then Senior Colonel Qiao Liang and Wang Xiaosui. And then a few years later, we have Major General Dai Qingming introducing us to integrated network electronic warfare. Next slide, please. Now, if you know your history with regard to China or any other nation state when it comes to cyber warfare, you will note that they, being the Chinese military, were not announcing to the rest of the world that they had created a cyber command. On the screen in front of you, you will see a Chinese Ministry of Defense statement that basically says they have established officially a cyber command. But you'll notice in the lower right-hand corner, it says, oops, this page is currently unavailable. This, along with many other parts of my research, have been redacted, removed, and otherwise erased from the Chinese internet. This tells you, folks, that they are watching what we are watching and are very careful now of how they announce things. Next slide, please. Now, I had the great fortune, as embarrassing and humbling as it was, to meet the authors of Unrestricted Warfare. Senior Colonel Wang Xiaosui, to my right, left in this photo, is getting old and probably going to be sick and infirmed. To my left, 3-star General Qiao Liang. He is now certainly a senior general officer in the People's Liberation Army Air Force. 10 minutes. Thank you, Maria. Appreciate that. I'll speed it up. We're almost done. You can imagine being invited to a Chinese military conference where I was sat down between these two gentlemen. You can imagine that this photo and this opportunity for anyone else will never take place again. I guarantee you that. Next slide, please. And of course, they teach their young cadre in the Chinese military to really create conditions for basically causing a nation state to evaporate under their conditions of information. Next slide, please. This is the Chinese equivalent of the NSA, the National Security Agency, or GCHQ as they call it in London. This was something I came across totally by happenstance. The URL at the bottom is a Chinese military URL. You can see it says China's GSD 3rd Department at the top. This has been removed from the internet. But these, ladies and gentlemen, are the leaders of the National Security Agency equivalent, Zhongshanbu, in the Chinese military. Next slide, please. In 2020, we have, of course, that the Chinese military will be using the information age as a combat environment to close with, destroy the enemy of their choosing at their time and place. Next slide, please. In 2021, of course, we have the discussion of intimidation operations. The Chinese military is now going offensively on the military bend towards destroying any enemies through defending, connecting, creating competition, and owning the future of any sort of military battle space. I would ask if your previous panel had introduced you to this concept or not. Perhaps not. Do they speak Chinese, I wonder, Jeffrey? Next slide, please. And then, of course, Xi Jinping with the civil military fusion operations under the 13th five-year plan has really came up with creating an environment where the military and the civilian world will use technology together to create military weapons on the cyber realm that can cause harm to any adversary that they choose at any particular time. Now, mind you, for this presentation, given the constraints on time, I am skipping over 10 years of military developments in the cyber realm. So for that, you'll have to engage me for another day. Next one are the state-owned enterprises, Jeffrey. Next slide. These will include companies such as Huawei, ZTE, Lenovo, etc. I'd like you to skip down to slide 70, please, which is Project 8, China's 863 plan. When you think of China, think of cyber espionage and exfiltration of data. There are a variety of companies that have been subject to this all across the world, including the Czech Republic, the United States, England, you name it. You have borne the brunt of this. If we go down to the next slide, please. These are active espionage targets, ladies and gentlemen. The Chinese have been given these. I won't talk about the 1,000 Talents plan because we do not have enough time, and I apologize for that. But these are active collection targets that the Chinese military and the Ministry of State Security are sending individuals around the country, around the world, to go after. Next slide, please. Here's a list of at least 15 intellectual property cases. Let's skip this because this is perhaps less important than what is on the next slide, Jeffrey. Here you have two Ministry of State Security hackers that are going after international companies that are developing the COVID vaccine protocol. Now, China wants to be that #1 nation. They call it vaccination diplomacy. And so they have sent their most prolific hackers after some of these countries, including Australia, Belgium, Germany, Japan, Lithuania, the Netherlands, et cetera, trying to find that vaccine that is most effective so that China can be the one that solves the problem regarding the situation or the pandemic. Next slide, please. You've got Huawei. I won't go into detail other than to say through the next slide, please, you have Nortel, which was a Canadian company that walked into a joint venture and found their innovations being essentially deployed to markets that they had not otherwise been introduced to. And they ceased to become a Canadian company and were delisted from the Canadian Stock Exchange. Next slide, please. This, ladies and gentlemen, is your money slide. This is called IDU-IB, the One Belt, One Road. This is a maritime silk initiative that mirrors Marco Polo's journey from Italy to China at the beginning of the century. Essentially, what you have here, the 18th century, in this particular case, China is building essentially maritime ports where their state-owned enterprises can basically run the ports at the disadvantage of the local government and then carry goods and services all the way with an explicit intent of colonizing the United Kingdom. Make no mistake, in my journeys and work experience, I've seen these operations up close and personal in Djibouti, throughout the Arabian Gulf, Bahrain, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, etc. You mention One Belt, One Road to these nation states and they shudder. Now, next slide, please. Why is this important from a military perspective? Because you can see here that the Chinese military has stationed cyber centers of excellence, cyber troops in each one of these ports to protect the state-owned enterprises that are transiting these waterways. That means, ladies and gentlemen, that they have forward deployed their military to foreign countries. Is anybody even paying attention out there, I wonder? Nonetheless. Next slide, please. Last group, Marie, I tried to be on time, apologize, are the dark guests. These are the hackers. These folks are the unofficial proxy for the Chinese government. They can hack anybody at will to face a website, and if you had done the nation of country some disservice during World War II, such as Japan did, then they will hack you mercilessly. Next slide, please. And build it all the way out, please, Jeffrey. These are the modern face of China's hackers. You've got Tombkeeper Yang Yu, who works for Microsoft and does bug bounty hunting to a 6-figure income every year. You've got Claude Xiao, a dour-looking man, but very sensitive on Twitter. And then you have Eagle Wan, or Wan Tao, who is the most prolific hacker of the Chinese nation state. Now, you'll notice that I'm in the middle of that, holding one of my books. The two gentlemen on my right, on your left in the slide, carried on a conversation in Mandarin saying, so this is the guy that wrote that book. And I say, hey, guys, I can hear what you're saying. Yes, I wrote the book. Do you have any questions? And they ignored me, and they said, this book was banned, but we bought several copies, and we're using it as a guide. Wan Tao looked at them and said, well, you guys never gave me a copy. And they looked at him very seriously and said, you know why? You work for IBM. You are no longer Chinese. Next slide, please. In summary, I hope I'm hitting rounds on target, Marie. Basically, the Chinese are the most effective. They equate national security with cyber sovereignty. They theorized information warfare as soon as 1985, created a cyber command equivalent in 2010 in response to those darn Americans militarizing cyber warfare. They do use Mandarin Chinese to both attack and defend. Thus, they can sit on an individual's network for years without being discovered. And how many of you understood my opening soliloquy? Respectfully, probably not too many, and I apologize for that, but that's how they attack. They are motivated by that Chinese dream, that nationalistic desire to conquer the rest of the world and regain power. And of course, their purpose is intellectual property theft. I will tell you, latent develops tell me, though, that they are attacking critical national infrastructure and storming or swarming Navy vessels off the coast of California in anticipation of attempting to perhaps invade the United States. And of course, they have banned Western technology, equating that with anti-terrorism laws. They view the US as a terrorist if it does not follow their national security laws. Number 8, they know that the Chinese military is very effective in intellectual property theft through their hacking capabilities, vis-a-vis the COVID example that I gave you in those 16 areas, countries, examples, commercial examples. And then last but not least, that one belt, one road that I teased you with really lets you know that Chinese hacking is only going to increase globally. Their end state is that until there is a Chinese soldier stationed within every country on the planet, they will not have succeeded until that takes place. That concludes my presentation. Do I have any questions?
Of course you have, Bill.
Outstanding, Marie.
Thank you very much for such an informative presentation. I'm sure that it will resonate in our audience a while after. I really enjoy especially your phrase, nuclear football, Russian nuclear football. I will use it after for sure. And yeah, I have a first question for you. As we may know, the novel coronavirus pandemic has been a boom for hackers, aka dark guests, seeking profit in the middle of chaos. Vaccine competition and China, as you already said, want a safe word. So my question is in connection of NATO. How can NATO better equip its cybersecurity from a geopolitical angle, and how, in general, how NATO can more strengthen its cybersecurity from point of dark guests?
Yes, well, actually, NATO has an exceptional capability with the Cyber Center of Excellence in Tallinn, Estonia. I've spoken there a number of times as a guest lecturer. The challenge for NATO is that there are too many targets. There are so many countries that it really comes down to what is the priority of defense for the North Atlantic Treaty Organization leadership. If you think about it from a coronavirus perspective, woes in the EU aside and vaccine distribution, like you and I discussed earlier, aside, it really is, what is the national critical infrastructure protection plan for each one of those countries? I mentioned that the Chinese are testing, probing, and looking for a way to dismantle that. I think the vaccine violation and research in some of the countries I mentioned is a feint. And the way that NATO can essentially protect itself more specifically from a military perspective, if I were in charge for a day, is identify a target list. Tell me who you're going to protect first. Is it the most vulnerable countries? Absolutely. Doesn't need to be the priority being the biggest. It should be the ones that need the help the most. Think of Article 50 of the NATO treatise. Think about that for a second. And then work your way up that target list. And then think about an offensive plan where you go after those hackers and defeat them in their space. Because if you do not, and you're part of NATO and you're under my watch, you're going to start to learn Mandarin Chinese as effectively as I do.
Thank you very much for your answer, Bill. I would like to encourage our audience to ask other questions in Slido. But I will keep going. And I have another question. As a white-hat hacker, if I may disclose this information as well, what are the most recent trends of Chinese hackers and how NATO can more protect itself from the point of these recent trends?
Yes, this is a complex question. I think let me answer the first part and then I'll answer the second part. I think I answered that in the first question. Some of the current trends is that many of the hacking tools that are being used and have been used, I wrote about these in one of my books, are being shared across the hacking world within China. What that means is, even in a pandemic situation, while they can't go to conferences and share these with other nations like Russia, as I've observed, or other countries such as Malaysia or Indonesia, they're sharing these so that they become effective. What's unique, though, is that they are wrapping in some of these rootkits Mandarin Chinese. Now, what's really unique from a NATO military perspective is you're going to buy technology lowest bid. That's the way it works. Unfortunately, low bid doesn't work in this case, because if it's anomaly-based, behavior-based, or signature-based, those solutions for detecting malware are going to be worthless against Mandarin. Because number one, you don't speak it. Number two, you don't understand the semantics. And number three, you don't know what they're coming after. You might as well give up and put me in charge.
Thank you, Bill. And when you elaborated recent hacks, what did it change somehow during the pandemic? Because as we know, the digital transformation and security kind of changed. The paradigm of the world where we are living now changed. So did it also change from the point of hackers? Because as we may know, over 90% of organizations had to stop or delay digital transformation because of data's breach and privacy and these kind of things. So how it changed?
Oh my gosh. Think from your personal perspective, from my personal perspective, and indeed in the US, a study came out that said that Department of Defense workers are actually 30 to 40% more effective working from home. Think about that from a hacker perspective. No longer do you need to worry about going anywhere to share these vulnerabilities, these zero-day exploits. You can click a button, open a chat window securely, and share those instantaneously. What that means is they are becoming more effective. They're looking for those soft targets. They're looking, as I mentioned in the prioritization of NATO targeting, they're looking for countries that are not readily protected. So what that means is hackers are now starting to look at all things possible for them to essentially violate with vulnerabilities and own them. This means that our resolve as a nation state, as an organization such as NATO, must be stronger than ever. We must have the most capable men and women on the front lines to defend our networks, not just the military networks, but the national infrastructure. Because if we do not, they will sit inside those until they decide to pull the trigger and bring it down.
Thank you, Bill. And we have the first question from our audience.
All right.
From Edher, I hope that I pronounce the name correctly. Are Russia and China looking into different financial institutions to further develop their cyber hacking capabilities?
Oh my goodness, yes. Oh, Well, we must tie in the country of the Islamic Republic of Iran first. If you think of the sanctions against the Iranians and all that money after the clerics took power in 1989 with the Russian capture of the U.S. embassy, all of the resources sat in the SWIFT system in London, which is the financial capital of the world. Make no mistake about it. China has developed their own, as has Russia, their own system for basically intertranslating or transferring money. And what they're allowing the Iranians to do is to use those systems equivalent to SWIFT to transfer the monies. I've done talks on the Chinese banking system. They do no longer use Western servers that are potentially vulnerable. And the Russians, of course, are going to use anything that comes in to their country as an external threat. They're going to basically destroy it. What that means from a financial perspective is the Chinese have developed the Asian Development Bank as an example for a means of shoring up countries that cannot help themselves. And in shoring them up, much like the One Belt, One Road, they ask for a bond position within that, which means economically they have the power when it comes to making decisions. So make no mistake, it's brilliant if you think about it. They're not just there to help you, they're there to own you.
That's really true, and it's brilliant. And another question, why do NATO allies not retaliate against China? When China has hacked hospitals in Germany, etc., is there a problem in attribution?
Oh my gosh, yes. I did not include the slides of hack back. I would recommend against that because not anything good can come from this. Certainly the hospital situation that you're talking about, I would not equate that with any sort of Chinese hacking. That is not their style. It's not even the Russian style because they know that that could easily happen to their population. I think in this particular case, it was misconfigured servers. That story aside, I think that the concept of attribution is an illusion. You may get there very close on classified capabilities, but for mere civilians like you and I, Marie, and the gentleman or lady asking the question, we merely have to wait until it comes out in the newspapers to read about it, unfortunately.
Thank you. Another question. What is your opinion on Bitcoin? Do China and Russia use them cyber-related?
Yes. Some of you may know if you follow me that I do run a LinkedIn group called Chinese Bitcoin. There are some very interesting individuals, not only from the People's Republic of China and throughout Asia, but also from Russia that are discussing a variety of different alternatives to the Western version of Bitcoin, specifically using that as a digital transference to supersede any sort of U.S. attempts to look at the transfer of money for terrorist purposes. Yes, I'd be very concerned if I were in law enforcement right now.
Thank you. And I would like to ask you about what is your kind of not vision about how hackers where hacking is leading, or what is your perspective on the future of in terms of cyber hacks and these kind of things?
Yes, I think it almost merits a longer discussion that we may not have time for, but I think it depends on the country that you're talking about. If we talk about Russia, for example, they will continue to refine the playbook that they have written regarding creating conditions of defeat within an adversarial country. Vis-a-vis, they want to bring back the old Soviet bloc and the true shadow of the current Russian Federation. That is where I see it going, and they will use hackers to make this happen. And they will use it combined with kinetic ground forces, as I mentioned in my case study, with the overlay of the different technological advances there. With regard to China, this is a little bit more concerning because if they are not making economic progress, and certainly the pandemic has slowed them down, they will use the hacking ability to violate any network anywhere on the planet in order to create conditions where they are the leadership within a country economically, not necessarily politically, but economically, and eventually militarily, as I've described with the One Belt, One Road. Look at South America, for example. There are a variety of countries that are now beholding to the Chinese for the economic position and growth that they have so adroitly developed. But make no mistake, the Chinese hackers are there to support that strategic development of the Chinese Communist government.
Thank you, Bill. Operation Socialist. I guess it's someone who calls himself Operation Socialist. How can EU countries build trust when these sort of operations are conducted against each other? So, no, it's...
Understood. Yeah, I understand the question. Yes, this is perhaps the dilemma, I think. Politically, when you have leadership that transitions rather regularly, certainly the intent from a political perspective percolates down to the member states of the EU. That's not an indictment, it's just fact. I think that's why NATO should have a much more prominent position in helping to defend and really identify some of those countries that will come after it, thus my target priority list that you had asked for. I would look at protecting that infrastructure so to support the revolving wheel of leadership in the EU. Leaders will come and go from a political perspective, but the military has a mission, not only from a national perspective in each one of those countries, but from a combined effort regarding NATO. Work together, you're much stronger.
Do you think another frontier in the future? Will there be like another level of, for example, to artificial intelligence and some kind of another frontier?
Yes, the Chinese are already there militarily. I mentioned the catalog and review of the 10 years that I've been tracking their military developments. They're already using quantum cryptography, artificial intelligence, and certainly the ability to look at a nation state from dark worlds. They've got a database on every country that's listening right now.
How can we mitigate dark web from the point that there is on a Tor's darknet, there is a lot going on? How states can kind of mitigate what is going on there?
Well, yeah, the dark web, unfortunately, is a place of naughtiness. A lot of bad things happen there. I think the pure cultural view of the Chinese, the pure cultural view of Russia, certainly the anti-criminality perspective of the United States and many nation states, I think if we were to work together to identify individuals that would take advantage of sex trafficking, drugs, things like that, I think we could come together on a common purpose and actually make the world stronger rather than weaker.
Stronger we are together.
Yes.
Another question: How vulnerable are space-based assets? Is there a danger?
Oh my gosh, yes. Don't even get me started. Yes, this is the stuff of science fiction, but you have to understand that when the United States makes a military command out of it, you know that it's going to get quite serious. I don't imagine that there will be space marines invading asteroids anytime soon, but I think the advanced technology that drives that initiative from a military perspective will take front seat. But remember, all that technology is connected. It's also subject to being hacked. So in terms of answering an earlier question of what is the next frontier, imagine taking advantage of a direct laser weapon that can wipe out an entire infrastructure from space and directing it at a country of one's own design. Something like out of a James Bond movie, isn't
it? That's a really nice synonym to what you just said. Should nations go back to old technologies, analog, to avoid cyber attacks, basically ensure they can function during cyber attacks?
Oh my gosh. Well, certainly backups and the experience of individuals that are maybe not cyber smart, and I don't mean that disrespectfully, have the leadership both from a non-commissioned, staff non-commissioned, and leadership perspective exists within militaries. They should really be teaching the younger soldiers, both men and women, how to fight in an environment that is not connected. Ultimately, it's going to come down to putting a round of ammunition in a weapon and firing it. So yes, they should have backup plans that include the combined arms of defeating a cyber capability of a nation state, but also using the resolve and training of working with other nations that have been at war in order to perfect their martial skills. As unsavory as that is, the EU and the European continent has experienced that a couple times in this lifetime. Hopefully they will never have to face that again.
Does somehow, and if the new Biden administration affect Whitehead work and how the hackers are proceeding? What is there any how it can affect your work and or the a function of how United States is trying to prevent the hacking?
Yes, this is quite a lengthy answer, so forgive me. I think the most important thing that has taken place in the United States outside of the current administration or previous administrations is the impact of information sharing organizations. As you know, in the United States, we have 16 areas of critical infrastructure, everything from monuments to banks to roads to whatever it might be, transportation. What is taking place is those communities are sharing information about vulnerabilities in order to protect the members, the civilian companies, against the enemies. The military in the United States will not protect the critical infrastructure. That is a misnomer that sometimes is bandied about incorrectly. What that means is, for an effective way to use white hat hackers, is to help them identify vulnerabilities early through research in order to plus up these information sharing communities. I think the same thing and initiative could be widely leveraged in the EU successfully. Certainly each one of the countries, I know the Dutch have a fantastic CERT, Computer Emergency Response Team. Other countries have them as well. If they start to work together, identify these vulnerabilities, give them to law enforcement, bring to justice these individuals that would want to do harm to companies and infrastructure, then I think they will be following a very effective model. It is not difficult, but it is not easy at the same time.
Thank you, Bill. And my last question, when you were speaking about Cyber Command of 2009 and then in 2010 other nations were following, my question is regarding NATO and its Cyber Command. Is it enough, and how would you improve it in a way to kind of prevent?
Yes. So as I mentioned in 2009, the US said we're going to create a Cyber Command. That doesn't mean they componentized it. That happened not too long ago, a few years ago, where they actually militarized it, meaning there are hackers operating out of the National Security Agency, for example. The way that NATO could improve is really continue the course of education that they are now using out at the facility in Tallinn, Estonia. That is a fantastic facility run by multinational military operators all the way up and down the chain of command. It is a fantastic organization. If your audience has not visited or requested a conversation with them, I highly suggest that. In my visits there, I was very impressed with the level of technical knowledge that was being developed, so much so that they have a variety of exercises that works on protecting the infrastructure. And these are not boys and girls in uniform. These are some of the brightest minds of the hacking community working together from a nationalistic perspective. And if you think of the way that the Chinese are the most effective, they use their nationalistic hackers to their benefit as well. So you're starting to see a force majeure taking place within NATO already.
Thank you very much, Bill. Do you have any comments that you would like to add to our presentation today?
I'm honored and humbled, and I graciously thank you so much. Marie, you've been a fantastic moderator. Obviously, you could tell from my enthusiasm that I could go on for 8 hours about this subject. It's fascinating, and I look forward to the next opportunity. And thank you very much, Marie.
Yeah, I totally see that it's your passion and everything. And I would like to thank you on behalf of Atlantic Forum and also to our audience that they had so many questions too. And I hope that it also satisfied your procedure that you always ask for more questions. So thank you so much. And now I would like to give a voice to John, who will follow with the closing remarks of our conference. So thank you very much.
Right, it appears we're live again. Thank you, Geoffrey, for the technical things to get me on here. So I know it's 5:10. People are probably a bit tired, but let me bore you a little bit more before we're closing off. What I want to do now is a bit of closing remarks reflecting on what we've been doing in the past 3 days. And now for the ones that weren't able to visit the whole thing, no worries. We'll have later on parts of the conference. It's all digital, it's all recorded. Cut it out, and we'll keep on promoting this brilliant content because, well, aside from that, of course, my own NGO that we're doing here. I should be saying this, but I definitely believe we've had a marvelous performance here. We kicked off on Friday with ASG Mirsignau, who graced us with his presence for the second time, opening our conference like he did at the fall conference last year. And subsequently shared on his own channels that there's no greater joy than seeing the young generation of leaders engage in issues that concern the preservation of our common values, peace and security in the transatlantic world. No, I didn't translate it myself. It helps that we have one of our community managers from Romania. But I thought it was absolutely fantastic that's now on there, also on the NATO website, including a transcript. This is surreal. Now, of course, she could have told me anything ASG would have said because I don't speak Romanian, and I would have believed it anyway. But I do think these words are very, very empowering for our network and for what we've been trying to do in the past 2 years, and we'll continue doing in the years to come. Either way, engaging with young leaders, well, we did that during the past 3 days. So which young leaders passed through review, if you will? Well, we opened up with German Marshall Fund's Nadia Kovalkova and NATO's Dr. Benedict Berti. Now, the later one is slightly over the young professional threshold, but still very much young-spirited and rocking NATO's 2030 Young Leaders Initiative. So we were absolutely grateful that she was there with us as well. Talking about NATO 2030, after publication of the report Embrace the Change, Guard the Values, which is available through our website, available through the NATO website, we invited the young leaders to join the Atlantic Forum and subsequently had Dr. Corey Flesser, currently at Booz and Hamilton, join us in the panel afterwards. And finally, we rounded up Friday with a social gathering, which reminds me, I still have to upload a picture why. And I still don't know why my screen looks weird with a sort of fancy garden. I mean, it looks kind of nice. I would like to visit that in the place in real life. Anyway, I'm going to upload that. But we shared a drink. We talked a bit about what the hell did we get ourselves into, sort of how we were walking around in the first few months, to, hey, this is actually going somewhere in our first year, leading up to the full conference. And now I think it's quite clear Atlantic Forum is here to stay. So shout out to our own Igor, Lisa Marie, who joined me at this panel, as well as to Geoffrey and his team for putting this whole conference together. And of course to himself, Sherry and Petra for the excellent moderation throughout these days. Yesterday, I got asked and got me a bit confused whether it was on purpose that we had so many young females in these spotlights. And I was like, what do you mean? Now, the young part, that is 100% on purpose because we are a youth generation organization. Our patrons are between 18 and 35. If you are beyond that age, you can become a champion of transatlantic youth. But indeed, the focus is on the young part, that's for sure. But female-wise, no, that wasn't something that we were purposely aiming for. We're empowering the voice of young professionals, and gender is not a goal for us in itself. Though I do think it's nice to mention that we do adhere to the idea of the Brussels binder, which I got involved with a couple of years ago, back when we were still with YATA. And they captured it more and more eloquently, but I like to just call out this. It's bullshit if you're not able to find female experts. They're definitely out there. We've just proven this point again in these 3 days. We just had our patrons take speaking roles, and some of them happen to be female. For us, this is normal, and the rest of the world is still slacking and following suit. And I hope that as we get inspired by the current generation as a successor generation, that occasionally us as a successor generation is able to inspire others as well. Then in the morning, the next day, we did some more stuff that we take pride on, matching outgoing veterans with up-and-coming talent. So we had Mark Leahy, who recently retired from SHAPE, and Lieutenant Nina van der Heijden, the later being valedictorian of her class, talking about Stratcom. as the conference steered into all kinds of aspects of hybrid and unconventional warfare that threatens the transatlantic community today. Jack from Rusi, Marie and Kenneth, who passed the honorable age of 35 last year, joined Paula for a heavily young leaders panel to end the morning part, and perhaps the best panel of COIN that I've had attended in a while. So kudos to these guys as well. This was absolutely fantastic. Onward to the afternoon, slightly moving away from the young professional perspective, but still young-spirited, David Kettler explained NATO's intelligence infrastructure in a way that I've never had explained so clearly. So, David, thank you for that, sir. It was much appreciated. Followed by a great panel on space in which Julia was on fire. Figuratively, no young professionals were harmed in making of this conference. Then on Sunday this morning, we had another NATO 2030 young leader, Katerina Kertisova, join us on climate, together with a great support of young professionals from NATO, Michael Roule. Somewhere out there on the internet, there's a very lovely, very short essay from Michael advising young professionals on how to get their essays publicized. It's quite fun to read. Don't take it all too serious. But I think it does remark how Michael is a big supporter of young professionals. I had the pleasure of having coffee with him back when visiting NATO headquarters was still a thing, pre-corona. But I would reckon if you are in Brussels and you have to visit NATO HQ, reach out to him. He's always happy to sit down with you and talk about stuff. Absolutely fantastic. Also, another recommendation, do check out the Young Leaders Report that we mentioned a couple of times throughout the conference, because it has a brilliant chapter on climate change and really captures, I think, well what Katerina has explained. Then from climate change, somewhat linked to that, we took a deep dive into maritime security and how hybrid warfare in its many forms is taking place in both the High North and the South Chinese Sea. Here, a shout out to NATO Youth Delegate Philip, and also to the NATO mission from Poland, who is supporting this initiative, who did a marvelous job. Another reading recommendation, I just keep them coming. It's Sunday, so we've got Sunday Reads. It's a thing. Do check out this article in Atlantica on our website. Philip's a brilliant mind, definitely one to follow. Then another thing I thought was brilliant was this tough discussion, I would reckon, in which Harry, a fellow GlobeSec Young Leaders Forum alumni of mine, we both joined in Bratislava back in 2018, was very able to hold his own with an argument for an economic aspect to the Washington Treaty, which I would love to hear more about. So Harry, I'm going to reach out to you. I want to see if anything of that is on paper. And we ended the day with a third thing we'd like to do. It's a bit to seek the edges of controversy, to get the discussion, to kick the bucket a bit, going that we don't see happening with the usual suspects, which, for good reasons, don't get me wrong, are often a bit more limited to what they can do and can say. Whereas we, as a group of young professionals, at the end of the day, it's a youth NGO. Consequences of our actions, of course, still very important, but we've got a bit more room to maneuver. So we were greatly honored with the Taipei Representative Office represented by Ambassador Tsai, followed by a brilliant discussion with Marie and Bill on, I would reckon, the things that we don't usually see in regular conferences by the big players. All in all, an excellent 3 days that I would not have wanted to spend any other way. Well, maybe except for a physical conference. So again, shout out to the conference team, to Geoffrey and his people, the people behind the scenes who held out, among them Elena and Finley, and all our patrons supporting Atlantic Forum. In the coming weeks and months, Atlantic Forum will be working on projects such as its online Young Professionals Academy program, which we piloted in February and will be back in Q2 just before summer. A counter-disinformation project I'm super excited about under the name of #prebunking, together with Microsoft and Disinformation Vigilante Drog from the Netherlands, and rolling out our franchise network pilot earlier this year. On Friday, Lisa mentioned it already. Keep an eye out for that one. We will be launching a chapterized structure throughout the transatlantic community, and I definitely hope that you're going to be part of that as well. With our network, we'll continue our events and projects such as the NATO 2030 Atlantic Forum talks. I think the next one will be on the 20th of April, covering the southern flank. So these are completely young professionals at the table, as well as the Center of Excellence Engagement Initiative, So another shout out to Bill. Thank you for the suggestion to reach out to Tallinn. We're indeed in touch with them. Connor's Pub, the later only being for patrons. A bit like Friday, but then more content heavy. So if you aren't already signed up, do so fast, and you'll be able to join the next session, which will, as always, be on the last Friday of the month. We will be back with our fall conference on the weekend of the 4th of October. And hopefully this one will be COVID allowing in a hybrid setting with a bunch of us gathered in Brussels. But we'll definitely keep on the online format as well, because it's a simply great way to interact with other people. And especially with the transatlantic community being so geographically large, right? So we allow all partner countries to join Atlantic Forum as well. So that includes South Korea, Japan, Australia, and we do have a few patrons running around in these places. Not a few yet, but hope to expand there. But it really makes us an international organization stretching from both sides of the globe to one another. So we understand that with that, it's difficult. If you want to do physical conferences, we might not be able to gather everyone that we want in Brussels. So we'll definitely keep on an online aspect so that anyone can keep on following these conferences. So hopefully in Brussels, keep an eye out on our channels as we will start recruitment of the new conference team as soon as next week. For now, enjoy the rest of your Sunday evening. Geoffrey, I don't know if you still want to have a word. Otherwise, all of you, have a very good one. Thanks for joining, and see you soon again.
The Atlantic Forum would like to thank you for participating in this live stream. To leave feedback, please visit the following QR code or the link in the description box below. The Atlantic Forum would like to thank you for participating in this live stream. To leave feedback, please visit the following QR code or the link in the description box below.